Welcome to Danga Fiction. Let's start the story of what if Naruto became a king of galactic god harem. Support the author, king of the galactic underworld. Reaper off balance. Chapter 1, Humble Beginnings. Tatooine 37 BBY. On the Hut-controlled world of Tatooine, within the city of Mos Espa, we focus on the junk dealer shop of Watto the Toydarian. Said flying alien was moving towards an old Republic freighter while a small pair of human legs were sticking out of a turbine. "What's it look like, boy?" Watto asked gruffly as he hovered there. "It looks like someone fried the engines by pushing them too hard. It also doesn't help that the Gap who sold this to you didn't bother to cover it up during the time he was trying to sell it. There's more sand in this thing than we see in just one sandstorm. It's gonna take me a week to get all the sand out of here so I can find the wiring and control panels and see what can be stripped and resold, and what will need to be melted down and made into straight scrap." A young voice said before a loud clang was heard. "Ing. And the Gap or the one before him apparently tried amateur hour harvesting on this thing. I can see half scrap burner markings and areas where it looks like they tried to pry it open with a hydrospanner after they bashed it into place." The voice said before he scooted out and revealed a kid that couldn't be older than 10 there with cerulean blue eyes, yellow spiky hair with red tips, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Guy was a scam artist, but from the looks of things he didn't get to the good stuff. If it's not fried to, then I can strip and get it all out, and it should be worth something since Old Republic tech used some materials that are valuable nowadays," he said as he wiped some grease off his face. "Good, the fool only wanted 300 peggets for the whole thing. If even half of the parts are still usable, I can make 5 times that easily," Watto said as the kid nodded and drank from a canteen. "I'll get the little boy to help you tomorrow. He seems to have a way with machines as it is. Learning about ships would be good too," he added, and the blonde nodded. "That's fine, Anakin is smaller, and can get into the trickier areas easier," he said, and Watto snorted. "Good, you think like a businessman, Naruto, that can only help you in the future," Watto said, and the now named Naruto shrugged. "I had a good teacher for that," he commented, and Watto laughed. "Thank you, get what you can done in the next 2 hours and then you can go home," he said as he flew off, not seeing Naruto glaring at him. "I wasn't talking about you, insect," Naruto said with a scowl before he got back into the turbine and began working. To be honest, he was just lying in the turbine relaxing and looking over things before Watto came up. Just because he was turned into a slave didn't mean he was going to be anyone's servant. His father taught him better than that. Unlike most kids his age, Naruto wasn't born a slave. No, he had been taken, twice, and made into a slave. The first time that he was made a slave, he was only 3, maybe 4 years old. He had left his home village for a forest to hide from some adults that wanted to harm him for some reason, and he ran into some ugly thing that he couldn't recall the race species name. It had slapped him with a staff and then electrocuted him until he passed out. Naruto had woken up in a pen with several other races, counting humans, with collars around them and bandages on different parts of their heads. He didn't know what was going on or where he was. Some machine thing would come by with food and then sometime later they got dragged out to some other world, one that was much noisier and smelled bad before the guy that knocked him out started chattering. Naruto watched as other races, some simple looking and some much more frightening to see, came by and would grab some people and leave. Naruto, though, kept getting zapped as he refused to show weakness. His friend had told him that it would only make things worse if he did, so that meant staring and glaring at the people inspecting him. It was down to 3 slaves in addition to Naruto there when Naruto's father came. He was a slug type of race called a Hut, and his name was Camrose Holbacks. He had been passing by after doing business when he laid eyes on Naruto, and stopped. He had locked eyes with him and Naruto stared unflinchingly, making Camrose have to call off some of his guards that wanted to make him stop being disrespectful. When Naruto was then zapped by the Gap who took him, that had ed Camrose off very quickly. He had shouted and roared in his native tongue, making his guards aim their weapons at the Gap, who began pleading and talking quickly. Camrose had spoken again, with some person next to him then speaking, and a small sack of coins was thrown to the Gap before he took off running. Camrose then spoke again, and the person next to him, a green-skinned male with a tentacle on the back of his head and wrapped around his neck, spoke. The other 3 had understood, But Naruto didn't, and the male spoke again in a different language and then another two before reaching what Naruto now knew as Galactic Basic. The male said that Camrose was taking an interest in him for having a fire and fighting spirit clearly seen in his eyes while being so young, and decided to test him. If he passed, Camrose had plans for him, and if he failed then he would be a simple servant unless he showed some form of skill. Naruto had accepted, and he and the others were taken to a ship before they took off for Camrose's home. Said test was multi-stepped and was meant to show Naruto's capabilities. Of course, Naruto didn't succeed in most areas since he had no idea on economics, trade routes, and pretty much everything outside of a few things she learned on his planet and from his friend. But he had guts, stamina, and thought on his feet quickly while not backing down no matter what he saw. He had stared down a chained crate dragon and didn't flinch. Naruto didn't know what Camrose saw in him, but he had all but officially adopted Naruto into his home after that, and the 3 other slaves were assigned to him. However, that changed just over a year ago, when Naruto's good life came to an end and got real all over again. He broke from his reminiscing with a shake of his head. He needed to focus. Remember the past, but do not dwell there. Doing so will make you blind to what is happening around you and what could come in the future. No one has done well by dwelling in the past, but focusing on the future blinds you just as badly. You must remember the past while keeping your eyes on the present, while the future stays in your peripheral. Those had been Camrose's words to him when Naruto learned Huttese, the language of the Hutts. Naruto had taken that to heart along with his father's way of doing business and treating those that worked for him. Naruto's friend had also helped shape him and helped with improving him to make him better, for both of their sakes. Sighing, Naruto began getting to work, mostly because it showed him some cool and because it added to his skill list and knowledge for the future. He planned to get free of Wado, hence why he was saving up the little bit of money Wado gave him at times in order to buy his freedom. If not for the fact none of the local crime bosses would tolerate a slave killing their master, unless something major was given as incentive, Naruto would have probably killed the fat bug a while ago. He could do so and go to Jabba the Hutt, but such a thing would be a last resort. Still, as far as having a slave master went, Wado wasn't too bad. He was mainly just a greedy gambling idiot, and that meant that at any time, Naruto could potentially be offered up as part of a bet, and that wasn't acceptable. However, the trouble came in the form of it not just being Naruto being freed that he was concerned with. Groaning, he smacked his face a bit to clear his head. He had no idea what it was today, but he kept going down rabbit gaps of thoughts and memories, and it was starting to annoy him. Calm yourself, Kit, it's an anniversary, your mind is bound to be a bit bogged down. A deep voice rumbled in his head, making Naruto nod in agreement. Said anniversary was the one for when he was first enslaved by the ugly, that took him from his homeworld. While Naruto didn't have a ton of love for his home city, it didn't mean he just wanted to be kidnapped and made a slave on some distant planets. It also didn't help that he had a couple of people he cared about back there, but now it was unlikely he'd see them again. Not only for his current situation, but apparently his world wasn't in known space and the Gap had stumbled on it one day to scout it out. Said Gap was also killed a few weeks after Naruto was made Camrose's new charge and his ship ripped apart because the EAR decided to transport volatile materials without proper safety and then went through an asteroid belt. Naruto's pity well was very dry, but he would have liked the location of his homeworld to possibly go back one day. Shaking his head again, he got to work scrapping and harvesting the turbine, idly taking a couple odds and ends for his own projects plus his little brother's. When the time was up, he sighed and had the hover sled follow him back to the primary shop to unload it tomorrow, and then headed for his home. As he walked, quite a few of the thugs and miscreants gave him a wide berth. After one idiot tried to mess with his caretaker 3 months ago, well, let's just say that even Jabba the Hutt, the ruler kingpin of Tatooine, was both impressed and a bit afraid of what Naruto had done to the idiot. Naruto ignored them, just heading for the home and hoping to hop in the refresher, apparently the outer space version of a shower, and then relax and eat. Entering one of the humble-looking buildings, he opened the door and entered as the door chimed to indicate someone came in, and he sighed as he rubbed his head. "Welcome back, sweetheart," a woman's voice said, and Naruto looked to see a woman there with a kind smile on her face. Her skin was tanned and a bit weathered, something unavoidable on Tatooine with no rain and 2 suns shining on the planet. But she was still beautiful, and Naruto knew about and all of that due to being around his father and on this planet, since slaves weren't uncommon at all in the outer rim of the galaxy or even sections of the middle rim. If Naruto had to guess, she had DD Cup Boba S, a nice bubble, and long legs. She was what most would call an attractive mother, and Naruto found it hard to disagree. He didn't really care about and all that. He was too young to really do anything or want to really. But he did understand appeal and beauty, and the woman had it. "Hello, Shmi, everything okay?" Naruto asked the woman. Shmi Skywalker was Watto's only slave for a while. She wasn't good with machines, but having a personable woman that was attractive to help customers was good for business. When Watto had gotten Naruto after a bet had paid off, Shmi had been in charge of taking care of him and raising him when he wasn't working at Watto's shop, and Shmi had taken the job seriously, even though she had a son of her own to look after as well. The interesting thing was that Anakin, her son, had no father. Shmi had just suddenly gotten pregnant somehow. Not that Watto believed her, naturally, but he didn't care because any child she had was just going to be a slave to him, and thus give him another asset to use. "Everything is fine. I was even able to get some blue milk with that extra bit of money you gave me for shopping," she said with a beautiful smile. "That's good. The brat could use some extra nutrients to get bigger. I swear he's going to make Watto seem like a giant at the rate he's growing." Naruto commented and smirked as he heard an indignant shout. "Hey!" A child's voice came as Naruto looked to see a small boy with sandy brown hair and wearing some clothes made of rough cloth pouting at him. "I'm not short, I'm still growing," he said, and Naruto chuckled. "Uh-huh, sure you are," Naruto commented with a smirk. "You're mean, Naruto," he said, and Naruto laughed. "Well, if I'm mean, then maybe I won't give you the couple small parts one managed to snag," Naruto said as the boy's eyes lit up and he rushed forward and hugged Naruto around the waist. "I'm sorry, you're a nice person," he said, and Naruto rolled his eyes along with Shmi as Naruto reached into his bag and pulled a couple small components out, making the boy cheer as he grabbed them and ran off to his room. "He's always so excited when you're home," Shmi said fondly, and Naruto hummed. "Well, it's not like Anakin has many other male role models around here," Naruto said with a sigh before he walked off. "I'm gonna clean up and put my stuff away," he called back as he walked off, and Shmi watched him go with a sad look on her face. A little bit later, had the three sitting down to eat and calmly talking. "Watto wants Anakin to come to work tomorrow to help take apart a turbine on an old ship Watto bought," Naruto said after a few minutes. "I see," Shmi said sadly, knowing that any objection from her was worth nothing since Watto owned them, and thus had final say. They were just lucky he didn't treat them as disposable like other slave owners did, but that was mainly because Watto wasn't exactly flush with cash and didn't know a hydro spanner from a toothpick, so he couldn't disassemble the parts and ships in his junkyard without ruining the merchandise and losing customers. Thus, he couldn't afford to damage them or treat them roughly if he wanted to keep making money with quality parts to sell and use. It didn't mean they liked being slaves, but it was better than others had it. Jabba had made it a regular point to throw slaves into his pet ranker's pit when they did anything to displease or defy him in any way. Others usually just pimped out their slaves to any species willing to pay for it. So long as no permanent damage was done, then the owners didn't care what was done to the slaves. Thankfully, Shmi hadn't been subjected to that, most likely because Watto knew he needed her to take care of Naruto and Anakin, since there was no shortage of thugs and creeps that wanted a taste of her. Those numbers backed off after Naruto dealt with that one idiot. But still, eventually some idiot was gonna work up the courage to try something, and Naruto intended to make sure that the first one that did was violently stomped into the ground as a clear warning to everyone to back off. "So, Anakin, we'll be getting up early to go to work, so don't stay up late messing with your junker," Naruto said as Anakin pouted. "It's not a junker. I'm making a protocol droid to help Mom," Anakin said indignantly, and Naruto nodded. "Uh-huh. But until he's actually functioning and helping, he's just a junker," Naruto countered, making Anakin groan, which caused Naruto to laugh and ruffle his head. Shmi just smiled at the sight. Anakin had been a bit of a loner and downtrodden until Naruto came and began bonding and protecting him while teaching him some things. It was a bit embarrassing, but if Naruto was 10 or more years older, Shmi may have been interested in a relationship with him. He was kind, hard-working, protective, and a host of other things that were attractive in a male, and she had little doubt that he would become quite handsome in the future. It was just a shame he was part of this life. If Shmi could, she'd gladly stay a slave for the rest of her life if it meant Anakin and Naruto could be free. Sadly, that was mostly a pipe dream since Watto wasn't interested in money for slaves unless it was a lot of money, and there was no way she could save up enough to get him to free both boys since she didn't exactly get funds to use as she wanted beyond a small stipend for food since Watto didn't need them dying. The only way they'd be free is if someone came and freed them. However, such things were the stuff of fantasy where people spoke of the powerful and benevolent Jedi that would crusade against evil and cruelty while freeing slaves across the galaxy. However, many of the experienced slaves knew that it was the stuff of fantasy and legend. The Jedi had long since stopped being the great crusaders, instead basically becoming a glorified police force and personal soldiers of the Senate. It was sad to her that Naruto was of the same mindset, since she rather hoped that being young would let him have dreams and hopes beyond this life. Still, from what she knew of his life before serving Watto, she couldn't blame him for not entertaining fantasies and delusions of great and noble saviors descending on the planet to clean up all the filth and trash that was here. It was nice to think and fantasize about at times, if only to make the heart lift a little, but it was just that, a fantasy. Eventually, they finished eating and turned in for the night, and early the next morning had Naruto getting Anakin awake and ready to go to work. It was hard on the kid. He was still of the age that if you let him, he'd sleep well into the afternoon and not have any problems. But sadly work and life didn't care for age or desires. Arriving at the shop, Naruto and Anakin got to work, with Naruto telling Anakin all that they were looking at and messing with and explaining what could be used still and what would need to be salvaged or scrapped. Anakin listened intently, or as intently as a 45-year-old could, and followed Naruto's instructions to the letter. Last time he didn't, he got zapped pretty good by a power cell and had numbness and tingling in his left arm for a month. Naruto, a while later, had to sigh as he saw they need a couple other tools to keep stripping away the turbine. Wait here, don't touch anything until I get back. I need to grab more tools, Naruto said as he turned and slipped out of the turbine and headed for the office, looking for the tools. So, you'll cover all of my debts and then some for the three? He heard Watto say and peeked out a window to see him talking to a Doug that was known to deal in unsavory business. Yes, I can use those 2 rats for work and to please some clients. The woman can make a good pleasure tool. Many on this dust ball want to taste her, and will pay good money to get the chance. The Doug said, making Naruto grit his teeth and nearly growl, not knowing that his eyes had turned a mixture of blood red and sickly yellow. That's fine, once they're yours, you can do whatever you want with them, and with the money you're giving me, I can get some better labor and help to keep business going. Watto said, making Naruto growl as electricity started sparking in his hands. What was that? The Doug asked as he moved to see what the noise was, only to get a screwdriver stabbed up through his jaw and sticking out of his head as he gagged and choked before Naruto ripped it out and grabbed his neck before snapping it. Watto stood there in shock as Naruto turned to look at him, his pupils slitted and looking as if fire itself was dancing in them as he glared at Watto. And then Naruto, let's not be too hasty here, Watto said nervously, though he was hoping to get to his desk where his control pad was and he could activate the slave chip in Naruto's head should he try anything. You mean like going to your desk so you can activate the chip in my head? Naruto asked in a deadly voice as Watto paled further and turned to run, only to fall and scream as a screwdriver was sent hurtling into his leg, piercing it completely while a piece of scrap flew and sliced off a wing. Watto screamed and clutched at his leg and back as Naruto waved his hand and the doors all closed and the shutters on the windows sealed shut. Yuri a Force user? Watto asked in shock and pain. Yeah, my father found out, and had some non-Jedi educate me, plus a friend was willing to tell me about some things too, Naruto said as he raised a hand and electricity began crackling around it before it launched at Watto, causing the Toydarian to scream in pain and agony as his body burned bit by bit. Naruto didn't care about the screams. He also didn't care that the lightning fluctuated between blue, red, and golden as he held it. All he cared about was this, or dared to agree to sell Shmi and Anakin to that scum and let them be turned into pleasure toys. He stopped after a couple minutes to see Watto barely alive and twitching as he struggled to breathe. You know, Watto, I was actually alright with you until this moment. I would have done my job and kept my head down as I tried to get money to buy my freedom, but you had to get greedy. Naruto said as he stepped closer, and Watto groaned and whimpered. To him, sorry, it was only business. Watto said, and then yelled in pain as Naruto grabbed his head and glared at him. I can understand business, I can respect business, but you made it personal. Naruto growled before he began focusing and tearing into Watto's mind with all the subtlety and grace of a rabid rancor on a starship. Naruto began pillaging his mind for all of his contacts, dealings, information, secrets, and anything that could be useful. Thanks to Naruto's practice on his mindscape, the mental representation of his mind, and his friend and tenant Kurama, he had it all sorted and stored in his own mind rather quickly. Kurama was a massive creature-demon entity from his homeworld that apparently his birth father had sealed into his body using techniques and powers unique to his people. Kurama hadn't been that nice to him for a while, Naruto being a prison for him, putting a bit of a damper on any feeling of being nice, until Naruto was put into slavery and Kurama felt sympathy for him since he knew what it was like to be forced to do the bidding of others and have a proverbial blaster to your head if you don't obey. Kurama then began helping him where he could, and when Camrose had taken him in, Kurama had begun to educate Naruto where he could, counting how to use chakra, an energy that people of his homeworld could use, and what he knew of the Force. Apparently, Kurama's father was able to utilize it along with his entire clan. He and his brother had defeated their mother centuries ago, when she had taken in too much chakra and it corrupted her, as the Force and chakra both had negative dark sides to them that could corrupt if too much was absorbed and didn't mix well together at time. Kurama was then created to act as one of 9 living keys to keep the mother locked away, since either brother had it in them to kill their mother. Naruto could understand that. He doubted he could do such a thing either. Kurama had been curious about his father and had learned what he could, which also included that his entire clan were a group of wandering Force users that were trying to siphon power and energy from different planets and species as they traveled until the mother got overwhelmed. Kurama's father stayed on Naruto's homeworld while his brother went and took over the clan to stop them from doing any more, lest they risked the entire clan turning into their mother, and then the galaxy was screwed. So, Kurama knew a bit, not enough to get Naruto to be called a master of the Force, but it was enough to give him an edge at times and let him progress in its capabilities to what they were now with the couple of educators Camrose provided. He was subtle in doing it, not letting Watto and Shmi know about it, but now it seemed necessary because he was Ed and hurting Watto was a good thing right now. Back to here and now, once he finished getting all the information out of Watto's head, he looked at the Toydarian hanging there limply. Thank you for all of that, Watto. I'll let you off easier than you deserve, Naruto said before he promptly snapped Watto's neck before dragging him to a trash incinerator. He cut off a finger and thumb first before throwing Watto's corpse inside and then going to his desk and taking the control pad, using the thumb and finger to unlock it. Once he did, he threw the digits and wing into the furnace as well before doing the same to the dug and then turning it on full blast and turning both to nothing but ash. Going back outside, he found Anakin messing around by the turbine, just passing time it seemed, before he saw Naruto jumped up. Anakin, turns out Watto doesn't need you today. I want you to go straight home and tell your mother that you both need to stay there until I get home, understand? Naruto said seriously and Anakin frowned but nodded. Okay, Naruto, I got it, he said, and Naruto nodded and patted his head. Good, you go straight home. I don't care what anyone says or tries, but you don't stop for anything. Now go, Naruto ordered, making Anakin nod as he quickly left, and Naruto sighed before going inside and tapping on the control pad, deactivating the slave chips in himself, Shmi, and Anakin, and then began going through all the information on it, counting orders and shipments that Watto had already paid and agreed for. He had made notes onto the shipment orders to assign it to himself to receive before Naruto put it down, and began going through all the parts of the office and shop, getting every bit of hidden credits, pegats, and valuables that Watto had tucked away. He then began tinkering with a few things, mostly to build his own security bot for the shop in case Shmi wanted to work the counter while Naruto and Anakin continued doing maintenance and taking ships apart. He then reopened the shop and continued doing business, getting some happier customers than Watto did because Naruto was selling at reasonable prices, and when asked why, he just lied and said that Watto got tired of the piling up and told him to sell it as soon as possible so it wasn't just wasting money. No one questioned it because it was exactly what Watto would do and say, and just paid for the parts and pieces they wanted and left. Eventually, Naruto closed down the shop and locked it up before heading back to the house where Shmi was anxiously waiting. Naruto! Is everything okay? Ani said you wanted us to stay here until you got home. Shmi said, and Naruto sighed. Let me clean up first, then we can talk. Naruto said, making her frown and nod before he handed a couple things to Anakin, whose eyes lit up before he rushed to his room. One quick trip to the refresher later, Naruto was sitting at the table with Shmi. Watto's dead, Naruto said, making Shmi look at him in shock. I killed him, he added, almost as an afterthought as he sat there. Why would you do that? Shmi asked in shock and horror, knowing fully well what kind of could happen when a slave killed their master. He was planning to sell us to Bedulda, who was bragging about putting Anakin and I to work and letting clients get pleased by us. You were going to be made into a pleasure slave, and he was going to pimp you out to anyone willing to pay. Naruto said, making Shmi gasp in shock and horror as Naruto sat there. If he planned to just sell me, I wouldn't have cared, I can handle myself, but I couldn't tolerate let alone forgive him trying to do that to you and Anakin, so I did what I had to in order to protect you both. He added as he sat there. I already deactivated the chips in our heads and have a cover story in place. But it will only last so long, and we'll need to get a medical droid to remove the chips so they won't reactivate. Naruto added absent-mindedly. He was stopped from continuing as Shmi had gotten up and come around the table before hugging him. Oh, you brave, brave boy, she said as she was crying a bit, and hugging him, making him stiffen before he slowly returned the hug. You didn't have to protect us, but thank you so much, she added in a soft voice as Naruto nodded. I don't think I'll ever really see you as my mother, but I do care about you and won't let anyone harm you or Anakin, Naruto said, and it was with such conviction that Shmi couldn't help but believe him. But what are we going to do? As soon as someone finds out that Watto is dead, they'll try something, Shmi asked in worry, and Naruto sighed. The only option is to get backing or protection from someone, and the only one I can think of at the moment is Jabba, Naruto said as Shmi paled in fear. You want to ask Jabba the Hutt for help? Why in the universe would he help us? She asked in shock. Because he owes me a bit, plus I have some information that he's going to want, Naruto said, making her look at him in shock again. How? She asked, and Naruto sighed a bit. When I was first made a slave, I was taken in by a Hutt. However, rather than treat me like a slave, he saw potential in me and began educating and training me, even calling me his son at one point. I learned a lot about black market dealings, smuggling, business, and other tidbits, and have met Jabba a couple times when he did business with my adoptive father before he was killed a little over a year ago, and I was shipped back to slavery. So, I know a bit about what Jabba would want as payment beyond credits, and he owes me a favor already, so I should be able to get him to endorse us, though we'll likely be giving him a discount at the shop in the future, Naruto said as Shmi looked at him in shock as he sat there. You were raised by a Hutt? She asked, and Naruto chuckled at that being all that was heard in that moment. Yes. He was one of the few good slugs out in the universe. He was fair to his slaves so long as they were willing to put in work and didn't tolerate disrespect to anyone in his employ, slave or otherwise. I learned a lot from him, Naruto said softly as he sat there. When do you want to go see Jabba, and do you think he'd even see you? Shmi asked, and Naruto sighed. I'll have to go within the week. Any longer and people will get suspicious, especially with Bedulda missing as well, Naruto said, and Shmi nodded. You will stay here with Anakin, Naruto said pointedly as she looked at him in shock. What? No. You can't go alone, Shmi said, and Naruto nodded. Yes, because if hits the fan, then I'm likely to die, and then Jabba will just scoop you two up to be put back on the market. Anakin can't lose you, he won't survive it, so I have to go alone, Naruto said as she opened her mouth to argue, but found she didn't have any. She knew fully well she'd be a liability or next to useless if a fight broke out. Naruto couldn't fight and worry about protecting her. Plus, there was Anakin too. She couldn't leave him alone, and being afraid if either or both of them wouldn't be coming back, and if it did go wrong, her precious boy would be alone on this planet at the mercy of everyone, and there were numerous human-hating aliens here. As much as she hated herself for letting him go alone, he had to. All right, she said softly in defeat, just please be careful. She asked, and Naruto nodded. I'll be as careful as I can be. Just cause Jabba owes me doesn't mean I won't have to watch myself while there. Naruto said as Shmi looked at him in worry, but he gave her a reassuring smile. Hey, trust me, it will be okay, he said, and she gave a soft smile at his grin and nodded her head. Eventually the two ate dinner with Anakin and then turned in, Shmi not getting any sleep as she worried over tomorrow and what could and would happen. The next morning had Naruto having the shop closed with a sign saying that they were summoned to see the boss and would be back later that day. After that, he rented a speeder and headed for Jabba's palace, which was built into a solo rock outcropping in the middle of the dune desert. It took him an hour to get there, and he quickly parked the speeder and got out before he thumped on the gate, making an electronic camera come out and start shouting at him. What the hell do you want, brat? This isn't some junk heap you can wander about. It shouted as Naruto just looked at it. Tell Jabba that Naruto Uzumaki is here to see him about business. Naruto replied in the same dialect, making the eye blink at him before it retracted. A minute or two later, the gate opened, revealing a couple Gamorreans along with Jabba's majordomo and chief of staff, a Twi'lek named Bib Fortuna. Twi'leks were a humanoid race that came in a wide range of colors and had 14 tentacles, called Leku, on their heads. The females, due to their exotic beauty, were a prize for slave girls, for performers, pleasure slaves, and other personal entertainment. Ah, it really is you, boy. I thought someone was trying to pull one over on mighty Jabba, Bib said with a smile on his face. Bib, nice to see you. I need to have a face-to-face with him, Naruto said, and Bib hummed. And why should he do that? You lost most of the weight you carried when Camrose was killed, Bib said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at him, causing Bib to feel a sudden chill of fear go down his spine. Because he still owes me a favor for that incident at Para 6, and I have some information to trade for what I'd like his help with. Information that he will find very enlightening, Naruto said, and Bib frowned a moment before sighing. Fine, I will grant you an audience. Whatever happens from there is on you, Bib said, and Naruto nodded before Naruto was led into the palace and to the main area where Jabba was resting on his hover bed with a Twi'lek slave girl sitting there with only a drape over her groin and her pale blue boba S capped with blue boba point S being displayed as she was lounging there with a collar around her neck. Naruto Uzumaki to see you, Lord Jabba, Bib introduced before moving away, and Jabba stopped and looked at Naruto before he gave his deep laugh. You've still got strong eyes, little fleshling. It has been some time, Jabba said in his deep gurgling voice. The mighty Jabba says a protocol droid started before it was cut off. I know what he said, bold brain. That's why he didn't order you to translate what he said. Naruto spoke while giving a glare at the machine before turning back to Jabba. Indeed, it has been a long time, Jabba. However, rather than have pleasantries, I wanted to discuss some business with you. And yes, I understand that you just granting me this audience when I have no real standing for you at this moment is consuming the favor you owe me for the Para 6 incident, Naruto said, plainly making Jabba hum, and then laugh as many of his thugs were confused on why he wasn't offended by the disrespect shown. Ah, I miss your bluntness, boy. It is refreshing, after so long. Now, what business did you want to discuss? Jabba said as he finished laughing. I killed Watto because he pulled some I couldn't agree with or tolerate. I want your endorsement for no one to try anything against me for it, and I want the 2 Skywalkers placed under my discretion and direction so no one can try to take them and use them, Naruto said, plainly making many murmur while Jabba just looked at him. And just what in all of the galaxy could you offer me to even contemplate agreeing to that? Jabba asked, since it was a big deal in the underworld for a slave to kill their master, but for that same slave to then want endorsement to be clear of it, and to claim the other slaves as their protected was an even bigger deal. Naruto was silent a moment before he looked right into Jabba's eyes. The names of those involved in the Gabara run job, Naruto said, making shock ring out with gasps as Jabba glared at him heatedly. And just how do you know who was involved? Jabba growled as many thugs quickly began getting their weapons ready. The idiots tried to sell the cargo to one of my father's contacts, who then told him. They left before he could catch them, so he decided to keep the information in his pocket until it was needed should a deal or offer need to be made with you. A position I now find myself in. Naruto said as Jabba looked at him, trying to decipher if Naruto was being truthful. Have you known me to lie when doing business, Jabba? Have you ever known my father to tolerate someone who lies when doing business? Naruto reminded him as it was true. Camrose didn't like liars and never lied in a business deal unless the person he was dealing with was already a liar and planning to stab him in the back. Otherwise, he was honest in all of his business deals and always upheld his end of the bargain unless the other side failed to do so. Give me the names, Jabba said, and Naruto looked at him. Give me the names and whoever it was that sold out my cargo, and you will have your bargain. Jabba added, and Naruto nodded before he listed 10 individuals, all of which Jabba knew to be on his list for other things that annoyed him, but now he had a reason to kill them. As for the one who sold you out, that would be Jigo, Naruto said, making Jabba look at him as everyone else gasped. If you have your contacts check the Corellian Executive Bank, you'll find that 2 days before the shipment was taken he deposited 40,000 credits, and then a week afterwards he deposited another 160,000. You'll also see that he was given some VIP treatment and access at that slime ball, Targos's little retreat on the Outer Rim. Naruto explained, making Jabba growl before he quickly barked orders to a few of his attendants, who bowed and rushed off to begin doing what was ordered. You will have your support, Naruto, and perhaps in the future we can do business, Jabba said, and Naruto nodded. Agreed. I've already altered Watto's controls to give me the junkyard. If you need parts or to have a ship say disappear, don't hesitate to ask and I'll make sure no one finds even a trace of the ship even existing, Naruto said as Jabba nodded. I may just take you up on that offer, Naruto, Jabba said before he called Bib to his side and began rumbling something into Bib's ear, making him nod before he left. Before you go, I will offer a gift, a token to show my appreciation for our new partnership, Jabba said, making Naruto an eyebrow before Bib returned with 2 younger girls, though one was younger than Naruto and one seemed to be his age. The younger one was a blue-skinned Twi'lek with silvery eyes and had a simple bit of ragged clothes on her body. The one that looked to be his age was a girl with a bald head save for a ponytail at the top of the back of her head and seemed to be in rags. But the surprising thing was she had feline-like features on her face. A Twi'lek slave to serve you and a cat heart to be an exotic pet for you. In time I'm sure they'll be ripe for the taking, Jabba said before laughing as Naruto worked to keep his face impassive when he wanted nothing more than to glare and kill the slug before him. I thank you, Jabba. I'll be sure they're put to good use in advancing me and my business, Naruto said as he dipped his head and Bib handed him the control pad for them. Naruto nodded to him before he looked at the 2. Follow me, now, he ordered, and the 2 nodded and quickly followed him with their heads lowered. My lord, was it wise to trust him? Bib asked, and Jabba laughed. No, perhaps not, but Camrose was no fool and knew talent when he saw it. I can see the boy will be something grand. Why have him as an enemy when I could have an ally and pawn, or perhaps something even greater? Jabba said before laughing loudly as if he had told a grand joke. Outside, Naruto helped the 2 get into the speeder, thankful he got one of the hover car-sized ones, or this would be harder to do. All right, I'm going to make this plain and simple for you. I won't abuse you, I won't mistreat you, I won't make you miserable so long as you don't try anything against me. I need more help and hands to do actual business. You will both be working for me. I will give you pay and you will both work for me for a few years before I can free you. Being given by Jabba means you have to be in my possession for a while or it will be considered an insult by him, and then he'll kill me and take you 2 and others right back to being his slaves. Is that understood? Naruto said as he looked at the 2, making them nod. Yes, master, they both said quietly, and Naruto sighed. You can call me Naruto in private. For appearances you'll have to call me master in front of other people just to sell it. In the home and in private you can call me by my name, Naruto said, making them nod. Yes, ma Naruto. they said, and Naruto nodded before he took off back towards Mos Espa. What are your names? He asked as he piloted, and the two blinked at him. I'm not going to call you girl, Twi'lek, Kathar, slave, and whatnot, so what are your names? He explained, making them blink. I am called Yuhani, or at least I was before I was taken as a slave. The Kathar girl, now known as Yuhani, said, and Naruto nodded before looking at the Twi'lek. Mission Vale. The now named Mission said, and Naruto nodded. Pleasure to meet you both. Now, are there any skills or capabilities you have that I should know about? Naruto asked, just trying to get to know the two as he headed back to town, and the two seemed to relax a little and talk with him. Naruto knew he'd have to get the chips out of them eventually too, but for the time being they had to fully play the part of a slave lest Jabba think Naruto was insulting him. 2 years later, Naruto, now 12, was currently working on the underside of a speeder, trying to get the engine to reignite for when the owner started it, and was already seeing the problem. In the last 2 years, he had grown in multiple ways. Physically was obvious since he was still a young boy and growing, but he had also grown in the Force, as a fighter, and as a mechanic. Most importantly, for now anyway, he had grown as a businessman and as a crime boss. It became known that he had killed Watto, and many didn't give a other than they thought they could intimidate him easier, though no one could reclaim them when Jabba gave him a pass after he gave some payment to the Hutt. Still, quite a few tried to make a move on removing him or on trying to take Shmi and were found a day later hanging by their own intestinal tract while being skinned alive beforehand. The idiots quickly got the message and backed off following that. Still, business began to pick up as Naruto was fairer with parts and prices and also had his side business of adding modifications that weren't exactly legal or savory in the eyes of the Republic, whether that was to droids, speeders, blasters, weapons, ships, or prosthetics. He also took on work as making sure speeders, blasters, ships, and droids were never found again by breaking them down and scrapping certain parts, and then selling off others to people scattering the evidence across the proverbial galaxy. There had also been a few frame jobs where Naruto replaced certain parts of blasters to match be identified as the one used in some assassination or other job, leaving the culprit free and clear while some rival or gap was removed. Of course, Naruto kept logs and records of who he did business with, just in case someone tried to screw him over or tried to turn him in. No one but his people knew he kept those records, and he kept the people that did know happy and loyal enough that they'd never try anything. Speaking of, hand me a 9x5. He said as he held his hand out and a wrench was put in his hand by a blue hand. Here you go, boss. Mission said in an upbeat tone as she handed him the wrench and then kept typing on her datapad. Thanks, he said as he kept working. Mission had adjusted well as being part of the family, and showed she was competent and skilled with computers and slicing, and thus Naruto helped educate her more as well as bypassing security and explosives. She was also a sneaky little bugger. Usually only Anakin, Yuhani, and Naruto could catch her when she tried something since they had the Force helping them. Yes, Naruto had found that Anakin and Yuhani both were connected to the Force as well and was helping them with what he could learn and from the various data files and such he bought to add to his knowledge. Anakin had plenty of power, while Yuhani seemed to have a more natural affinity for camouflaging herself and moving quietly. Probably some reflection of her race's inherent talent for doing so. Yuhani had taken more time to adjust to them, having been a slave longer than Mission and not having a nice master-enslaver before Jabba and then Naruto. But Naruto and Shmi were patient and helped her adjust, them being former slaves that Naruto had freed by killing their master having been the main point that helped her adjust to them. As she was older, she was more helpful in doing work and helping keep Anakin and Mission out of trouble as often as she could, though usually she just quickly got Naruto to handle it when trouble did come. Naturally, both Yuhani and Mission as well as Anakin and Shmi started picking up odds and ends for mechanical repair, dismantling, and business as they were around it constantly. Naruto then blinked as he tightened a bolt, and then reconnected some wires before closing a panel. Okay, give her a try. He called to Yuhani, who was sitting in the driver's seat looking over her own datapad to learn more. Got it, she called as she turned the speeder on and ignited the engine, getting a loud burst of energy before it became a low hum showing it was going perfectly now. Good, an easy 700 pegats for only 10 minutes of work. We'll contact the guy tomorrow so he doesn't try to say we're scamming him. Naruto said as he slid out. Aren't we scamming him? Mission asked, and Naruto shrugged. Yeah, but no reason to let him know that. Naruto said casually, making her giggle as Yuhani cut the engine and got out before they headed into the main shop, which was much cleaner and organized than it was before, and saw Shmi there taking payment from a Togruta with a smile as he walked off with a bundle in his arms. Everything going okay? Naruto asked, and Shmi smiled and nodded at him, looking healthier than she did 2 years ago since she was able to take better care of herself with the money and freedom she now had thanks to Naruto. Yup, she chirped happily as she put the money in the safe. Beyond everyone being scared of you, they lose any temptation to try something as soon as they see Arnold, Shmi said as she looked at a custom droid Naruto had built. It was all silvery and looked almost like a metal skeleton of a human with glowing red eyes. It even had metal teeth to fully make the look. If the sight of it wasn't intimidating, then the deep voice it had and the immense strength, speed, and agility he had given it certainly did, and that wasn't even counting if his hidden weaponry was revealed. Naruto called it them the T-800, and for some reason he couldn't explain, he just really felt like calling it Arnold and just figured it was some hidden meaning of a thing from the Force. It had a rather bland personality. But that was fine, he was meant to be an intimidation and security droid, so he didn't really need personality, as he'd only be interacting with troublemaker customers and not the good ones. That's good. He's meant for intimidation as well as brute force and combat, Naruto said as he nodded at Arnold, who nodded back while just standing in the corner where he could see the entire shop. We do have a delivery for Nala Ratona still. Anakin is currently picking apart an old junker of a freighter with 3PO helping him at the moment, Shmi said as Naruto nodded, since after seeing Arnold, Anakin had taken it as a challenge to make his protocol droid, a droid whose purpose was to serve as an assistant and servant, usually involving translations and other things, that he designated as C-3PO, into a better version than he had originally planned. Now he was basically a protocol droid on steroids with plenty of hidden functions and tools that couldn't be picked up by scanners. Anakin had also made sure his memory core and processors were beyond top of the line, and thus he was a walking index of any and all information Anakin put into him, or he himself added to his collection. Naruto, having made sure the memory core and such was shielded and protected to an absurd extent, is the only reason Naruto let him keep the records of his business deals and transactions. He also makes sure the droid knew not to blab about it, and others, since the last thing he needed was some morally guided droid having access to all of his dealings and then blowing it. So far, the clanker had access to every language Naruto could read and speak, just like Arnold did, since he had to know if a customer was threatening anyone in the shop, and had a large record of parts, ships, weapons, tools, and other things to make him useful when less experienced hands were doing the scrapping and disassembling without Naruto there to guide them. I'll do it, I need to see a contact about something anyway, Naruto said, making her nod as she handed him a crate, and he shouldered it, and walked off with Yuhani going with him as Mission hopped on the counter and kept going over her data pad while Shmi smiled and stroked her head gently. She had been a bit shocked when Naruto had returned with 2 slaves and informed her that Jabba accepted the deal and gave them to him as a gift for their new partnership. He also explained that he planned to free them when he could, but he had to wait a while because doing so too soon could be seen as an insult to Jabba, and then they'd be knee-deep in all over again. He then asked her to help them get cleaned up, and then they'd get them some clothes within the week, and she did so. She had tried not to mother them too much, mostly because she didn't want to scare them or think that she was just being nice to get them to behave. But she did show them that she cared and essentially treated them like they were daughters for her. They seemed to reciprocate those feelings, and Yuhani seemed to like being mothered more than Mission, who wanted to prove how grown-up she was at times. Of course, all 3 were still much closer to Naruto than anyone else, and none of them minded, or had a problem with that. Over with Naruto, he was walking calmly with Yuhani, nodding or greeting people as he passed, as Yuhani walked just behind him, having said multiple times that she was not his equal and thus would not walk beside him, and took in the sights of a new batch of traders being in town, all of them hoping to get some people interested in their goods before they'd eventually be on the next transport off-world, unless they got eliminated by someone or got the interest of someone and got made part of a bigger service. At least there will be new merchandise to look into. Yuhani said as they walked, and Naruto nodded since there were a few odds and ends that he saw that could be useful. Master! Please stop! A scream came, drawing their attention to a green Twi'lek beating and zapping a blue-skinned Twi'lek that had a slave collar around her neck. You dare ask for mercy, you filthy piece of slag. I should just pimp you out to a group of Gamorreans for your damn insolence. The green one roared in his native tongue as he kept beating and zapping her, making her scream and cry out while the other slaves turned away and shook in fear. Naruto stood there for a moment with Yuhani getting worried before he dropped the crate and walked forward with Yuhani grabbing the crate and following him. The green one kept hitting and zapping her before his wrist was grabbed and then broken, making him shout before he was smashed upside the head by the very disciplined rod he was using. He then screamed as it was jabbed into his stomach and then into his genitals as he looked up and saw Naruto there, glaring at him with blood-red eyes that seemed to be turning orange as he glared. Naruto then began beating him with the rod and zapping him in various places as the slaves watched him in shock and awe at his actions. You can't do this! I've got ing friends in high places. The slaver screamed out only for his voice to get muffled as Naruto shoved the rod into his mouth and turned it on, making his muffled screams echo out onto the street as everyone stepped back and Naruto kept electrocuting him until the power cell eventually died. When that happened, he took it out of his mouth and began beating him in the face until there was more powder than solid bone in his head. Naruto then grabbed the rod and snapped it over his knee and then took the control pad. You all work for me now, understand? He ordered, and the slaves nodded before he looked at the blue Twi'lek. Can you stand? He asked, and she nodded as she shakily stood up. Yais, master, she said while giving him a grateful smile. Yuhani, take them back to the shop and keep them there. I'll make the delivery and then make sure we're not getting any more annoyances. Naruto ordered, and Yuhani nodded before she unlocked them all and motioned them to follow her. The blue Twi'lek looked back at him as she walked off while he took the control pad and the crate and walked off. After delivering the crate and getting payment, Naruto trudged back to the shop while looking over the data on the pad, finding the Gap had a habit of damaging his goods and then trying to sell them at normal price. It also showed that he had the mindset that any that were made slaves didn't deserve to be treated with any kind of decency afterwards. He'd also been stealing cargo from other businessmen and slavers alike and sell it off as his own without remorse. There was also a list of planets, contacts, and his ship which Naruto would send one of his people off to collect later and download all the data off of it to be of use to him. However, he paused as he saw that he was delivering some new stock to Jabba and cursed because even if he gave the cargo in question, not slaves in this case, to the hut, he was still going to be annoyed that one of his contacts was killed. Naruto would need to come up with something substantial to cover this, and not have it bite him in the later with Jabba accepting payment, and then stabbing Naruto in the back later over the aggravation caused. The question now was, what could he use to pay? He paused in his walking as he recalled a tidbit from the local Hunters Guild and knew there was something that was sure to get him something that would be enough to buy Jabba's forgiveness and favor. It was just a matter of doing it that was risky and the problem. Still, if he succeeded, then his reputation would increase and he'd likely get more people willing to work for him, as well as having a good nest egg for money if it was needed. He knew Shmi was going to throw a fit when she found out what he was planning, but it was the best option right now. Later, Dune Sea. Naruto drove the speeder out into the vast desert of the planet, Yuhani and Arnold in the vehicle with him, as it pulled a large trailer storage trolley behind it as he'd need it for what he was planning to do. What was it? Simple, he was going to kill a crate dragon. The Hunter Guild had mentioned that a rather large and vicious one had been sighted out here, and it had been attacking anyone and thing that came near regardless of what it was. Naruto planned to make it his trophy and get some prestige and following from it. However, that wasn't the only reason. If this thing was considered large by crate dragon standards, then it was highly likely that it was a greater crate dragon, and thus would have some of the larger pearls. Said pearls were basically stones, jewels that helped it digest food and slowly got more and more polished and rounded from years of movement and acidic polishing. The smallest pearls were able to fit into a person's hand easily, while the largest were practically boulders, though the latter size was extremely rare since most of the pearls kept getting whittled down a bit, and thus were usually the size of an adult human torso if they weren't really worn down. A normal crate dragon had anywhere from 1 to 5 pearls, and a greater crate dragon could have as many as 20 depending on the size and if it was one of the rare ones that had more than one stomach. He'd find out after he killed the ing thing. Arnold was with him to help, and Yuhani had all but demanded to come along when she found out what he was doing and refused to not go with him. He finally agreed under the condition that she was to obey him completely, and do exactly as he said. Yuhani readily agreed, and the 2+ droid were off soon after as Shmi, Anakin, and Mission began looking over the new group of people in their employ. Naruto broke from his thoughts as he found a rock cropping which was no doubt the cavinest of the beast. Pulling the speeder up, he stopped it away from the mouth of the cave and hopped out, followed by Arnold and Yuhani. "All right, Arnold, and I will get the charges set while you get the speeder into position and use it on my mark," Naruto ordered, making Yuhani nod as she got in the driver's seat. Naruto and Arnold then moved towards the cave, and with a satchel on each shoulder before Arnold quickly began climbing the cropping so he could set charges along the upper part of the entrance while Naruto set charges around the lower part, and under the sand as well. However, as he was getting the last of his charges ready, he felt it. A subtle seismic tremor, echoing out even with all the sand, and turned to see a massive behemoth of a crate dragon stomping towards the entrance of the cave, and he quickly backed up as it roared and began moving forward to eat him. Yuhani and Arnold weren't going to allow that and quickly acted. Yuhani quickly blasted the high beam headlights of the speeder right at it, causing it to roar as it was blinded and leaving it vulnerable for Arnold to jump on top of it, and began to stab it with a wrist blade that sprung from his arm, causing the crate dragon to roar in pain again. Naruto swore since he couldn't use the detonator while Arnold was on the damn thing, and it wasn't in a prime spot for the plan. Acting quickly, he reached out with the force and pulled Arnold away, making the droid go flying before he righted and caught himself as he hit the ground. Naruto's hands then sparked with electricity before he blasted out force lightning from them, hitting the crate dragon and hitting the charges on the cave, causing them to explode. This served 2 purposes, as the explosions wounded the beast and caused the cave to come crashing down on it and pinning it to the ground. Arnold, knowing what his next part of the plan was, quickly rushed to the speeder and grabbed a hulking thing from the trailer as Naruto had his hands out. It seems like he was doing nothing, but in fact he was using the force to keep the dragon's head down and its mouth closed. It wasn't easy, evidenced by the sweat forming on Naruto's brow, but he was managing. "Any time, Arnold," Naruto gritted out as Arnold was loading the weapon he had before he quickly ran up. He took aim with it, showing that it seemed to be a giant harpoon gun, and he pointed it directly at the head of the beast and fired, releasing the spear and causing it to fly forward and impale it right in the skull and killing it. Naruto sighed as the dragon stilled and couldn't sense the beast anymore. He nodded to Arnold and Yuhani, who nodded back, and began getting ready to unbury the thing and then load it. With any luck, this would cover. "Kit, move!" Kurama suddenly shouted in his mind, making him jolt before diving away in time for a foot to slam into where he was. Looking up, he saw a larger crate dragon there snarling at him and swore at their luck. They had just killed this thing's mate, or its child, and now it was going to be very off. Arnold quickly dropped the harpoon gun and ran forward before jumping on it, attempting to hit a vital spot with his blade. At the same time, Yuhani quickly moved the speeder so she wasn't stepped on, and was trying to find some way to help since the high beams weren't going to work this time. The point of them was to blind the dragon as it came out of the cave while its eyes were still adjusting to the twin sunlight. However, she wasn't quick enough as the tail swiped and hit the speeder, sending it into the air and making Yuhani scream as she quickly got out and hit the sand, rolling across it as she did. Naruto scowled and quickly pulled out 2 blasters and began shooting it, mainly aiming for its eyes, and causing it to screech in anger as it was still trying to shake Arnold off. A claw swipe from it sent a large blast of sand at Naruto, making him cover up as he lost his footing before it began rolling on the ground, forcing Arnold to let go so he couldn't be crushed. Seeing the dragon go for his creator, Arnold quickly ran and grabbed one of the larger boulders created from the explosion and threw it, making it smash into the dragon's head and making it roar in anger and pain as it whipped around, inadvertently sending Naruto flying from the gust of wind created as he hit the sand and tumbled. "Naruto!" Yuhani shouted as she saw him hit the ground, only for the dragon to whip at the noise and roar at her before it charged. Yuhani tried to use the blaster she had, but it was about as effective as throwing rocks at a starship. Just as the dragon was about to snap its jaws on Yuhani, it froze in place. Yuhani opened her eye to see it frozen and seemed to be struggling against whatever was holding it. "Now you've fed me off." Naruto's voice came, and it was full of anger and the promise of pain. The dragon suddenly began floating into the air until it was off the ground entirely, and Yuhani looked at Naruto in shock and awe as he looked very angry, which quickly made her become worried and afraid. His eyes were an orangish color and slitted, the whisker marks on his face were darker and thicker, and his hands were clawed. To top all of that off, he had a red flaming aura around him that seemed to radiate pain and rage. Naruto snarled as he held the dragon in the air before he stuck his left hand out, and the harpoon wedged in the first one rattled and moved before tearing free and flying before it impaled the other crate dragon in the chest, causing it to roar in pain, but it was still alive. Naruto didn't care, as he merely pointed his hands at the harpoon that was sticking out the chest before he unleashed a directed blast of force lightning right at it, causing the dragon to roar in pain as the harpoon acted as a conductor for the lightning throughout its body, literally cooking and frying it from the inside. Yuhani watched in shock at what her friend and master was doing, both awed by it and afraid, as the feeling of malevolence was only growing. It was only intensified as the dragon stopped moving and was clearly dead. Yet he didn't stop the lightning. If anything, he seemed to intensify it even more. "Master!" Yuhani shouted as she rushed forward with tears in her eyes and hugged him from behind, causing the lightning to stop and the dragon to fall to the ground smoking. "Master, please stop. It's dead, and we're all right. Don't let your anger take you away, please," Yuhani said as she held him and had tears running down her face. This wasn't the first time she had seen Naruto so enraged. It had happened before when some new band of thugs came to town and wanted to make a name for themselves. They had come by the shop while Naruto was doing a delivery and had grabbed Shmi, Mission, and herself and claimed that they'd be their new trophies and playthings from now on. The shop and ground shaking violently as Naruto entered the shop spoke of their impending doom before Naruto had used the force to cause various scrap pieces to float and attack them like a swarm of bees, stabbing, cutting, slicing, and impaling them in different areas. Naruto had tossed the leader away from the rest of the group and then unleashed a wave of force lightning on the group that was intensified by the shrapnel, and he continued to do it until they were nothing but ash except for their heads frozen and looks of horror. However, that was nothing compared to what he did to the leader. Naruto had simply ordered them to leave the room and not come back until he called them as he ominously stepped towards the leader. Shmi had sent Mission off, the girl not even questioning the order, as she was still scared of something happening. Shmi and Yuhani didn't move though, and they had watched as Naruto had punished the leader, breaking him apart, literally, piece by piece, inch by inch, and keeping him alive and awake to continue to take the pain he was going to get. The shop still had a stained area from where the blood had pooled, settled, and then was boiled and burned with Naruto's power. Shmi and Yuhani had felt sick, but by the same token understood why Naruto was acting like this, and eventually Shmi had reacted and ran forward, hugging him to her, and promising him that they were all right and he didn't need to do more. It had taken a minute, but it had worked and Naruto had calmed down. He then dragged what was left of the leader outside and strung him up in front of the shop while mounting all the heads on spikes with a warning to never with them again. Once he was back in the shop, he had immediately vomited into a waste bin and collapsed to his knees in exhaustion with Yuhani and Shmi both hugging him and crying into his shoulders. Mission joined in when she came out after Yuhani had gone and retrieved her, afraid Naruto was hurt, or something rather than being afraid of him. It was after that incident that he had built Arnold to protect them and the shop when he wasn't around, but many took the warning to heart, and nobody tried to with them unless they were from off-planet. But now people gave them a warning about newcomers since they didn't want to risk Naruto's wrath going to any of them for not warning them or something. Naruto had been working hard on his anger, having told them that he had something from his father that could send him into a deep and near uncontrollable rage if it was triggered, and his powers in the Force would only intensify that, especially his hold on the dark side. So far, he hadn't reacted like that again. Sure, he had moments of anger, like when he had killed that slaver before having to come here, but it had never been as intense or terrifying as that had been until now. Naruto growled and clenched his teeth and hands as the sand around them began to whip and the rocks on the ground began to rattle and levitate before he roared out, sending a blast of the force out around him and knocking the sand and rocks away as he dropped to his knees panting and gasping as Yuhani still hugged him. Arnold then approached with the speeder after he had flipped it right side up and simply said nothing as he stood there. Naruto patted Yuhani's hand and then stood up before he extended his hand and lifted the crate dragon and put it on the trailer before he then moved the rubble and pulled the other one out and did the same with it. Decided to be sure of something, he went to the cave to see if there was anything of value. Imagine his surprise when he found a large crystal formation that he could feel humming with the force. Arnold, get these crystals loaded as well. Naruto ordered and Arnold nodded and began prying the crystals free and carrying them to the trailer and securing them in place before they set off back to town with Yuhani driving. Naruto sat back and enjoyed the spectacle they were creating as they neared and then entered town, him casually sitting on the two corpses of the crate dragons as the speeder pulled them along, and Arnold marching beside said speeder was going to do that. The looks of fear, shock, awe, and respect were numerous, and he had no doubt that when this information was passed through the Hunters Guild there would be even more coming his way and open a multitude of new avenues for business. That was, of course, after Shmi would get done no doubt shouting his ear off and worrying about him, but it would still be worth it. 3 years later, Naruto, now 15, sat at his desk going over some reports and intel that his contacts had given him, while relaxing in his expanded home while one of the crate dragon's skulls hung over his head while mounted to the wall. After he had shown up at the Hunters Guild and gotten his fee and rewards, he had sold parts of the dragons off to them before paying them a fee to harvest the things. Naruto normally would have done it himself, but by the force did crate dragon blood stink. It was worse than Bandapudu and a host of other, both literally and figuratively, so it was better to let them deal with the smell and clean up. Of course, he also gave them an extra incentive by giving them a crate dragon pearl that was bigger than an astromech droid, which would let them get a higher standing in the guild registry and make them more business and profit. After he had collected the other pearls, trophies, and pieces that he could sell or utilize, he had gone back to the shop and stored it all before taking the speeder and the second largest pearl with him to Jabba's palace. Naruto was welcomed politely and, while having a small hover unit carry the pearl, he had been brought to Jabba, who was curious as to why Naruto was there. Naruto had informed him of a rather stupid Twi'lek of a slaver crossing him, and pulling some that pushed Naruto to kill him and take his stock as payment for the trouble. It was only after that did Naruto find he was doing business with the Hutt, and knew that a proper apology was in order. Hence why he had given Jabba a medium-sized pearl to make up for the loss of inventory he had. Jabba had taken it but had reminded Naruto that such a thing wasn't going to make up for the inconvenience of losing a contact, and one that usually provided well. Naruto had simply smiled and informed him that the pearl was just to cover any financial losses from that deal, but the apology was on his cart. Naruto had then shown Jabba what he had brought, a pearl that was easily as big as a protocol droid and was a rather murky green color. The sight of it caused many jaws to drop and gasps of shock to echo out at the size of it, and the mental calculations of just what that thing would be worth on either the legit or black market. Naruto had smiled and said he hoped that it was a sign that Naruto wanted their business and friendly relations to coming without any trouble. Jabba, once his shock had worn off, had given the Hutt equivalent of a grin and said that he was gladly accepting of the apology and knew Naruto would never mean to offend or cause trouble, and even said he had a few business opportunities for the young man if he wanted. Naruto had taken them, why wouldn't he, and happily took Jabba's praise and up-talk before taking his leave. Jabba had standards, sure, but he was a greedy first and foremost. A pearl that size as an apology for a simple slaver being killed? Easily accepted and forgiven. The prospect of keeping business going with the person who did so and was making him money in other ways with his tribute and respect? A no-brainer. Naruto knew that he could have gotten by with a smaller pearl, but if Jabba learned of how many he got and that the one given wasn't at least in the top 3 of quality, well, it would just be another insult. Was it a bit money gone? Sure. Was it worth it to not have to have a war with Jabba right now? Yes. Besides, with the other pearls and parts, plus those crystals, he could make plenty of money in trades to get him bolstered even more, especially with his new workforce and those slaves he had acquired. Speaking of, master, a woman's voice said, making him turn and see a blue-skinned Twi'lek in a black tube top, gray jacket, black tight pants, and heeled boots along with a loose belt that had 2 knives and 2 blaster pistols on it, standing there with a smile on her face. Elena, what is it? He asked, and she smiled and walked up with a sway of her hips. Elena Dara had been that Twi'lek he saved before going after the Krayt dragon. Turns out she was 3 years older than him. After he had saved her, she had all but thrown herself at him and begged to be taught how to be a good slave for him, the prospect of freedom seeming like some great sin she could commit by having it, and didn't even want to entertain the notion of it. The other slaves were a mix of that. Some were too broken and indoctrinated as slaves to be considered anything else, and some were still fresh and unbroken. The latter were freed and given jobs and opportunities, while Naruto kept the former close at hand and made him his personal staff and crew for things, which included helping Shmi, as she and Anakin didn't want to leave and be separated from him either. Shmi was basically his right hand in the business, acting as his secretary, assistant, and second-in-command to give orders and make sure things ran smoothly. Elena had been uneasy with it, seeing her as a rival for her master's possible affections when he was older, but accepted the woman all the same. Rex just got back. He said that the negotiations went bad, but got better when they tried to double-cross him, and he got to shoot them all and then take the cargo, information, and merchandise for free. He also said that he took 15% of the payment as his share for doing such a good job in procuring the items and succeeding. He also said he'd be going out in 2 or 3 solar cycles for another odd job. Elena said as she came and sat on his desk, making a point to flex her cleavage for him. Naruto just chuckled in response. Of course he did, that's fine. Rex has been a good soldier, an ally since we found him. I'm not going to start distrusting him now, Naruto said, and she nodded since that was fair. Erdnot Rex had been a unique individual to join his growing crew and outfit. In the last couple years, Naruto put his wealth to good use in getting scavenger and spy teams out of the Tatooine system and to others to bring back anything worthwhile. One scavenger team had found Rex half dead floating in space near the remains of what was a massive battle with ships of unknown design. While that would be a massive red flag, the fact that the battle was on the edge of wild space and the outer rim meant that it wasn't so crazy of a thing. The crew had saved him and scavenged all they could before ditching the area before the Hutts or some other bigger name group came looking into the area. Rex had not taken well to his new location upon awakening and had started fighting and beating anyone that came near him, while shouting in an unknown dialect. The impressive thing was when he was able to match another of Naruto's bigger fighters on equal footing before Naruto ended the fight by pinning him to the floor with the force, and then bending 3 steel bars around him. When he realized he was beaten, Rex had calmed down a bit and began cycling through a few languages before finally coming to one they understood. Then it was an exchange. They'd tell him about who they were and where he was, and he'd tell them the same. His race was known as the Krogans, and they were fierce fighters with a few taking on science primarily. They hailed from a planet in wild space, or at least off most star charts, called Tachanka, which itself was a test of their mettle and prowess, as centuries of civil war by them in the past had pretty much decimated the planet. It had also had the side effect of making the predators and animals there much more dangerous as well, and forcing them to adapt and evolve to survive and eventually push to new worlds, though they only made it to their moons and 2 other planets before coming into conflict with an insect race called the Rachni. Despite the Krogans' brutality and capable fighting abilities, the war was a stalemate as both sides could rapidly reproduce and make new warriors, but the Rachni were, in Rex's words, more barbaric in that they'd feed on their dead readily as food, meaning that they had much more viable food supplies than the Krogans did. Rex had been part of a special assault platoon to try and eliminate the Rachni Queen, which would destabilize the Rachni for a time and allow the Krogan to press the advantage. Only, Rex came to find that it was all a setup. The Krogan higher-ups had sent Rex's group, the brittlest and most fierce of the Krogan military, on the mission to eliminate them and the Queen in one fell swoop. How? Systemic targeted bombardment. They had used the ships that Rex and his group were piloting for tracking targets, and then just began long-range bombardment of the area around them for a good 50 kilometers upon them notifying command that they had engaged the Rachni. Turns out, Rex and his group regularly defied orders and got the job done while humiliating more than one Krogan commander by showing the commander's incompetence and lack of soldier pride. They were quickly becoming the face of the Krogan military, and making many cheer and support them. The higher-ups didn't like that and decided to do something about it. Something that they had gloated to Rex as he called in to tell them to stop the bombardment. Rex had been forced to watch his comrades die and be betrayed by the very people they were serving under and supposed to trust. Sadder still when the scavenger team told him that he was the only life sign they picked up, meaning he was the sole survivor. Naruto had been sympathetic, having been faced with betrayal a couple of times, and offered Rex a choice. He could take a ship fully loaded and armed back to his home and try to get payback, or he could stay and work for Naruto. Naruto promised him combat, money, weapons, food, and above all loyalty. So long as Rex never betrayed him, Naruto would never betray Rex and help him with anything that he could. If he wanted to explore as he worked and build himself a crew and squad to help him eventually go after the Gap-s that betrayed him, Naruto wouldn't stand in his way and would even help get him into contact with some people who could help him. One of which was as recent hire of Naruto's in the form of one Canderous Ordo II. Said man was a Mandalorian who took up the name in honor of the Mandalorian commando who fought against Revan and survived and later in turn served under Revan and went on to become Mandalore the Preserver who helped bring the Mandalorians back from the brink as a new and united people once again. He had been on his own before being found by one Jaster Mariel, the last Mandalore, and became part of the super commandos known as the True Mandalorians and studied under Mariel alongside two others. Then the Battle of Galadrin happened, where the fake Mandalorians known as Deathwatch led by Tor Vizsla had used the governor of Galadrin to trick the Jedi and Republic into annihilating the true Mandalorians by portraying them as vicious monsters who slaughtered people for fun. Out of the 329 Mandalorians there, only 3 had survived, with Canderous being one of them and had escaped barely. Canderous then dedicated himself to becoming a top-tier soldier and mercenary to improve himself and make money to find those responsible for what happened. However, he didn't target the Jedi. No. They were just pawns and fools used by greedy men who knew how to work the system and had played right into their hands without realizing it. The sadder bit was that the Jedi just made their problems worse, since Deathwatch had used the slaughter of the noble warriors of the true Mandalorians as propaganda to fill their ranks more, and push more Mandalorians into being the barbarians and raider scum that Deathwatch was made of. When Canderous got the word of a new crime lord rising up on Tatooine, and one that actually kept his word unless you broke yours first, that could also fight like a rancor in human body and slew crate dragons on his own. Well, there was no choice. Canderous had to meet the guy. He had been unimpressed with Naruto at first, but that changed rapidly as he had watched Naruto deal with a raider group that was hoping to hit a city or two on Tatooine, loot them, and then bug out before Jabba could find out who they were. The ferocity and brutality Naruto showed had earned Canderous respect just as much as his helping of the people that were injured and ensuring all that had suffered were repaid in kind. Canderous had then offered his services under the condition that Naruto would help him track down and kill every single person that was involved with Galadrin, even if it was indirectly, and send them off to death in rapid fashion. Naruto had, of course, agreed and began helping Canderous as he could, making sure to provide him with all the proof available when he gave the Mandalorian a name to prove he wasn't just giving Canderous targets to remove because Naruto wanted them removed. Canderous had taken to putting tally marks on his gear, and so far had 8 marks and planned to add more. Anyway, Rex had accepted Naruto's offer, and with such similarities between them, it wasn't hard for Rex and Canderous to find an accord and build a friendship and dare Naruto say brotherhood over things. The same was true for them and 2 others that did work for Naruto but hadn't fully joined his crew and influence. But they never took jobs against him either, and that was good enough for Naruto. Although, it was easy for Canderous since he knew the 2 in question personally and had been on battlefields with them before. Not surprising when, Naruto-sama, a feminine voice said as an ice mirror formed in front of him, and out stepped a figure in form-fitting clothes while having a mask on and hair done up in a bun with 2 bangs framing her face. Yes, Haku? Naruto asked as he looked at the young woman while Alina narrowed her eyes while pouting a bit. Yuki had been a boon twice over for Naruto when he had added her just over a year ago to his group. She had been from the same planet as him, taken roughly 4 months after he had been taken by his and Kurama's estimations, and had some ninja and chakra training to her as well as a unique ability called a Kekkai Genkai or bloodline limit, abilities unique to those of specific bloodline families known as clans. Haku's was the ability to make ice at will and shape and control it with her chakra, and as such could use the pieces of it, wind and water, as well, though ice was inherently easier for her. Apparently there were 5 main elements to chakra, and Haku's ice ability was a natural capability to fuse wind and water into ice, which non-bloodline users couldn't do. Kurama told him that in theory it could be done, but it would take years and years of trial and error to do so most likely. Anyway, Haku had been a slave for much longer than Naruto had, but not as long as Shmi had been, and had seen more of the nastier masters of the universe than the kinder or reasonable ones. Her last master was a piece of that had tried to do business in Naruto's territory without tribute, and as such had to pay. He had decided that offering up Haku would be a good way to appease Naruto, not knowing that his thoughts and mind were an open book, allowing Naruto to see his plan and the trickery he was going for. Said plans being to snatch Shmi and some of the other women in Naruto's group, and then sample them before selling them off to the highest bidder. So, Naruto had taken possession of her, and then promptly ordered her to kill thee in whatever way she wanted. She had blinked at him as if trying to ensure this wasn't a test of some sort. When he had nodded, she had stomped her foot, causing several water particles in the air to solidify into ice, and then shape into pointy sharp needles. Those needles then launched and began skewering the with Haku, then freezing his blood and making more needles. When it was done, Haku had bowed and thanked him for allowing her to do that, and swore she'd be a good tool and servant for him, if not the best if she could do so. Naruto had ordered her to stand before he promptly seized everything they had as well as the transaction records. Naruto had planned to follow the transactions involving Haku back to the source to find his home planet, and then initiate a virus to wipe it from every navigational computer and chart that possibly had it. He felt a call for home for some time now and planned to eventually use it as a means of hiding away from the public and directing his enterprises from there, as he sought out his own targets for revenge. Such a thing took time though, and he was still tracking the logs of Haku's owners to find the original seller. That didn't mean he was idle though, no. He had Haku begin explaining and teaching him anything and everything about chakra and the ninja arts of his world that she knew. Kurama was able to fill in some things thanks to having seen stuff Naruto's birth mother had learned when sealed inside her for almost 20 years. It wasn't near enough to get Naruto up to snuff, but it was starting points for experimentation as well as trial and error. Plus, the Force seemed pleased with his growing desire to learn more about the second energy. And the Force being happy usually meant good for the person or persons doing so. If getting stronger and more powerful made the Force happy, Naruto sure as wasn't going to complain. 3 newcomers just arrived in town. One an older man, one a teen girl, and the third seems to be a Nabu Gungan. They also have an astromech droid with them as well. Haku reported dutifully as she stood there and broke Naruto from his musings. And? Why does that warrant our attention? Naruto asked curiously, since people came to town all the time, didn't mean that they were anyone or thing worth paying attention to. The man is a Jedi. I could see his lightsaber on his waist along with seeing his combat training as he walked. The girl also carries herself with etiquette and poise that is too good to be some commoner or servant girl. I checked with our scanners and a Naboo-type ship landed in the wastes not too far from here, and our spies also reported that the Queen of Naboo recently fled her homeworld after it was being occupied by the Viceroy of the Trade Federation. Haku explained, and Naruto froze a moment before a large grin came to his face. How interesting, he said as his eyes blazed with intent and delight at this turn of events. Things were starting to get more fun around here, it would seem. Chapter 2 Unexpected Company. Tatooine 32 BBY. Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn was walking calmly through the streets of the small port town they had gone to, or at least, he was walking as calmly as he could. He couldn't explain why, but he felt like a presence had been monitoring them, both in the physical sense and through the Force, though either gave him a feeling of unease or danger. It was more like being near a snake-like species that was waiting to see if you'd be a threat, and then would lash out at the first inkling of you being so. Do you know where to go? Padme, a handmaiden for the Queen that he and his Padawan were escorting after negotiations were useless with the Trade Federation, asked as she walked beside him, while the astromech droid R2-D2 and the Gungan known as Jar Jar Binks were behind them. From what people have mentioned in passing, the local junk dealer named Naruto would be the best place. Kagan answered while noticing some people flinch away or look at them in calculation when he mentioned the name. Hopefully this won't be problematic. Padme said, having noticed the same things that Kagan had seen. One can only hope, though I will say now, if a fight breaks out, run. Run and contact the ship and then try to get back to them. Don't wait for me, don't come back for me, just get away as best as you can. Kagan said quietly, knowing that on a Hutt world things could escalate quickly. Padme frowned, not wanting to do that, but also knew her duty was to her people first, and being captured or killed here would not help them at all. With that in mind, she gave a quick nod and kept walking with him until they reached the shop, though calling it a shop seemed like an insult since it was the largest building and had some security with a human and a Radian with blades and blasters handy. The two guards didn't react to them and just kept a lookout as the group entered and saw shelves of organized parts and pieces to various ships, speeders, droids, and more. It was certainly a major parts shop, there was no denying that. "Hello, can I help you?" a voice said, and they turned to see a teenager that was tanned, not surprising given the planet, and reasonably muscular with wild blonde hair that had red tips and the deepest blue eyes either of them had seen. They were curious about the whisker marks. But it wasn't the strangest thing that they had seen. "Yes, I was hoping to speak to the owner," Kagan said, and Naruto nodded. "Okay, how can I help you?" Naruto asked, making them look at him in shock. "You're the owner?" Padme asked, and Naruto nodded. "Yes, now can I help you?" Naruto asked as he stood there calmly. I'm in need of a new hyperdrive for a modified Type 327 Nubian starship," Kagan said, and Naruto nodded and tapped on a datapad for a moment. "We've got one, how are you planning to pay for it?" Naruto asked as he looked at the man. "I have Republic credits," he said, and Naruto snorted. "Goody for you, but that won't work here." "You got pegats or something to give in trade?" Naruto asked, making Kagan frown. "Unfortunately, no, but credits will be fine," he said as he did a wave of his hand, channeling calling on the Force to influence Naruto. Sadly, for him, Naruto was no simple-minded person, and since he felt rather friendly with the Force, it barely even gave a tingle. Him having Kurama also made it really hard to influence his mind. "Yeah, no. Credits won't be fine," Naruto said, making Kagan raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Credits will be fine." He tried again, and Naruto sighed. "Master Jedi, if you continue to be so rude, my security will take offense," Naruto said as a thud noise was heard, and they turned to see Arnold there in his terrifying glory, only now he had a shoulder cannon, and some other modifications to make him even more terrifying. "What is that?" Padme asked in shock as she looked at the humanoid droid that was unnerving her with its presence and stare. "That's Arnold, my personal droid," Naruto answered as he looked back at Kagan with a raised eyebrow. "I apologize, that was rude," Kagan said, actually seeming sincere in his apology, and Naruto nodded, though he knew the Jedi was also shocked. "Accepted. Now, if you have no currency, then you'll have to find something to trade," Naruto said as he looked at Kagan before he looked at Padme and eyed her up and down. "I can take the girl in trade," he offered, shocking them both. "What?" Both of them shouted in shock while Jar Jar was just looking in confusion. "I said I'd take the girl in trade for the hyperdrive. If you bring it back, you can trade it for her without issue from me or me trying to get a better deal," Naruto said as he typed on the datapad and showed the contract. Kagan scowled at him and looked like he'd pull his lightsaber before he froze as he felt through the Force that it would cause danger. He then looked to his right and saw a masked girl there with a blade at his throat. "Touch that weapon, and I will kill you," she said, while the droid, Arnold, had a blade extended from his wrist and a blaster rifle aimed at them. "We will not tolerate anyone threatening our master," a female voice said, making Padme turn and see a blue Twi'lek there with two pistols aimed at them, and a Katra appeared from thin air near Jar Jar with her own blade poised at him. "Stand down, Haku, Elena, Yuhani, there's no reason to be so aggressive," Naruto said calmly as he stood there. Three frowned a moment before they holstered their weapons. "Now, Master Jedi, are you going to continue to be rude? I merely offered a possible deal for you to consider," There was no reason to resort to violence simply because you dislike the offer. Naruto said as he stood there while Haku stepped back. To think we'd agree to that, as Kagan said, only for Lina to cut him off. If you think anyone else in the system will have that model of hyperdrive, then you're delusional. Elena said, since she knew her master had the exclusive rights to most parts for ships that weren't HUD-controlled. She's right, unless you plan to stay here for some time and earn money here, or you have something to trade, you'll not get a new hyperdrive. Naruto said as he stood there. Besides, it's not like I'm making it permanent. You'll be gone what? 2 weeks at most? That's not such a long time for her to be in my service for you to come back and trade the hyperdrive back for her. He added as he calmly looked at them, and Padme bit her lips. They couldn't afford to waste that much time when her people were dying and suffering, and her trusted guard Sabe could easily give her desires to the Senate. I'll do it, Padme said, making Kagan whip around to look at her in shock. Handmaiden! He exclaimed in shock, and Padme took a breath and squared her shoulders as she marched forward and signed the contract. I can last a few days. What matters is getting the ship to Coruscant, nothing more. Just get there, get a new drive, and come back and get me, Padme said, and Kagan bit back his reply as he sighed, and Naruto checked over the signature and verified that it was correct. You are very brave and wise, young one. I will ensure we return quickly, Kagan said as Padme nodded before he glared at Naruto. As for you, I can't begin to describe you right now, he said with barely contained anger and disgust. And here I thought Jedi were supposed to be above anger, Naruto commented, making Kagan twitch a bit as he took some breaths. Anyway, happy to have you on the team, Padme. Your first job is to go with the hyperdrive and make sure it is kept intact and returned to me in one piece, Naruto added all of a sudden, which caused him and his 3 girls to hold back laughter at the expressions that Kagan and Padme gave him. What? Padme asked in shock, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I said your job is to go and ensure the hyperdrive isn't damaged, stolen, or anything of the sort for the duration of the journey. If that means you're gone for weeks, months, or even years is fine, but your job is to make sure that it is returned to me intact and still working, Naruto said with a smile as the two looked at him in shock. Is that too hard for you? Naruto asked as he looked at her. No. I can do that, but why? Padme asked, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I like to have faith in my employees and workers. You seem like a trustworthy and capable sort, so why not give you the chance to show it? Naruto asked, though he was ignoring Kurama laughing loudly at the prank that was just pulled. Thank you, Padme said as she gave a bow. Think nothing of it. Just because I own you, doesn't mean I'm going to mistreat you, Naruto said calmly as he typed on the pad. Well, Master Jedi, if you'll just sign here and take ownership of the hyperdrive, we can finish up our business, Naruto said, holding the datapad out as Kagan just stared at him before Padme nudged him, and he quickly looked over the pad before signing. Alrighty, all set. Although, based on how far your ship is, you'll not make it back before the incoming sandstorm hits, so you'll have to wait a day, Naruto said as they looked at him. You knew where our ship was? Kagan asked, and Naruto nodded. And who you're traveling with? I can't say I'm surprised the Trade Federation would do something this stupid. The Viceroy has been getting messages from someone that scares the out of him. Only a matter of time before that person pushed him to do something this big, Naruto said as he moved behind the counter and put the datapad away before flicking through some orders. How do you know this? Kagan asked, and Naruto shrugged. I make it my business to know as much as I can at every chance I can, Naruto answered as he kept swiping. Alack! Naruto turned and called, and a set of quick footsteps came before a human with a sandy blonde beard and hair came around the corner. Yes, boss? He asked, completely ignoring the other people. I'm leaving you in charge of the shop. I'm going to escort some guests we have to my home for the night, Naruto said, and Alack saluted. Yes, sir, he said, and Naruto smiled. Good. Also, don't let anyone buy the Nubian hyperdrive we have, and get our loaders to move it inside to it's not getting hit by the storm that's coming, Naruto ordered, and Alack nodded and began typing on a small pad he had. Right away, enjoy your night, sir. Alak said as he bowed, and Naruto smiled and patted his shoulder before walking around the counter and waving them to follow him. Alak is in charge for the day, Naruto informed the two guards, who nodded and saluted him before relaxing, and Naruto nodded before he kept walking as Elena, Haku, and Yohani followed him with the guests trailing behind. As they walked, Padme and Kagan noticed the respectful and fearful looks being sent towards Naruto by everyone they passed. Even the thugs and mercenaries were doing so. I'm Naruto, by the way. This is Elena, Haku, and Yohani, Naruto suddenly said, drawing their attention back. A pleasure, I'm Jedi Master Kagan Jin, and this is Padme, a handmaiden from Naboo, Kagan said, choosing not to mention the queen. Being polite despite me just being a slaver and someone you can't describe? Naruto asked, making Kagan flinch along with Padme. Kagan had jumped to conclusions just because of Naruto's offer rather than deciding to see what would happen or even sensing through the force about what his intentions were. I apologize for that, Kagan said, and Naruto hummed and kept walking. Is slavery common around here? Padme asked, and all four snorted at that. That's an understatement. At least 30% of the population of the planet are slaves, Elena said as she walked. She ignored the shocked and horrified look from Padme, the saddened look from Kagan, and the various naughty full looks from males that they passed. And the Republic allows it? Padme asked in horror, getting Naruto to release a bark of laughter. Have you ever heard of a senator from this planet? Naruto asked, and Padme frowned and shook her head. Have you even heard of this planet? Naruto asked, and she shook her head again. How many of the so-called caretakers of the Republic do you think know about this planet? Then ask yourself how many are being paid by the Hutts to not even give a damn about it, since it's not their concern. And then ask yourself, when was the last time a Republic patrol or a Jedi team came to this planet? Or how about why a planet that's not part of the Republic would be of any concern for it? Or about the fact that many a senator knows what goes on and just doesn't give a since they'll benefit from doing business or sampling the merchandise on a different world? Naruto listed off as he kept walking, as Padme looked at him in horror before looking at Kagan, who wouldn't look at her. Surely the Republic could do something? Padme demanded, and Naruto chuckled. You're a bit naive, my dear. The Hutts have standing groups of mercenaries and bounty hunters at their beck and call, and many more of their business partners will jump in to help them for profit. It also doesn't help that the Republic has no muscle beyond the Jedi, but they're supposed to be peacekeepers, not assassins or assault soldiers. So what exactly is the Republic going to do? Naruto asked as Padme stammered. Oh, sure, they can build a conscription fleet, but the Hutts can bribe people in power to not help or to give their support to them instead, and then the Republic is left not being able to do anything. Money and might are the two loudest voices in the universe, and the Hutts have pretty big voices for both, Naruto said as he kept walking while just taking in the sights. Yes, for an order that boasts 10,000 strong, they certainly sit around doing nothing until the Senate wants them for something, Yohani said, her voice having a natural purr to it, and it didn't take a look to know that Kagan flinched. I don't understand, Padme said, and Naruto snorted. The Jedi are supposedly servants of the galaxy, but they only ever do something when ordered to by the Senate. They take no initiative, they don't try to reach every planet, they huddle on Coruscant and stay there until the Senate wants to give them orders, and then the Jedi march off like good little slaves, dogs, droids, or whatever you want to call them, Naruto said as Kagan flinched again. That is not, Kagan started before being cut off as Naruto stopped and looked at him. Look me in the eye and tell me that sending two Jedi to negotiate instead of a neutral party wasn't a power move and show of force by the Chancellor, Naruto asked as he looked at Kagan, who found he couldn't retort to that. In honesty, he felt the same way, since for a simple blockade, why send two Jedi when Jedi were considered some of the most dangerous people in the galaxy despite their peaceful way of life? Why not someone from a neutral planet? Why not someone that wouldn't favor Naboo or the Trade Federation? Why not even the Supreme Chancellor or Vice Chancellor to show that the Senate was taking it seriously? Instead, they sent two people of a group that is a proverbial boogeyman to people. And it wasn't without reason. Just looking at the incident at Galadrin was enough to put many on edge at the idea of crossing the Jedi, since 300 Mandalorians fell to the Jedi, and their Senate Guard escort, with there only being 22 Jedi. 15 Jedi had died, and most of the Senate Guard, but the Mandalorians had all died. Kagan's master Dooku had been there, and said that it was just a sign of the rumors being true. The Jedi were just a weapon of the Senate to employ as they pleased. Ah, we're here, Naruto said, breaking Kagan from his thoughts as they came to the rather extravagant home, at least compared to the other homes, that had a couple guards outside it. Storm's coming, make sure you're inside before it hits, Naruto ordered, making the guards nod in understanding. Shmi! We're back and we've got a couple guests, Naruto called as he flicked his hands and the dust flew off them, making Kagan and Padme widen their eyes as they entered the main area. Said shock only increased as they came to the sight of the crate dragon skeleton that was mounted there. Oh, welcome, Shmi said as she stepped out in an elegant, at least for Tatooine, dress that hugged her figure as she walked over. How do you do? I'm Shmi Skywalker, we welcome you to our home, she said as she dipped her head at them. They're the Nubian ship that landed in the wastes. Padme here sold herself to me in exchange for a hyperdrive, Naruto said casually as he pecked her cheek and walked past her. Ah, well, welcome to the family then, Padme, Shmi said with a smile as Padme gave a hesitant nod. I am Jedi Master Kagan Jinn. I thank you for offering us shelter, Kagan said as she gave a bow, and Shmi dipped her head at him. Welcome, Master Jedi. If you or your companions need anything, one of the servants can help you, Shmi said as she clapped, and a dozen men and women stepped out and bowed, all of them dressed in clothing, though the women were a bit more loosely dressed than the males. One Twi'lek was only wearing a fishnet top over her boba s, and then a drape over her, and while being barefoot. The sight, naturally, shocked the two humans as Shmi dipped her head at them again and then turned to the servants. Please show our guests to some rooms they can stay in, and give the droid a cleaning. Also, they won't need any entertainment, Shmi ordered, making the servants bow in acknowledgement before she followed after Naruto. If you'll follow us, one male Twi'lek said as he walked deeper into the home with a woman and another male following him, while a few escorted R2 to a different area. Master Kagan, I don't understand, Padme said as she flicked her eyes from the servants to where Naruto and Shmi had gone, with Haku, Elena, and Yuhani following them after Shmi left. Nor do I, just be careful and we'll try to get some answers later, Kagan said as this Naruto seemed to be flipping on who he was as a person every few minutes. First a businessman, then a slaver, then an honorable young man, then an important person, an informed person, then wealthy, and now a slaver again. It was making his head spin. Poor man didn't understand that a person could be all of those things and more without being a contradiction. It also didn't help his mind that the young man had used the Force to get the dust and sand off of them as they entered the building, and he had done it with such ease. Padme just nodded as she was shown to her room, and the female bowed to her. You are free to explore if you wish, though my master's workshop is off limits. Someone will come to get you for dinner if you are still here, she said, and Padme nodded. Thank you, Padme said as the female bowed and then walked away, Padme idly noting how she was swaying her hips as she did, like it was intentional. She shook her head and just sighed, since this was not how she had expected this trip to go. Then again, she doubted anyone was expecting it to be this way, and she hadn't planned to take this trip in the first place. Before long, they were escorted down to the dinner area where the food was put out and a few more of the lesser-dressed servants were seen. But this was more shocking when Kagan and Padme saw Mission and Anakin at the table. You make them dress that way and in front of children? Padme had to ask after they walked away, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Mission and Anakin have been on this planet for most of their lives. They've grown up around the trade and slave trade and were slaves before I freed them. So, it's nothing they've not seen before, Naruto said as he sat at the head of the table with Shmi and Anakin at his sides. You freed those two, but you won't free the others? Kagan asked in confusion and a bit of anger. Yes, but not for why you're thinking. I don't free them because they don't want to be freed, Naruto answered, making the two look at him in shock and confusion. How can that be? Padme demanded, not understanding how anyone could want to be a slave. They've been too indoctrinated, Padme, Naruto answered, simply, making Kagan's eyes widen while Padme frowned in confusion. They'd been slaves for so long, been beaten, trained, ridiculed, mistreated, made to serve, and everything else for so long that they don't know how to be anything else. A couple of them actually dropped to their knees crying and begging me to not free them when I offered the chance of freedom. To them, freedom is a death sentence and a sign that their purpose in life, that of being a useful slave, has been an utter failure. They've been so trained and ingrained with the need to serve and prove themselves as good slaves, that they can't function as anything else, and being freed is the highest form of dishonor for them. Naruto explained as Padme covered her mouth in shock and horror of what a person had to endure, that their mindset became that. I was a slave too. Elena said calmly, so was everyone at this table except you. I didn't want freedom, I just wanted to be of use to a master worth serving. Haku was of the same mindset as me. Master does remove the slave chips from us, though he'll not risk someone trying to do something with those, and he treats us with respect and care, like we're actual people rather than just property. It only made us love him, and being in his service even more. She continued as she had no shame in what she was. In fact, she took pride in being a slave to such a benevolent and caring master. She yearned for when he'd allow her to join his bed so she could serve him and show her appreciation and devotion in other ways. I don't dictate what they wear. I don't tell them what jobs they have to do. I don't do anything a typical master does except just give them tasks and make sure they stay healthy. Naruto said as he took a bite of food. I also make them take days off. I give them money, though they rarely use it, and I tell them that they can leave at any time if they wish. None of them have done so. The women you see wearing that clothing are because they were pleasure slaves or entertainment slaves. They wore so little or such skimpy clothing for so long that they can't be comfortable in normal clothing. Their bodies just aren't used it, and have been conditioned to be dressed as little as possible. Naruto added as Padme looked on in shock and sadness. As I said, Anakin and Mission aren't even fazed because this is a common sight here, so I don't force them to wear something that doesn't let them be comfortable, and can cause them pain and suffering in a different way. Naruto continued as he swallowed the food. It's true, everyone working for him at the shop or here at the house are freed slaves or slaves that didn't want to be free. Naruto gave them freedom or as close to it as they wanted, counting myself and my son, and we're all grateful for it. Shmi said as she smiled at Naruto, who returned it before he stopped a berry from hitting him in the head. Only he stopped it in midair with just a look before it was sent back and pegging Anakin in the head. Ah! He shouted as he wiped the remnants of the berry off his forehead. You both have the force. Kagan commented while recovering from the past couple minutes better than Padme, though he noted he needed to meditate more as he was getting angry quite a bit today, for him at least, and that was not helping. Yeah, so can you, honey, what of it? Anakin asked, though realized he shouldn't have mentioned that as Naruto gave him a look and Yuhani gave him a bit of a frown. Anakin, he's a guest, not a friend. Naruto said, making Anakin flinch. Sorry. Anakin said softly before a hand plopped on his head. Just think before you speak, not everyone we let in the house is someone we trust. Naruto said as Anakin nodded. I can assure you I mean no harm. Kagan said, and Naruto nodded. Perhaps. But you also come from an order that is known for taking children from their families to raise in your temple. Naruto rebutted, making Kagan flinch since he had a point. Wait, what? Padme asked in shock, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, the Jedi have a way of tracking over 90% of the Force-sensitive children in the known galaxy, and when they reach a certain age, they tell the parents, or in some cases force the parents to give up the children, take them back to the temple, and then basically indoctrinate them to the way of the Jedi Order while forbidding contact with the family again. Naruto said as he ate while Padme was horrified. They also have the location of those deemed unfit to be Jedi because their potential in the Force was considered too low. He added as an afterthought as Kagan looked at him. We do not indoctrinate them. Kagan said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. You take them as infants if not toddlers, teach them in seclusion, make them rely on no one but your order, give them no skills other than what your order decrees, teach them nothing other than what your order decrees, and basically instill loyalty into them to trust and favor the Jedi Order above all else. If they come to a point where they have doubts, they eat up because they know nothing else other than your order, and are too terrified to decide to leave and find what else life has to offer. I was being polite, and not calling it brainwashing, and your order being more of a cult than something people can join and leave at any time. Naruto said, causing Kagan to flinch since he couldn't refute that entirely. As I said, Master Jin, I make it a point to be well informed, Naruto said, choosing not to mention that he could scry across the vastness of space using the Force, and it was rather helpful in doing so most of the time. Curious that when trying to scry into areas other than the temple at Coruscant, it seemed like he was being impeded by at least one strong Force signature. One was more subtle and careful in redirecting his attention, while another was rather violent, and another seemed oblivious to him being there unless he got close. It seemed the Jedi weren't so thorough in their annihilation of the Sith as they believed, but that was true in a sense, for if the Sith had won, both sides were fools thinking they would win indefinitely. It would be a time of victory, but then the Force would nudge someone to rise up against the other side and continue the feud. However, that could be fine with Naruto. Both sides had powers and talents that could be useful to him, and thus was willing to learn from both, but not get involved in the war unless they forced him into it by ing with him and his own. Can I ask you something? Padme said, suddenly making Naruto look at her. Of course, he said, and she seemed hesitant for a moment. If you were just going to let me go, why did you make us think the only way to get the hyperdrive was to sell me into slavery? Padme asked as she looked at Naruto, who just blinked at her. You're too green for the way things are in the galaxy, Naruto said bluntly, making her blink. You care about and want to save your people, but you can't do that as a naive woman, Your Majesty, Naruto added, making her gasp and look at him in shock while Kagan raised his eyebrows. You knew? She asked in shock, and Naruto nodded. You walk too well to be some servant. Your stance, your walk, your poise, your elegance, the way you carry yourself, too sure and steady to be a servant, even a Naboo one, Naruto explained as he looked at her. Also, you may want to work on your self-control. The fact that you reacted that way at just my calling you the queen shows that you are in fact the queen. A servant would have frowned or furrowed her brows before rejecting the idea, but not so fiercely as to make it seem like she was trying to force the claim to be believed. Naruto commented as he smirked at Padme, who blushed a bit in embarrassment. May I ask what that skeleton is? Kagan asked as he motioned to the main area. That would be a crate dragon, arguably one of the deadliest creatures in the galaxy. That one happens to be a greater crate dragon, stronger, faster, deadlier, and much more brutal, Naruto answered as he kept eating. It must have cost quite a bit to buy it, Kagan said, getting laughter from those around the table except for Jar Jar and Padme. You misunderstand, Jedi, my master didn't buy it. He killed it, Elena said with a smirk, shocking the two. You killed that? Padme asked in shock, and Naruto shrugged. No, I killed it, and I killed its mate as well, at the same time, Naruto said calmly, shocking the two further. It was stupid and reckless, but I can't deny that it earned us favor with a few people, especially when we used the spoils for funds and favors, Shmi said, and Naruto smiled softly at her, while also looking at the fiery red jewel she had on her necklace. It was a crate dragon pearl he had given her, and wouldn't hear anything about it. How did you do it? Padme asked in shock. Pinned it with rubble from explosives while Arnold distracted it. Then I had Arnold fire a massive harpoon through the smaller one's head. The bigger one then showed up and was causing us problems. I used the Force against it when it tried to kill Yuhani, Naruto answered calmly as he kept eating. And how did you use the Force? Kagan asked, and Naruto looked at him. Levitated it off the ground, pulled the harpoon out of the smaller one, impaled it on the harpoon, and then I blasted it with lightning until it was dead, Naruto answered simply, making Kagan's breath hitch at his casual mention of using Sith lightning. Had he focused, he would have noticed he wasn't guarding his thoughts that well, and thus Naruto picked up on them, and even managed to rummage out a few things before pulling away. Naruto held back a snort at the naive Jedi belief that lightning was a Sith art, when it was just using the Force to direct anger and desire for pain at a target. It was just far easier for a Sith to use because they naturally felt that way. The Jedi had their own version called electric judgment, which fueled on the desire to see justice done or to stop someone from harming others. Even then, 99% of the Jedi were weary of it because its only purpose was to cause pain, and that was not the Jedi way. Never mind that they were carrying laser swords to cut down anyone who attacked them, or that they caused psychological harm to any children they took and their families by forcing separation on them. Nor did they consider the fact that if you know something terrible is happening and you do nothing, That's as bad as condoning it to happen, and there was much that the Jedi knew was happening, and just never did anything about. Naruto could understand turning a blind eye to a few things, but to basically saying it, anything beyond the mid-rim, or not directly Republic space isn't our problem anymore, was just unacceptable and stupid. They basically gave any surviving Sith and other dark side users carte blanche so long as they didn't enter Republic space or worlds. It was no wonder that the fools didn't notice a steadily growing veil of the dark side spreading out over the galaxy. Naruto could see it, and sense it because he embraced his darker side and tried to keep it in balance with his lighter side, though it didn't hurt that Kurama was essentially one big ball of dark side energy in the form chakra form thanks to Naruto's birth father taking the light half away with his sealing technique. It was primarily why Naruto had to keep a lid on his temper. With his own darkness mixed with Kurama's overwhelming anger and hatred-fueled power, it meant he could easily go into an all-out berserker frenzy if he wasn't focused and careful. Thankfully, Kurama's own hatred and darkness was lifted a bit through his friendship with Naruto, and Naruto trying to not make the relationship that was forced upon them as much as it could have. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than it was starting out. Anyway, the point was that since Naruto didn't resist his dark impulses, beyond the times that he wanted to just fry or crush an area because of the slime in it plus the impulses to bed the various attractive women around him, he wasn't ruled or overwhelmed by them like others were, and could keep himself aligned to the Force as needed. Hell, from what he sensed at times, the Force was looking favorably upon his plans and actions thus far, both the dark and light resonating with his desire for revenge on those that had killed Camros, likely because he'd make them suffer, and because it would bring them to overdue justice, and Naruto was fine with that. While Naruto wasn't exactly fond of the idea of being some cosmic entity deity Force servant, if it gave him perks and advantages to do his own plans and goals, then he had no problem helping the Force out when it had its own plans and desires. Although, he had made it a bit clear early into this symbiotic relationship that he'd not be enthused if the Force basically screamed or ordered him to do something instead of directing or asking. A warning of danger was fine, but suddenly screaming at him to go somewhere or do something was not appreciated. Thankfully, it seemed the Force was understanding of that, and thus far was only giving him nudges or whispers rather than basically grabbing his head and forcing him in a direction. Outside of a couple times it saved his from some assassinations or pushed him to return or check on the others to save them from some. Thus far, Naruto couldn't complain about the partner relationship with the Force, though he found his strength in it growing stronger after he started bonding with Anakin and Yuhani and guessed there was some bond through the Force with them as well. Not that that was a problem. Naruto had no intention of harming or letting harm come to Yuhani and Anakin and wanted them to thrive and be happy. Naruto twitched slightly as he felt as if the Force was giving him a beaming smile and patting his head, something that seemed to always be connected to Anakin, and wondered if perhaps he now knew who Anakin's father was. He guessed when a woman miraculously finds herself with child without having or a medical operation, a cosmic presence deity was the likely answer to things. It would also explain why Anakin picked up on some of the teachings of the Force Naruto had found and shared with him, while also instructing him on what he found worked and what needed focus. Yeah, that's one of the things Naruto hasn't taught me yet, Anakin said, breaking Naruto from his thoughts as he looked at Anakin. Because the first time you tried to push something with the Force, you sent a Hydra spanner through 4 stone walls and nearly impaled a Kala with it. Naruto reprimanded lightly and Anakin pouted. There's also the fact that if you lose your concentration and control, the lightning will come back at you and then you're basically stuck frying yourself until you can focus enough to cut it off. He added, and Anakin nodded while Shmi was giving a look since she didn't like Anakin learning such dangerous things. However, she also knew that their life was nothing but danger and better he know how to use such abilities and not need them, than need them and not be able to use them properly. It is not wise to use such abilities. They call upon the dark side of the Force, fueled by darker emotions such as anger, hatred, pain, and more. Kagan said in caution as each and everyone there, except Jar Jar and Padme, just turned and looked at him. And pray tell, Master Jedi, what exactly do you think we felt in our time as slaves to others? Did you think we were happy? Full of joy? Peace? And a host of other so-called light things? Naruto asked, and Kagan winced since that was a fair point. My slaves feel that now because I treat them with decency and like they're actual people rather than cattle that can be used and abused as they pleased. I also allow them to vent and be who they actually are, something you Jedi fail at. Naruto said as he wiped his mouth and stood. I'll be in my study if anyone needs anything. He added before he walked off with Haku and Elena following a minute later, as they finished eating as well. Forgive Naruto, he's not one to mince words or beat around the bush as the saying goes. He's also had a harder life than quite a few others. Shmi said with a sad smile as she kept eating. Kagan said nothing, merely looking at his plate with a frown on his face while Padme was looking on in sadness and confusion as well. Kagan was stuck on the young man. That was one contradiction and conundrum after another. He uses the dark side yet is kind and compassionate to others. He owns slaves but he frees them if they want and treats them with dignity. He's a teenager but speaks and acts like a mature adult. He's had some training in the Force at least, but it couldn't have been a Sith or a dark side user, beyond the fact that the Sith were dead, since he would have been taken as an apprentice and a Jedi would have mentioned his existence. He has 2 other Force-sensitive children with him and has begun teaching them some things, but at the same time he's controlled and careful with what they learn. He has rage and anger, but it's controlled and directed rather than just being let loose. And there was more to the list that it was causing Kagan quite a headache and some confusion. He wondered if this was how masters of the Old Republic felt with the likes of Revan, a man who could walk both sides of the Force and not fully be taken by either one. Based on what he had learned through some light brushing of the minds, not something he usually did, but this was a highly unusual situation. He found that Anakin also had no father to speak of and that Naruto had an adopted father that saved him from slavery at one point. It was just too coincidental that they were forced to land here when these 2 were here, and that meant the Force wanted them here for a reason. The question was, what was the reason? He'd have to check something before he made a decision on things. A little bit later, Naruto was sitting in his study going over some things for both his business and his contacts, and making adjustments to his plans as needed while sending out some of the information to his contacts to act on and investigate. A knock on the door drew his attention, and he saw Kagan there before Naruto waved his hand and let him in. Thank you, he said, and Naruto nodded. I was wondering if you'll indulge some curiosity on my part, he asked, and Naruto looked at him. Depends on the subject, Naruto said calmly, and Kagan nodded since that was fair. For starters, I wondered if I could get a sample of your blood, Kagan said, and Naruto looked at him a moment. I suppose you would be curious of my count and Anakin's as well, Yuhani to a lesser extent I suppose, he commented, and Kagan raised his eyebrows before chuckling. Yes. You 2 are unique, though Yuhani would be of interest as well just to get an idea, Kagan said, making Naruto hum. Fine, and tell Anakin and Yuhani I said it was fine as well, Naruto said, and Kagan nodded before he stepped forward and took a small sample of blood from Naruto before storing it, and then gestured to the seat. At Naruto's nod, Kagan sat and seemed to be contemplating how to phrase his question. Naruto didn't mind and just sat there, patiently waiting for the Jedi to formulate his approach to one or more subjects. You seem to have knowledge of the Force and of the Jedi, but no real training, Kagan started, and Naruto nodded. I was adopted when I was a child. When my father found I had a connection to the Force, he had various contacts and allies find me information on it to learn, and even a couple ex-Jedi that left your order for one reason or another. There were also others who knew the ways of the Force, but didn't align with the light or dark side. The rest was trial and error, and listening to the Force guiding me to whatever outcome I reached, Naruto answered as he sat there, and Kagan nodded. Can I ask why you seem to have this animosity towards the Jedi? Kagan asked, and Naruto was silent for a moment. Will you tell me the real reason you're interested in Anakin? Naruto countered, and Kagan was silent for a long moment. There is a prophecy. It's not common, but occasionally the Force gives visions of the distant future to be recorded and prepared for. Kagan started, and Naruto nodded in understanding, not having trouble believing that for a second. It says that a child would be born through unusual circumstances that would bring balance to the Force and mark the end of the Sith. Many believe it to be superstition, while others like myself are believers in it even if the Sith are extinct now. Kagan continued, and Naruto nodded. And not having a father makes Anakin a prime candidate for it. Naruto concluded, and Kagan nodded. Technically, you fall into that category as well, kid. Born of 2 Kage-level shinobi, one of which was a direct descendant of a powerful force user and a Jinchuriki with a unique chakra ability. You also had my chakra and thus the dark side of the force flowing through you since you were conceived, and add into the Uzumaki's likely drawing on the living force to enhance their life force drastically means you've got 2 sides of the force flowing through you upon conception. That's not even counting if your father was connected to any unique individuals as well. Still, a child of a female Jinchuriki is rare, and the couple of times I had heard of it, the child didn't survive. Kurama commented, making Naruto give a nod at him, though he wasn't putting a ton of stock into a prophecy as vague as that. Yes, if he is the chosen one, then that will mean the end of the Sith and the threat of the dark side. Kagan said seriously, expecting many different reactions from Naruto from learning of that. What he wasn't expecting was a scoffing snort from him as he shook his head. You Jedi are even more blind than I thought, Naruto said with a headshake as Kagan frowned. I understand your skepticism, but Kagan started before Naruto looked at him. You understand nothing, Naruto said as Kagan frowned. I'm not skeptic about the prophecy or its wording, I am skeptic of how blind you and your lot are to its meaning and wording, Naruto said, making Kagan frown further. Enlighten me, Kagan said curiously, used to people thinking he was a fool for believing in a prophecy. But that wasn't the case here. Naruto sat back and looked at him. Do you know what the definition of balance is? Naruto asked, and Kagan frowned. 2 sides in equal and proper measurement. You Jedi boast a strength of over 10,000 strong. That means there are over 10,000 dedicated light users. Meanwhile, the dark side is limited to a few cults, and at best 2 Sith, a master and an apprentice. So tell me, how sure are you that it's not the Jedi who need to be handled for balance to be brought to the Force? Because right now, it looks like the light side far outweighs the dark, and thus the Jedi are keeping things from being balanced. Naruto explained, making Kagan's eyes widen in shock. You Jedi are arrogant into thinking that only the light deserves to exist in the Force. If the Force is as powerful and knowing as you claim, do you honestly think it couldn't have destroyed or removed the dark side by this point if it was such a disgrace? No. Because dark and light will always exist together, you can't have one without the other. To lose one is to deprive the other of its reason to exist, and thus doesn't exist anymore. Why else would the Sith have had victories over the Jedi in the past? Any time one side gets too strong or acts up too much against the Force causes someone to rise up and challenge and cause problems until something happens to cause change, and the galaxy is shaken for it. You lot are doomed to go on in an endless cycle of fighting and bloodshed because you have one thing in common. Naruto continued as Kagan sat there in shock. And that is? Kagan asked shakily, feeling as if most of the things he had believed for years had just been shattered. You both despise the other side to an almost instinctual level. It's not even hard to claim that the Jedi hate the Sith and the dark side almost as much as the Sith hate the Jedi and the light side. You hate it, you despise it, you do all you can to stamp out its existence as if it was never there in the first place. The irony being that the more you stomp and smother, the more you let slip through your grasp to grow again and challenge you. Neither side is ever going to win your war, not totally anyway. You'll win a war and have some number of years of quiet to your rule, but then something will happen and the war reignites like no time passed at all. That is another failing of you Jedi to add to the tally, Naruto said as Kagan sat back while having a hand on his face, his emotions swirling around him like a storm. What is? Kagan eventually asked, so quiet that Naruto almost missed him even with his enhanced senses. You lot have mistaken quiet for peace. You've had no galactic scale battles to conduct and participate in, but there's not been peace for quite a few worlds in the last 1,000 years. You stop a few pirates, a syndicate here and there, some slavers, and you take down criminals, all while ignoring the Force and the various cries echoing out to help them more than you do. To borrow a phrase from my home planet, you've turtled up, you closed in and focused all of your attention and defenses on what you had and valued most rather than expanding, learning, growing, making it so your presence is felt near and far in all types of ways. You chose to value the Senate over the people, the needs of the wealthy and corrupt over the needs of the people, The will of politicians over the will of the Force. Naruto said, maybe a bit harshly, but nonetheless truthfully. His people were nearly the same way, but his people were mercenaries for hire, not dedicated peacekeepers of the country planet galaxy. Kagan was silent for a few minutes, and Naruto let him be that way. Is that why you use the dark side at times? Kagan asked, and Naruto snorted. You call it the dark side, I just call it turning my anger into pain for my opponents. The first time I used it was when I overheard my Shmi and Anakin's owner planning to sell us to a Doug who was going to and pimp out Shmi to anyone with money and make Anakin, and I serviced the nastier clients that had a taste for the young. Keep in mind that Anakin was only 4 years old at the time. Naruto answered, making Kagan look at him in shock and horror. What? You think most slave owners give about age or what is done to them as long as no permanent damage is done? You'd be wrong. At least a quarter of my wealth each year goes to buying slaves and getting them a better life and safety, more than the Jedi do for them. Naruto commented evenly as he sat there. By the Force. Kagan murmured as he sat there for a long moment. Your council and masters would have you believe things are simple in the galaxy. They're not. Naruto commented as he began looking over some work again, and Kagan sighed deeply, looking and feeling like he tacked on another 2 decades to his life in this one conversation. If you'll excuse me, I have much to think about, Kagan said, and Naruto nodded as the man stood and gave a light bow before walking away. Naruto sat there a couple minutes before he typed on his monitor and pulled up a camera showing Kagan moving to a terrace while another feed showed Padme entering her room after she had scurried away from the corridor outside of Naruto's office as she eavesdropped on their conversation. Obi-Wan, I'm sending you some samples. I want you to check the midichlorian count of each, Kagan said over his communicator, no doubt to his Padawan student or partner for the mission they were on. One moment, Master, came the response over the communicator, letting Naruto know it was indeed a Padawan. The first reading seems to be at 14,200. Not abnormal but certainly exceptional. The second and third, wait, this can't be right, Obi-Wan said over the communicator. What is it? Kagan asked with a frown. The other 2 counts are off the charts. They've maxed out at 30,000 apiece, but the readings give an error message meaning that they've got to be even higher than that. I've never even heard of counts this high, Obi-Wan explained, making Kagan nod his head. That's because such a thing hasn't been seen since the time of Revan. Even then his was an estimation rather than an exact count. Kagan said calmly as he processed this. Master, midichlorians are supposed to increase the longer a life exists. Just how old are the 2 samples exactly? Obi-Wan asked wearily, and Kagan sighed. One is 9 and one is 15, the first is also a 15-year-old. Kagan answered, and Obi-Wan sighed. What does this mean, Master? He asked, and Kagan sighed again. I don't know, but I have a feeling. I'll get back to you when I know more, he said, and Obi-Wan acknowledged that before the line ended. Naruto ended the camera feed and sat back for a moment. He wasn't truly surprised by Anakin's count. The kid was practically thriving in the Force almost as much as he did in mechanics and engineering. Naruto's own count was what surprised him, but he guessed that having chakra and Kurama's power flowing through him gave him quite a bit of a boost. Well, it didn't matter really. He continued to go over his work and reports before making some corrections and decisions before he turned in for the night. The next morning had Naruto doing some morning exercises before seeing Padme up and about. There's my newest addition, Naruto said, making Padme blush a bit in embarrassment. Good morning, Padme said, and Naruto smirked before he walked up and kissed her cheek, causing her to gasp and blush as Naruto smiled at her. Good morning, breakfast will be ready in a few minutes, he said as he walked off to use the refresher while Padme just watched him go, still blushing as he walked away. Why wouldn't she? She hadn't had a suitor or boyfriend type since she went from being a child raised in politics to being queen of her planet. Not much time for socializing for fun or romance. Shaking her head, she moved to the dining area and sat down. Keep being dutiful and Master may kiss your lips next, Elena said, making Padme blush harder while Haku, Shmi, Mission, and Yuhani looked amused. Eventually, Naruto returned and sat down just after Kagan had arrived and they began eating. Naruto, I was wondering if you would be willing to come to Coruscant. I feel that the Jedi Council should meet you and become aware of the situation, Kagan said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. And why would I want that? To be made to join an order that tells me I can't feel, I can't love, I can't have a family? I've no interest in that at all. Besides, did you miss the part where I spoke of the hypocrisy of the order? Why would I even consider joining it besides getting training in the Force and knowing how to build a lightsaber? Naruto asked pointedly, and Kagan frowned. I don't recall you listing hypocrisies, he said. Naruto blinked. No? Must have been a mental listing then. I can easily do so right now, and it wouldn't be too hard. Naruto commented, since he knew many of his points from before were linked to the hypocrisies of the Jedi Order. Kagan was silent for a long moment before he finally nodded. First, you preach compassion, mercy, caring about the galaxy, and all of that, yet you isolate yourselves. You don't branch out, you don't reach out, you're not among the populace and interacting with them. I mean, besides other Jedi and senators you've been forced to interact with and bond with, how many people do you personally know and would call a friend? Naruto asked, and Kagan frowned as he thought about it, and found that there weren't more than 10 if that. Next we have you talking about being peacekeepers. Well, as I pointed out yesterday, you've confused peace with quiet. You keep the bigger things in order, but you overlook or ignore the little things. Coruscant is your main area of control and power, and yet with 10,000 Jedi, you can't keep crime and other from happening, and at times you're going to ignore it because you've decided to protect what has been declared as more important than try to protect everyone. Naruto said, and Kagan frowned again, since he couldn't refute that either. Over 10,000 levels of Coruscant, and they only really protected the first 100 if that, and the police and security handled about another 100 or so. The rest was lawless, rundown, no man's land, with the deepest levels being infested with Kthans, Coruscanti ogres, corridor ghouls, hawkbats, strat, vongspawn, and then various pests and critters, not at all counting what smuggled creatures and animals escaped down there and then bred or were infected by who knew how many different viruses, diseases, and the like living existing down there. One may claim that there was no way to police all of that, but the Jedi were pretty much even in number with the security forces. Even just having occasional patrols at lower levels would cut down on crime and other incidents that happened there, and didn't go reported because no one trusted the security or were connected to said criminal acts. Third, you talk about not having attachments, but the whole aspect of your order is forming an attachment to it. If attachments are bad, then none of you should care if anyone in the order dies or is killed. No attachment, so no emotional investment in them. You even go so far as to call each other brothers and sisters, but you turn around and say to not form attachments. How can you be siblings and family and not have attachments? Naruto asked, and Kagan was staying silent. It was true that the order and code forbid attachments, but Naruto was right in that the Jedi formed bonds, friendships, and even sibling relationships to each other, not even counting the attachment a master and student had. Further, he was right on the fact that if attachments were forbidden, then why did they make attachments to each other? And if they were supposed to not be attached, then why mourn when one died? They became one with the Force, so why be sad or upset if there's no attachment? He was honestly wondering how he was blind to these things, but then realized that was because he was raised as a Jedi since he was just old enough to walk, so he never had a real outside view of the order to broaden his overall view. Fourth, Naruto continued, showing Kagan that he wasn't done. You preach control and discipline, but you crossed the line quite a few times. For instance, within 5 minutes of meeting me, you tried to use the Force to make me do what you wanted. You didn't try to reason or negotiate, didn't even try to explain things, you just tried to make me obey what you wanted and do what you wanted without even a second thought to trying to be peaceful and have a discussion. Naruto commented, making Kagan wince and look a bit shameful, since that was true. Rather than talk and discuss, he had just tried to dominate Naruto's mind and make him do what Kagan wanted. A failing that he knew many Jedi were doing. Just skip the talking part and get results. That was the way of things now. It was, in a sense, a clear sign of laziness and arrogance on the Jedi's part. Fifth, you claim to serve the will of the Force. When was the last time your order did anything that wasn't ordered or requested by the Senate or the Chancellor? And I mean besides taking in younglings. Naruto asked next, and Kagan didn't say anything as he and his former master, Dooku Sereno, had had discussions on this before, especially after his master had been the one to lead the Jedi assault team at Galadrin. The fact that it was called an assault team was another sign that they weren't acting as peacekeepers very much. There wasn't even any negotiation or peaceful talks with the Mandalorians, just order surrender, and then combat. Kagan was sure that if not for him and the couple other students Dooku still had, Dooku would have left the order by now and done whatever he felt the Force or his morals guiding him to do. One of his students, Komari Voza, was negatively affected by that battle, and seeing so many of her fellow Jedi and the Republic forces being killed right in front of her, and the fact she killed several Mandalorians herself was also another point of concern, since if you'd not been prepared to take a life and then took several lives, it could wear down on you and push you down a path that was not meant to be walked. There were other incidents just piling up the more he thought about them. Sixth, you take children from their families, usually while old enough to remember them, yet you don't take into account the psychological damage and trauma being done to the families and the children by at times forcing the separation. Because I can honestly believe that there are members of your order that just decided to use the Force to influence the families into giving up the children, and then cutting them off from ever trying to connect to the children until it's too late. The children are indoctrinated to the order. Naruto added, and Kagan was rubbing his face now, seeing that there were many issues. Even if those issues weren't real, if there were people across the galaxy with that view? It was very bad. Shall I go on? Naruto asked, and Kagan sighed. Part of me wants to say yes, if only to see what all there is from an outsider's view, but no. I'd rather process everything before adding more. Kagan said, and Naruto nodded. Fair enough, though it still shows why exactly I'm not interested in joining your order, especially when they serve the Senate rather than the rest of the galaxy just because they feel that the Senate will keep them in the know about more pressing and larger issues. Naruto said calmly. Shouldn't it be that way? Helping the most people that you can when you can? Padme asked, and Naruto snorted. If the Senate was actually looking out for the best interests of the people at large rather than their own selfish interests. Some may be trying to make a difference, but they're blocked and removed by everyone else looking out for their own interests and desires. It's just a waste of time bickering and shouting to get more for themselves than trying to better the government and planets, Naruto said calmly as he sat there. Isn't that pessimistic? Padme asked, and Naruto shook his head. No, all those senators sit there, making money and getting fat. How many have actually been back to their worlds to see the state of them? In a republic, all are equal, but some are more equal than others, mainly because they line the pockets of those who are supposed to ensure equality is had for all. Naruto said as he took a sip of water. It can't be that bad, can it? Padme asked in concern, and Naruto looked at her. Padme, the Hutts have done nothing but commit crimes and run criminal empires while supporting slavery, murder, theft, drugs, and more for over 1,000 years. The entire galaxy knows it. However, the Republic, even when they had a full-fledged military and Jedi generals, never tried to touch them. Do you know why? Naruto asked, and Padme frowned. No. She said finally, and Naruto looked her in the eye. Because they buy senators and line their pockets while offering them favors and perks in exchange for leaving them alone. The senators do so and continue to enjoy the perks, and the Hutts continue to do business. Naruto answered, making Padme widen her eyes. It's why you're going to need more than just your word for the Senate to try anything against the Trade Federation at Naboo, because they're doing the exact same thing with the senators at Coruscant. Naruto added, making Padme gasp in worry. If that was true, then it was possible that the Senate wouldn't be able to do anything unless she gave such proof that only obvious corruption would stop it from being investigated and acted upon. Even if that were true, the Council will believe me, Kagan said, and Naruto looked at him. But will they act if the Senate says not to? Naruto countered, and Kagan frowned in thought. The fact that you have to stop and think about it is telling enough, he commented, making Kagan grimace a bit. Still, if I were willing to train you, would you consider coming? Kagan asked, and Naruto edged an eyebrow. Honestly, Master Jin, probably not. Naruto said, making Kagan sigh in sadness, however. Naruto continued, making him look at Naruto. I know my little brother would like to travel and learn and possibly be a Jedi that you lot have failed at being. So if the Council accepts him and or myself, though I doubt it, and you agree to be his teacher, then I will accept going with you to Coruscant. Naruto said, making Kagan raise his eyebrows along with everyone else. Master. Elena said in concern and confusion. I'm never going to be a good Jedi. Anakin, I believe, could be a great one even if the Council views him as a maverick like Jin here. Much the same that I know Anakin can be a good man, while I will not be. He deserves a chance to grow and become whatever person he decides to be, whether as a Jedi or something else. Naruto said, making Elena and Haku bow their heads in understanding. You are a good man, Naruto. Shmi said, and Naruto snorted. No, Shmi, I'm not. Naruto countered as he patted her hand. And what makes you say that? Kagan asked with a frown. Simple. Good men don't need rules, and I have several. Naruto said seriously as he looked the man in the eye. There are plenty of good men that follow rules. Padme said, and Naruto looked at her. But how many are like that because their parents set rules and punished them when they broke them? Naruto countered, making her frown. A true good man doesn't need to have rules to make him act like a good man, he just will act that way. The moment that he needs rules to make himself behave, he's no longer a good man. He's just a decent man or a man trying to be good, but is not a good man. I have done dark and cruel things, and I don't regret doing them. That means I'm not a good man, but that doesn't mean I'm evil either. There are many cases of doing dark things to better the lives of those in the galaxy. Doesn't mean you're evil or dark, it just means you're willing to do the things that have to be done to better the galaxy, even if others feel that it is a terrible thing. Naruto continued as he sat there. Kagan looked intently at Naruto, before he finally nodded. I will take Anakin as my student, I promise. Kagan said, making Naruto nod. Then I will agree to go with you to Coruscant. Naruto said with a smile, one that Kagan found himself quickly returning. When can you be ready to leave? Kagan asked, and Naruto shrugged. Late afternoon today or tomorrow morning. I'd say now, but Anakin here has a race to compete in. Naruto said as Anakin was grinning. Race? Padme asked, and Shmi sighed. Yes. Despite my reservations, Anakin is an avid lover of pod racing. He's been building his own racer for 2 years now and has won some smaller races. Shmi said, while knowing that Naruto advocated for it as it was an outlet for him outside of droids and it let him practice a few things while doing it. It would come in handy when he was older and possibly piloting a ship or fighter. Plus, it made them money on the minor races, and this would be a major one, especially since Jabba was the host, though the slug only did it as entertainment for the masses rather than enjoying it himself. Distract the poor fools with excitement, sport, and blood, and they'll praise you and be happy or at least half content to be under your rule no matter how bad conditions are. The fact that it would off some of the insects of this place if Anakin won was just a bonus. Is it dangerous? Padme asked in concern. Not usually, there are protective measures and shielding to prevent incidents. Kagan informed, making the others snort. Not here, and definitely not when a Hutt is the one hosting the race. If there's not at least one death, then the race is considered boring. Then add into account that it goes through the Sand People's territory means that it's not going to be safe. Then there's also the cheating involved. Naruto retorted as he sat there, making Kagan look at him in shock. And you're letting him compete? He and Padme both asked in shock. Yes, because of a few reasons. 1. It's no more dangerous than anything else he's been around or faced while here. 2. He enjoys it, and is skilled enough to handle it. 3. It benefits us if he wins. 4. If he's leaving here and not coming back at least for a while, he won't get the chance to pod race, so why deny him that? 5. I have complete faith and confidence that he can handle it. Naruto listed off calmly as Anakin was beaming in happiness at him. Naruto then stood. I've got some work to attend to. I'll be ready to leave in time for the race. Naruto said as he left with Haku, Elena, and Yuhani following him shortly after. We'll be ready to leave by your order, Master. Elena said as Haku and Yuhani nodded. No, only Yuhani will be coming for now. Naruto ordered, shocking Elena and Haku. But Master! Elena protested, and Naruto held a hand up, making her silence herself as she waited for him to speak. You both have assignments to carry out soon. I want those done by you two instead of someone else. Once they're done, contact me and I'll let you know if I'm staying on Coruscant or not, and you can come then, Shmi too if she wants, and we can set up someone to take over the shop for me while Shmi is point of contact for business since the Jedi will be trying to block me in that, I'm sure. Naruto reminded and informed, making her and Haku frown before they both nodded at him. Yes, master. They both commented, making Naruto nod. Good. Also send a message to Rex and Canderous that we may need them for a combat situation. Depending on how this Naboo incident goes on Coruscant, we can use it to gain some favor with the Queen and people. I know a few of the moons there are full of materials and minerals ripe for the taking. Naruto instructed, making them nod. Should we also contact Sol and have Canderous contact his friends? Haku asked, and Naruto hummed a moment. Yes. Inform them that a chance to earn some money and get a bit of payback could be available. Oh, and Haku, while on Coruscant, normal clothes and no mask, I want people to not know who you are. Pose as Shmi's handmaiden if necessary, but do not use your bloodline unless absolutely necessary. Naruto instructed, making Haku nod her head in understanding. No one in the galaxy had a power over ice that she had, and it could bring up far too many questions, and the more morally corrupt scientists could try to experiment on her to replicate those powers. Arguably as bad or not as bad as their planet's people, who would just force her to be a breeding factory for the village and pump out as many children as possible. She had no intention of letting anyone have her in such a way, let alone impregnating her, unless it was her master, and she knew Elena was of the same mindset. There was also the fact that if it was learned that an entire planet of people with such unique abilities existed, it would be a massive hunt for it to take everything possible while getting unique slaves and warriors in their clutches. I understand, master. Haku said, making Naruto nod before he began going over some work with the two before they decided to head out. Naruto sat on a large pack animal. He didn't care to know the name at the moment, with Padme behind him while Shmi was on another with Anakin as they were just ahead of R2, who pulled the pod racer to the garage area. Elena, Haku, Kagan, and Jar Jar were walking beside them. Getting down, he helped Padme down with his hands on her waist before he helped Anakin and Shmi down before disconnecting the two animals from the tools that were saddled to them and had Haku take them to their paddock until the race was over. All right, Anakin, start going over your racer while I go handle some business, Naruto said as he ruffled Anakin's hair and walked off with Elena going with him. What business? Padme asked in confusion. He's placing a bet on Anakin to win the race, Shmi answered simply as she began going over the diagnostics for the racer while Anakin did fuel and power cell checks. I suppose that makes sense, Padme said, since even on Naboo there was betting on sporting events and competitions. She supposed it wasn't even surprising that a world run by gangsters would have it. Well, look what trash blew in, a voice said, and Anakin sighed as he turned to see a Doug wearing goggles and some leather racing clothes. Off, Sebulba, Anakin said, and the now named Sebulba snarled. Watch your mouth, slave. Just because you've got a tough friend with money doesn't mean anything on the track, Sebulba said, and Anakin looked at him. At least I don't need to cheat to win, and if I lose, I still have fans, Anakin retorted, making Sebulba growl as he stepped forward only for Kagan to step forward, and Sebulba snorted. You die on the track today, slave, Sebulba said before he stomped off, and Anakin scoffed as he kept going over the pod. Friend of yours? Padme asked, and Anakin snorted. More like 2-bit racer who wins by cheating and thinks he's a big shot, Anakin answered as he finished doing his checks. Sebulba likes to think of himself as a gangster because he's friendly with a few and they support him winning however he wants. His supporters though have decreased since Naruto started making his own name, mostly because the idiots crossed him or targeted us and Naruto then removed them as a result. So he's both scared of and hates Naruto, while having no respect for anyone that's ever been a slave. Shmi answered before the announcement came for the race, and Anakin got his pod into position, while Shmi led the others to the tower viewing platform for the racer's pit crew supporters to go. They got on just as Naruto arrived and got on before the platform rose and a large monitor showed Anakin in his pod with a helmet and goggles ready, while just in front of him was Sebulba. What are those symbols? Padme asked, pointing to two emblems that were on Anakin's racer. One of the marks is of my birth father's family, and the other is a bit of a safety precaution, Naruto said, looking at the two, with one being a pair of crossed uniquely shaped knives and the other was a zigzag line with some dots and a slash through it. What kind of precaution? Kagan asked, and Naruto smirked. Just watch. Naruto said calmly as the race counted down after the announcer did his whole spiel about the racers and the race being hosted by Jabba. When the countdown hit 0, all but 2 racers took off at high speed. The 2 that didn't take off seemed to be having trouble before one racer's pod suddenly exploded while the other's engines ignited before one broke off and flew into the air before exploding. Shmi gave Naruto a sideways glance and he shook his head, telling her that he didn't sabotage those 2 while he was placing his bet. It was tempting, but he knew Anakin didn't need the help in order to win. They then turned back to the screen and saw Anakin out in front by a large margin as he was sweeping and dodging obstacles while Sebulba was cursing and trying to catch up. As they neared a canyon, it became too narrow for Sebulba to try and overtake Anakin, but that didn't stop him from throwing a wrench behind him and into the turbine of one of the other racers, causing them to crash and explode. On the other side of that canyon was a large dried-out plain with rock areas and Sebulba immediately tried to pass Anakin. But the kid wasn't allowing that, and it was Sebulba off even more. Dodging the rocks was easy and soon they reached the next canyon pass where they had some uninvited guests in the form of the sand people taking pot shots at them. Anakin and Sebulba got through with superficial hits, but another racer wasn't so lucky and quickly spun out of control and crashed into the canyon walls. The crowd cheered as the 2 completed one lap and started the second, with a couple other racers being a distant third through however many were still left. Sebulba was growling, swearing, and shouting as he tried to catch up, or even just get close enough to slam into Anakin to make him crash or slow him. However, it was not meant to be as Anakin was too fast and too skilled a pilot to get caught and crossed the finish line a good 3 seconds before Sebulba, making many cheer loudly and applaud, mostly just that Sebulba lost for once rather than being glad Anakin won. Anakin jumped out of the pod as he stopped, and raised his hands in the air to the applause as the others got off the tower and began walking towards him, but someone was not happy and decided to make that known. Sebulba screamed as he jumped out of his pod at Anakin and hit him a couple times with his arms' feet before he grabbed him and began strangling him. This shocked everyone. Of course, almost all the spectators were due to the fact that there was cheating on the track and there was this right now. However, he was doomed to fail for a number of reasons that in his anger he had completely forgotten. Predominantly there were 3 above all others. First, Jabba would never tolerate such a blatant action. Cheating on the track was one thing, but flat-out attacking the clear winner was not, especially in front of so many witnesses. Second, Kagan, Shmi, Elena, and Haku would have interfered with the latter 3, making it rather violent. Third, and most importantly, Naruto was right there, and he wasn't going to let anyone let alone harm, his little brother. Hence why the area suddenly became cold as Sebulba was ripped away from Anakin and his throat was held by an iron grip as he stared into the blazing orange eyes of Naruto, who sported a heated glare and a very ed-off snarl on his face. You just crossed the ing line. Naruto growled darkly, and it made Kagan gulp slightly as he could feel the dark side radiating from Naruto. But the thing that was confusing him was that it was controlled. It wasn't just the dark side flooding the area and being oppressive. No. This was generating from Naruto and being aimed directly at Sebulba. Wait. Please. I didn't mean it, Sebulba said before he started gagging, and Naruto carried him over to the pod racer. Naruto. Wait. Kagan said, only to freeze in place as he saw Naruto's eyes and could imagine something much bigger standing behind him and glaring down at him as he did. Stay out of this. Naruto growled before he flicked his hand and the racer engine ignited but idled in place before Naruto shoved Sebulba into the jet plume of fire coming from the back. Many gasped, screamed, fainted, vomited, or looked on in shock and horror as Sebulba started screaming, thrashing, and burning as Naruto held him there. Padme covered her mouth in shock as the others stood there calmly with Shmi checking Anakin, but Kagan was different. While he was stuck watching the horrible sight, he also saw that Naruto's hand and arm weren't being burned, only Sebulba was. That left 2 possibilities: either Naruto was some rare human other life form hybrid that was immune to heat and fire, or Naruto had enough control and mastery of the Force to shield himself from it. Such mastery wasn't unheard of, there being many accounts of a Jedi, and even Sith being consumed in an explosion, and walking out of it without even a sign of being in an explosion or fire. Such mastery was the type of thing that took years of discipline and training to achieve, so either Naruto was older than he appeared, he had an even greater command of the Force than Kagan thought, or he'd somehow tapped into the ability instinctively. The latter wasn't that strange. Throughout the centuries there had been many Jedi that excelled at different techniques and aspects of the Force than others. Bastila Shan from the time of Revan came to mind with her gift for being able to use battle meditation on her own to such an effective degree. He broke from his thoughts as Naruto pulled Sebulba, who was barely alive, from the fire and glared at him as the dog was weakly groaning and gasping. Naruto just looked at him a moment before he threw him into the turbine of his own pod, making him scream as he was shredded and spat out the other end as charred meaty chunks. Naruto then leaned his head back and sighed as the dark side pulsed, and then receded calmly like it was completely sated to get one death, and then leave peacefully. That just made Kagan even more confused. The dark side was never just satisfied, and then moved on. Naruto then turned towards the others. I'm going to collect my winnings and whatever Sebulba had, he commented, making Shmi nod her head in understanding before Naruto walked off. We'll leave after I get back, he called to Kagan, who merely nodded as Shmi helped Anakin up and they went to collect his prize for winning. A short while later had everyone packed up with Elena, Shmi, and Haku talking with Naruto about a few things, counting 2 new additions to their servants and Tangela, twin Twi'leks that were Sebulba's slaves but now had been signed over to Naruto following the Dug's death. He wasn't sure what he'd be doing with them yet, but had Shmi in charge of them for the time being as he went to Coruscant with Anakin, while Arnold had strict orders to protect Shmi and the others. He also had some standing orders for his employees and contacts, counting for who would take over the shop if they stayed on Coruscant, and that all information would be sent through Shmi in the future. All right. We'll be in contact the entire time, and I'll be looking into a housing area for everyone once we determine how long we'll be there, Naruto said, and they nodded. Stay safe and try not to cause too much trouble, Shmi said with a smile as Naruto shrugged, making Elena and Haku giggle a bit. I'll do what I can, but I make no promises, Naruto said before Elena and Haku looked at each other and kissed him on the cheeks with smiles. Stay safe, master, they chorused before they turned and headed back to the shop as Naruto eyed an eyebrow. Well, I'll have to step up on that, Shmi said, making Naruto look back at her before she leaned in and kissed him right on the lips. Naruto's eyebrows flew up in surprise as she stepped back and smiled. See you soon, she said as he walked away with a sway of her hips, and Naruto tried very hard not to stare, but was failing miserably as the woman had an amazing. So, do I call you Dad now? Anakin asked, and Naruto snorted and thumped him on the head, making him shout. No, if you call me Dad then I'll put you through your paces 10 times harder, Naruto warned, making Anakin pout before he started smiling again. Shall we? Kagan asked, and the two nodded and began following him as Padme, Jar Jar, Yuhani, and R2 had taken the hyperdrive to the ship with Yuhani acting as protection for them. When we arrive at the ship, get on immediately, don't hesitate or wait. Just get on board and have them get ready for takeoff, Naruto said quietly to Anakin, who nodded, already sensing that something, or rather someone, was heading for the ship. Based on the speed the person was moving at, they'd get to the ship about the same time that they did, and that was likely to lead to a fight of some kind. Hence why when they had reached the ship, Anakin quickly boarded the ship while taking Naruto's bag with him. Prepare for takeoff immediately, he shouted, making a few of the crew blink at him before a shout from the pilot came. We got a speeder incoming, he shouted, making them all begin moving to prepare the ship for launch. Kagan paused at the ramp as he sensed it, and saw Naruto standing there. To anyone not connected to the Force, it would look like he was just standing there. To those connected to it, they'd feel and sense the proverbial storm swirling around him, and that it was growing in intensity by the second. Obi-Wan, from his position in the it, could only stare in incomprehension at the power he was sensing from the young man. Naruto stared at the approaching figure, the bloodlust coming off of them in waves, making it seem like they wanted nothing more than to kill everyone and thing on the planet just because they wanted to. Well, that wasn't going to do, especially since his little brother and his newest slave was on that ship. Hence why Naruto immediately grabbed the speeder with the force and caused it to plunge into the sand, sending the rider into the air, who tried to correct himself before several rocks nearby began pelting him and knocking him around. The rider then snarled and tried to repulse the stones before he drew his lightsaber, revealing the glowing red blade, and sliced through several of them before rushing at Naruto, only to be sent hurtling back by a blast of the force. The rider snarled again and charged at him and Kagan again, only to find himself frozen in place and gritting his teeth. I gotta say, if this is what the Sith have been reduced to, I pity them. Naruto commented as he kept the stasis in place around the rider. You impudent child! You know nothing about the Sith or the strength I possess. The rider snarled and Naruto blinked at him. Considering your master never trained you in how to block force attacks or hide your presence, I think I know full well the scope of your strength. The answer being not much, as your master has apparently not been teaching as they should. My guess is to keep any ambition out of your system. Naruto commented as he idly pulled the speeder to him and began looking through the bags and storage compartments. You know nothing, he snarled in response, and Naruto shrugged. Perhaps, but ask yourself what all you've done as a Sith and then match that up to what a real Sith Lord does and then against what an assassin and mercenary does. I think you'll find the overlap enlightening, Naruto said as he found some things and grabbed them before he yanked the lightsaber out of the male's hands, making him snarl. I am a Sith! He roared in fury, the most recent addition to the line of Darth Bane. He shouted, and Naruto shrugged. And just how will your master react to telling us that? Naruto asked, making the man, who he could see was a black and red-faced Zabrak, pale in horror. Well, regardless, we're done here, Naruto said as he turned and moved towards the ship with Kagan staying in place. Leave him, Master Jedi. We don't have the means to subdue or contain him, and I doubt you'll kill an unarmed and currently helpless man. Naruto's aide as Kagan frowned before sighing and nodding and moving for the ship. No! Not only do you disgrace my title as a Sith, but now you dishonor me with mercy? The Zabrak roared in rage and Naruto snorted. Mercy? No. You know your master better than I. Just how much punishment will you endure when your stupidity is compounded by failure? Naruto asked simply and saw the horror and shock flood the Zabrak's face. His master tolerated few things, but the least of all of them was failure. At that displeasure and anger combined with his mentioning the Sith and Darth Bane, he was sure to be in for a large amount of punishment and pain. Now also count into the fact that you've now confirmed for the Jedi that the Sith are alive and have been for an unknown time? Naruto asked as he stood on the ramp as the ship began to take off and the Zabrak paled further. Who are you? He demanded, and Naruto just stared at him before his eyes turned a sickly yellow before turning red and then a fiery orange as he stared at the Zabrak, who was frozen in shock and fear at the sight of those eyes. The name's Naruto, and I'm a new kind of animal, he said before the ship lifted off and the ramp closed before it left the planet. Naruto, I will remember the name, and I will fight you in the future, and prove that I am a real Sith. The Zabrak said as he stared at the ship, finding that something was filling him for the first time in many years. A challenge of some kind, but this wasn't some normal challenge that was given to him normally. No, this was what all those who walked the real path of a warrior wanted and desired. A rival. This Naruto was young, but already powerful and had an unknown combat ability. Even if Naruto was a human, the Sith's blood pounded and burned for the chance to challenge him and face him, not as an assassin, but as a warrior to test his mettle against. Yes, he would return to his master, take his punishment, lick his wounds and use them fuel him to greater heights while showing his master his desire to learn and improve. Then he would seek out Naruto to face him and test himself until he proved the victor. Then he would use those tests to further himself as a Sith Lord. One day he'd be strong enough to face his master, as was expected of him, and Naruto would help him reach there. For now, he needed to return to his master quietly and quickly. Back on the ship, Naruto sighed as he relaxed his presence and turned to see Kagan staring at him along with several others. Naruto just shrugged and picked his pack up from where Anakin had dropped it, and just walked to the back of the ship towards where the droid bay was with Anakin and Yuhani following him. Master, who was that? Obi-Wan Kenobi asked his master as he looked at the trio walk away. If you mean the three that walked off, The blonde is the one who got us the ship parts, and is one of the 3 I sent you a sample of. If you mean the attacker, then I don't know other than he was a Sith. Kagan said as he looked at where the trio went. I suppose it was too much to hope for it to just be a blue milk run. Obi-Wan said, and Kagan chuckled a bit. True, my Padawan, but now we must focus on getting back to Coruscant. Kagan said, and the Queen's Royal Guard captain, Korsh Panika, moved up to him. Just what the hell is going on? He asked, more demanded, and Kagan looked at him. I'm sure young Padme can fill you in. She will be most interested in telling the Queen everything. Kagan said pointedly, making Panika's eyes widen for a fraction of a second before he gave a curt nod. Very well. Just don't make this a habit, Master Jedi. He said, and Kagan nodded his head. I've no intention of stopping at any other planet besides Coruscant. Kagan said as Panika grunted before walking away. Master, just what is going on? Obi-Wan asked curiously. I'm not entirely sure myself. The Force has seemingly thrust us into one of its plans without giving us many answers. All we can do is trust in the Force and see where this leads. For the moment, I think we can relax, and it is probably best to do so while we can. Kagan said, making Obi-Wan frown since he knew what that meant. They had just left the fire and were heading right into the industrial foundry. I hope that we get plenty of time, unlike the other times. Obi-Wan said, and Kagan chuckled. As do I, my Padawan, as do I. He said, though he chose not to mention that he felt a shifting in the Force. Mainly because he couldn't tell if it was good or bad, let alone for who. At the moment he didn't feel any danger for them on the ship, but beyond that, he couldn't tell. As he said, he'd just have to trust the Force and believe in its plans. But the Force was definitely calling him towards Naruto and Anakin. Perhaps one of them was the chosen one and perhaps not. But regardless, their potential shone in the Force, and he was called to this planet for a reason. He just had to hope that he was making the right moves for the betterment of things. Too much pride and blind faith had led many a Jedi down paths that never should have been walked, let alone even considered. At the moment, all he had was his trust in the Force, and would have to see where the path led to know what he had done. He just prayed it was the right call. On the plus side of things, he couldn't wait to tell his master and the council about what had happened, the sheer headaches it would cause. Oh, the joy of causing the council problems was a small thing in life, but no less something to enjoy when possible. Chapter 3: Brewing Storm. Naboo's ship. Naruto sat in the droid bay as the ship traveled towards Coruscant while Yuhani and Anakin sat with him. Is it always so cold? Anakin asked as he rubbed his arms, making Naruto chuckle. Yes, but it mostly feels that way because you're so used to Tatooine's heat that you've never felt temperatures under 80 degrees. Naruto explained, since even at night, Tatooine still held a heat of 87 degrees. Oh right, you two have been on ships before. Anakin said as Naruto nodded before he pulled a heavier jacket out of his bag and gave it to Anakin. Here, wear this for now, but try to do without since you needing constant warmth could cause problems in the future. Naruto said, and Anakin nodded before he slipped the jacket on and sighed as it was enough to make him comfortable. Hello there. A voice came and they turned to see a young man with a braided bit of hair, white robes, brown boots, and a lightsaber on his waist. Ah, you must be Master Jin's Padawan. Naruto said, and the young man smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi. The now named Obi-Wan said as he dipped his head. Hello, I'm Naruto Namikaze. This is Anakin Skywalker and Yuhani. He introduced, making the other two dip their heads a bit. Hello, greetings. They both said, making Obi-Wan nod his head at them. I wanted to thank you, both for your help with the hyperdrive and for handling that individual. Obi-Wan said, not wanting to call the person a Sith until they spoke to the council. The Sith assassin, yeah? Naruto said, making Obi-Wan flinch a bit. It wasn't a problem. Naruto commented as he sat there before he pulled the lightsaber out and had it float before it disassembled, and the pieces laid on the table. Grabbing the crystal, he examined it and frowned. Synthetic. Wonder if that was so he could make many of them, or he never found a crystal that resonated with him. Naruto commented as he also eyed all the pieces, noting what was what and where it went. He had been trying to make a lightsaber for a few years now, mainly because it was just a good weapon and thing to have from what he'd seen. But they all ended in failure or worked for a short time before failing in some way that usually was comedic and disastrous. Part of those failures was not having proper foci for the laser emitter, and he wasn't going to risk some of his more valuable assets on a lightsaber that was going to fail miserably regardless, and then risk losing said assets. Impressive, Obi-Wan said as he was surprised at the ease Naruto had taken apart the lightsaber with the Force, knowing that it usually took years of training and discipline as well as a knowledge of how the lightsabers were built to do so. I've been interested in lightsabers for a while and have tried some things, none of them successful. Naruto answered vaguely as he looked over the parts and noted that this one had a split emitter, meaning it was a double-bladed lightsaber. Something he read had died out of use mostly since the Jedi felt it was too aggressive and brutal a style of combat. In the vernacular, they were stupid idiots like usual. Just be careful, we'll need that for the Council to help validate the claim that the Sith have returned. Obi-Wan said, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, I already told Master Jin that I was just curious about it but wouldn't activate or break it. Naruto commented as he examined the pieces, committing them to memory as well as where they went. He already had his own idea for a weapon to try in the future, but first he'd try a normal lightsaber before trying to use more dangerous versions. Once he finished, he made the pieces float and reconnect before the lightsaber was whole again. He then handed it to Obi-Wan, who nodded and took it before he sat down. I had a question if you'd not mind, Obi-Wan said, and Naruto looked at him. Only if I can ask my own question, Naruto said, making Obi-Wan blink but nod his head. You seem well versed about a lightsaber and don't seem to mind space travel. Why is that? Obi-Wan asked, and Naruto shrugged. A laser sword that can block blaster bolts and even reflect them back? Why would I not be interested in that? Naruto asked rhetorically. As for space travel, this isn't the first time I've been in space, just the first time in years since I was taken to Tatooine. Naruto answered, making Obi-Wan frown but nod. As for my question, I had a few things I wanted to ask about the Jedi, and some of them concern the Sith. Mostly just my own curiosity than anything else, Naruto said after a moment, and Obi-Wan frowned. I'm not sure how helpful I can be, but I can try to answer anything you want to ask, Obi-Wan said, not sure what he could be wanting to know that are connected to the Sith. When a master and student bond, it creates a Force bond that can pass on knowledge and other things through it, correct? Naruto asked, and Obi-Wan nodded. Yes, usually used as a form of teaching but also to communicate and comfort the other through the bond, Obi-Wan said, and Naruto nodded. Then wouldn't you also say that feelings of peace, happiness, sadness, and all of that are passed on too? Naruto asked, and Obi-Wan frowned but nodded. Yes, I know for a fact that I can feel when my master is upset, and he can do so as well, though it is easier for him as he's more experienced and one can help soothe the other through the bond, Obi-Wan explained, making Naruto nod. Then doesn't it stand to reason that the Sith's hatred for the Jedi and the cruelty, love of pain, and more of the darker aspects are also passed on, or better phrased, inherited from master to apprentice? Naruto asked, making Obi-Wan look at him in shock before it turned thoughtful. I hadn't thought of that, but if it's true that makes things far more complicated than we ever considered, Obi-Wan commented as Naruto said nothing, having only thought of that since he gained Kurama's hatred from using his power and their bond. A Force bond was supposedly deeper than the one that they had, so if Naruto could be influenced and such from Kurama, then why didn't that apply to master and apprentices? In my experience, Mr. Kenobi, nothing is ever as simple as it appears, Naruto commented before he turned to see Panika there. The Queen would like Naruto to appear before her to discuss a few things, he said, and Naruto nodded and stood before walking off with the captain. Wonder what that was about? Obi-Wan asked with a frown. Probably want to thank him for his help and get his opinions on a couple things since he answered a few questions that the handmaiden had while they were in Mos Espa. Yuhani answered, though she knew Padme was the queen but decided not to mention that since Kenobi wasn't told, and thus she wasn't going to spoil that secret. Ah, that would make sense, Obi-Wan said as he sat there, debating on what he should be doing in the meantime. You ever play Pazak? Anakin asked, suddenly making Obi-Wan blink at him. He was about to say yes, seeing little harm in playing a game with children, but he stopped himself. Seeing Anakin's innocent expression and Yuhani's hidden amusement gave him pause. He felt a rather large amount of amusement in the Force, and it made him decide something he would not wager anything in a game against one or both of these two for the foreseeable future. With Naruto, he calmly stood in the makeshift throne room that was on the ship as the queen sat on the throne and her handmaidens were beside her with 2 security guards, and he noted Padme there among the handmaidens. My handmaiden informs me that you were helpful in procuring the hyperdrive. The queen, Padme's dear friend and loyal guard named Sabe, said as she sat there. Well, I was the only one on the planet that had one, so it was either mine or you all have to try to trade your ship for a new one. Naruto commented with a shrug. Show respect to Her Majesty, Panika said, and Naruto looked at him. Stop having me talk to a fake and I will. Naruto countered, making many tense, gasp, or widen their eyes. Wow, really nice job controlling your reactions. I'm sure no one would ever suspect a thing. Naruto said sarcastically as he shook his head. Honestly, Padme, you really need to have them work on that for the future or you will be exposed rather easily. Plus, if have thought that you tell them that I knew who you were. Naruto commented, looking at Padme. Most people don't even think to consider that the person before them isn't the real queen. As for you knowing, it must have slipped my mind in all the excitement. Padme countered, and Naruto hummed, hiding his amusement as Padme had a minute smirk on her face at that last part. Seemed the noble queen did have a playful side, at least when it came to him and her protection group. Well, that's food for thought for the future with your successor, and your own reign. What did you need? Naruto asked as he looked at her. You and your followers hinted that you had soldiers and informants off the planet. I was wondering if you had anything to offer that could help us. Padme said after a minute of looking to her subjects and protectors. I may indeed. Was there anything in particular you wanted help with? Naruto asked as he looked at her, and Panika scowled. You know damn well what we need help with. He growled, since he didn't appreciate this boy wasting their time. And you misunderstand the question, Captain. Perhaps if you had more patience and kept a cooler head to analyze and understand things, your queen wouldn't be in this big of a problem. Naruto retorted, making Panika look at him in shock before he scowled. Just who do you think you are? He roared as he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, only to shout as he suddenly found himself pinned to the ground with Naruto's foot on his face and his right arm locked in a hold. I think I'm the guy who got you off the ING planet. I think I'm the guy who helped keep it quiet that a Jedi was walking Tatooine with a ING royal, and thus the Hutts didn't know what they could have snatched up and used for ransom or trade. I think I'm a guy who doesn't kiss or sugarcoat because people want their feelings spared. Right this moment, I'm the ING guy who's deciding if you'll be able to use this arm again, or if I should just take advantage of this position and snap all 3 joints before making it nearly impossible to use it correctly again. Naruto said evenly as the guards all drew their weapons and the handmaidens formed a barrier around Padme. Enough! Padme shouted, surprising her people as she never raised her voice. Naruto, release him, please. She said, and Naruto looked at her a long moment before doing so, making Panika groan as he massaged his shoulder as he got up. Captain, Naruto has helped us a few times now and could have sold us out at any time. You will be respectful when around him. Padme reprimanded before she looked at Naruto. And you could have answered in a way that wouldn't have antagonized the captain. She added, and Naruto looked at her. I didn't answer to antagonize anyone. Even if I had, he should have enough self-restraint to not speak unless he is supposed to not lash out at perceived disrespect, and to maintain his decorum and sense of self and station to ensure he does not give a bad representation of you. His actions reflect upon you, Padme, and as such if he is disrespectful, rude, or quick to anger, then it reflects poorly upon you. If he thinks people are going to be polite and courteous to you on Coruscant because of your status, he's an idiot. They will look down on you and consider you beneath them because you're a simple queen and not a senator or representative. Further, they'll make you dance to their tune to get their support, and concessions would have to be made. If he intends to protect you on the planet, he is going to have to bite his tongue hard and not say a word while you talk and possibly negotiate. If he can't deal with a teenager not showing supposed respect, he's not going to be able to handle multiple adults doing it. Naruto retorted, making Padme frown since he had a point. Still, I'd appreciate you not harming him in the future. Padme said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Harm him? I didn't harm him, I subdued him. Call it a lesson in not trusting appearances. He looked at me and saw a child, not a threat. How likely is he to make that mistake with me again? Naruto countered, making a few frown in thought. His job is to protect you, thus it's also his job to be on the watch for threats. He believed his eyes when seeing me and assumed I was just a child. Had I been an actual threat, I could have killed him and taken his blaster. I then could start shooting you or the stand-in right there before your guards could react, and it would be because he underestimated me based on my appearance. Naruto continued as he stood there making a few flinch or tense. If he's to be your guard, he needs to learn to look beneath the surface appearance, or he risks failing miserably in his job. Further, if you wish to go into politics, you'll need to read underneath a person's phrasing and wording to see what they really mean and read body language among other things to give you the advantage in negotiations and keep you from being blindsided. Naruto said as he looked at her, and rather enjoyed her look of surprise. How did you? She started off, and Naruto snorted. An idealist who intentionally limited her power, and those of her successors to ensure that the sins of the past don't haunt her planet and people further. Add in an aging senator that could be retiring soon or gets advanced to Supreme Chancellor because he's currently the Vice Chancellor, even if he's not done much to advance Naboo or her ideals more, and thus will need a replacement. The fact that you will want to keep being of service to your people and planet means you're going to throw your hat in the ring to be senator when Palpatine can't anymore. It's really not hard to figure out, Your Majesty. Naruto said simply as he looked at her. Padme said nothing before a smile came to her face. It's a shame you're to join the Jedi. I would have been tempted to have you as part of my staff in the future, whether as an extra guard or an advisor. Padme said, and Naruto snorted. I understand politics, doesn't mean I like it. Naruto said evenly as he stood there. So, what did you mean before with your question? She asked, deciding to humor him. I meant, did you want help with retaking your planet, with dealing with the Senate, or with some other part of the matter at hand that you think I could help with? Naruto clarified, making Padme nod while a few around them looked a bit embarrassed at just assuming he was being a smartass rather than asking which area they wanted help in. All of them, I suppose? We really could use all the help we can get. Padme said, and Naruto nodded. I see, and besides the matter of our deal for the hyperdrive, what will I be getting out of this? Naruto asked, making those around him look at him in shock while Padme raised an eyebrow. You want something in return? Padme asked, and Naruto shrugged. I'd like that. I mean, I'm offering help and my resources to you. What am I getting in return for doing so? Naruto said as he stood there. You dirty one of the guards started. Beige. Naruto looked at him, and he found himself silenced. Did I not just finish explaining that your queen would need to know how to do just this very thing if she wanted her planet to get help? And did I not just specify that you all would need to control yourselves to not react or you jeopardize whatever deal she is trying to strike? The thought process for most senators will boil down to this: it's not my planet and problem, and it doesn't benefit me or my people, so why should I help? Naruto asked coldly as he looked at the man, who shivered as he felt that some heat beast was now turning its attention towards him. And it definitely wasn't good attention. So, you're doing this as a means of educating me? Padme asked, and Naruto bobbed his head left and right for a moment. In a manner, I mean, I do truly intend to get something out of this, Your Majesty. It really comes down to what you think my services are worth and how much help you need. In simpler terms, just what are you willing to give to get my help? Naruto asked as he looked at Padme, ignoring the looks the others were giving. To cut off your next round of outrage, I've no intention of making her sleep with me, marry me, or give me the throne as payment, so chill out. Naruto said as he kept looking at Padme. But he didn't need the Force to sense the outrage and fear of what his price would be for Padme. That mainly depends on what you can offer, Naruto, because at this moment I've no proof that you can offer me anything that someone else can't, and possibly for cheaper. Padme said, and Naruto smirked. Atta girl, you're learning. Naruto said approvingly while Padme tried not to blush at the predator-like way he was looking at her. As for my price, for now we'll simply call it a favor and can discuss the specifics after this mess is over, though credits will be appreciated regardless. Naruto said as Padme nodded. At the moment, I can't really help in any matters beyond preparing you for the Senate. Any military or tactical help will come after we see what the Senate and the Jedi will do to aid you. I don't want to commit any fighters and warriors under my employ if you end up having a good amount of support immediately. Naruto explained, making Padme frown and nod. Yet another factor in what your final price will be. Padme said, and Naruto nodded. Indeed, while I can be a bit heartless and ruthless, I'm not going to gouge you for every credit I can. If you gain plenty of support from the Senate and Jedi, then I won't bother charging you and giving aid there. Naruto said, since he did have standards for doing business. His father had taught him those standards and why they were useful even in criminal dealings. Thank you? Padme said, and Naruto nodded. So what can you do to help with the Senate? She asked, and Naruto smirked again. You mean besides what we're doing right now? He asked, making her scoff with a smile. I can look into things with some contacts and agents, and see if there's any dirt that can be leveraged on some senators to get them to support you, or we could expose the activities of the senators if they are against you, thus ruining them, and making you have less vocal enemies in the Senate that are trying to suppress your case. Of course, there's also the option of bribing some senators to side with you over the Trade Federation, though that will just up your bill in the end. Naruto listed, making a few frown. Your love of diplomacy is known and understandable, but the rest of the galaxy doesn't care for it when they could just make it so they benefit from it all. Naruto commented as he stood there. Even so, if we were found out, it could derail the entire effort to get my planet aid. Padme said, and Naruto nodded a bit. From the Senate standpoint, yes, but the hypocrisy from it would spur people and enemies of the Federation to action, even if it's not fully on your behalf. However, if that's too unsavory for you, there's also the way you can handle the senators by pleading your case in such a way that it makes them want to act. Naruto said as he stood there, making Padme look at him in interest. And how do I do that? She asked, and Naruto smirked. By playing at their own fears, paranoia, and greed. Naboo, while not a core world, has been a long-standing ally and member of the Republic, even if it is among the fairly newer members, and now it is threatened not by a planet, an equal, or anyone that could have a justification to do so, but by a corporation. One that doesn't even represent a race or people, but businessmen who have a habit of scamming and using people to their advantage. If nothing is done, how long before more outer and mid-rim worlds fall prey to their desires for conquest? Who else's planet will suffer because they don't give in to the Federation's demands? Before long the Republic could lose key worlds due to their inaction, as the Hutts may grow bolder too upon seeing their rivals having success. Naruto replied, making her widen her eyes, as did the others. So you would have me strike at their fears? Make them seek to help me just to save their own skins? Padme asked, and Naruto nodded. While it seems unsavory to do so, Your Majesty, better to do an unsavory act that will save millions if not billions of lives than to try and do things the nice way and risk people dying because of it. Naruto countered, making Padme frown, since he had a point. There's also the point of who is to say that the Trade Federation is the only one who will do this. There are other corporations and even planets that have a strong military and wealth to back up their actions. Letting the Federation get away with this will create a terrible precedent where anyone with enough strength and money can just take whatever they want whenever they want it, and the Republic will do nothing. It's already the belief in the Outer Rim. Shall it become the belief in the Mid-Rim and, dare I say, even the core area? The Republic will be lost to a massive number of civil wars or planets trying to take more planets and expand their power. Naruto continued, making many turn grim, or fearful if it did. You certainly don't mince words, Naruto. Padme said, and Naruto shrugged. As I said, I don't sugarcoat or beat around the bush. I say what I have to say as is and without being vague if it can be helped. Naruto replied as he stood there. What else can you offer to help? Padme asked, making Naruto dip his head as he continued educating Padme and offering his input and the options before her for the work to come. Coruscant. Coruscant, the jewel of the galaxy, center of the Republic, and home of democracy. A planet covered in thousands of layers of city and metal to the point that there was no natural dirt or plant life left, and the compression of the planet has actually made it possible to get near the core of the planet if you were willing to delve deep enough, and could survive the various sleeping horrors that awaited beneath it. Among the skyscrapers, high buildings, and mountainous structures was the flatland-looking area known as the Works. The Works were the industrial area of Coruscant, though much of it was abandoned or wasting away without use from various companies and businesses over the years building there, and then either going out of business or abandoning the area to move to greener pastures. As one would guess, it became a place for people to set up hideouts, homeless huts, labs, engineering bays, emergency escape areas, and more things that many didn't want the public, or even just the authorities to know about. Naturally, that made it a place for clandestine meetings, whether for illegal deals, assassination commissions, and more. Right now, it was a meeting of two darker individuals. Overlooking the Works and out towards the city, a robed figure stood there with a breathing mask and tank on their person. If one was to get close enough to see, they'd find an aged Mun standing there calmly while breathing through his mask as he waited for his contact to arrive. This was Darth Plagueis the Wise, known as such for his delving into the secrets of the Force to promote longevity and prolonging life. Maul has failed. A male's voice said, making Plagueis turn and look at another robed figure arrive. I assumed as much, given the sudden burst of anger and rage that I felt. Plagueis answered simply. It appears he encountered a young man strong in the Force. He was able to put Maul in a full-body stasis while letting him speak before he took some items from him, counting his lightsaber. Maul never even got close to fighting the two Jedi, let alone killing them and capturing the Queen. The young man also left with the Queen on her transport. The man said as he stood there, and Plagueis nodded. Curious indeed. There was a spike of the dark side on that planet. I had thought it was Maul, but maybe it was that young man. Most curious that the Jedi would bring him along if he was the source of the dark side spiking, but perhaps they fear that by ignoring him he'd become a threat in the future. Plagueis mused, not at all upset over the development but more curious and interested in what this could mean for the future. This could affect our plans, the man said, and Plagueis nodded. Indeed, but will it be positive or negative? That is unclear at the moment, he replied, since the Force and the dark side weren't ebbing in either direction at the moment. It was almost like both were waiting to see who among their players would react first, and in what way. Regardless, this unknown person could certainly be an asset or at least entertaining, especially when the Jedi encounter him. Plagueis said as the man hummed a moment. Just be sure to keep things ready and set up on your end. While taking the Supreme Chancellor's seat isn't the only means for our plans, it is the most effective. The Queen needs to follow the plan we've created, or it could take longer to finalize things, the man said, and Plagueis nodded. I am aware of our plans, Sidious. I was the one to make most of them, if you recall. Plagueis said pointedly, making the now identified Sidious scoff. Yes, so you keep reminding me, but I put the legwork in for a lot of it, and have a personal stake in this plan's course. Sidious retorted, making Plagueis have to give him that. Plagueis was sticking to the background and the shadows, using his connections, knowledge, and wealth to push things along in their favor, while Sidious and some others connected to them were at the forefront. If this plan failed, then Sidious would lose out more than Plagueis would. True, but even then it's not that drastic of a loss if this plan doesn't work. If Valorum can't be kicked out immediately, then his term ending within the next year isn't that terrible, and you can still use the occupation to push your status further. Plagueis said, making Sidious scowl before he took a breath and turned away. Just be on your guard. This newcomer came from nowhere without warning. If the Force and the dark side both didn't warn us, then this could be retaliation for some of your experiments with the midichlorians, and I do not wish to be dragged down with you in the Force's retaliation, Sidious said before he began walking away, and Plagueis rolled his eyes with a shake of his head. Sidious was too set in plans and getting results quickly. He wasn't one for surprises or delays when he could get what he wanted or needed right now. A clear sign that he and Plagueis' specialties diverged greatly. But then they were supposed to. The Order of Bane didn't get this far by not diversifying. Some were politicians, some scientists, some mercenaries, some businessmen, some puppet masters, some tragic survivors, and the list went on and on for the last 1,000 years. Each apprentice adding to the power and knowledge that the master possessed, which a shame his own student didn't share his love of knowledge, just coveting what could help him immediately or soon. Shame though, if Sidious paid more attention to this unknown, he'd see the uniqueness of them through the Force. Mainly that it felt like they were greatly suppressing their presence to the point Plagueyes had to concentrate to see them, and to a lesser extent the other two signatures that were not the Jedi. Not only that, but he could sense the dark side acting almost like a puppy to the main presence, and a second one there. It was giving no negative or threatening instances towards them. It was eager and willing to answer their call and help them. They just had to ask. Plagueyes had only ever known the dark side to do that for him in two instances. One was him slaughtering a group of foolish businessmen that had dared to interfere with one of his more personal ventures, a rare time he had unleashed his power and rage so fully. The second time was when he had killed his master, Darth Tenebris, when he saw the opportunity and felt the dark side rush to him in eagerness as he ended his master. As paradoxical as it was, Plagueyes wished he hadn't had to do so for a few reasons. First being he was rather fond of the Bith, ironic as it was for a Sith to be fond of the one blocking them from power, and would have preferred to keep the intelligent being around for as long as possible to continue their discussions, experiments, and plans. Sadly his master was withering in one form or another, mainly his own mental capacity after he had messed with the midichlorians in an attempt to learn how to body jump as necessary, and had instead infected his own body and was losing to it. Plagueyes had been given a question to give the Bith at any time to check if his master was still of sound mind and such, and the Bith had failed the question shortly before they had gone to the mine that he left the Bith buried in. The second reason was that either his master got one last shot in as revenge or using the dark side so suddenly had damaged him because following that event, Plagueyes wasn't able to peer into the future any longer, where once he could see events, actions, outcomes, and more with close to perfect clarity. It was now like trying to read a thin piece of paper after dropping a mound of mud onto it in the middle of a torrential rain. Simply put, he saw a muddied mess that was in no way comprehensible to anyone. It wouldn't surprise him if the Bith had done this as a last bit of resentment to ensure Plagueyes would never see his own end come when it was time for his apprentice to make a move. Perhaps that was why Plagueyes was more patient with his apprentice than other Sith were? If his student didn't have the overall hatred for him, then they weren't in as much of a rush to execute him, were they? Lucky for him, he had been able to save the rest of his Force connection and powers, even if he couldn't restore his foresight. He'd rather be blind to the future and have the power of the dark side at his command than be powerless, and have to try and find a student that wouldn't take advantage of his powerless state too soon before they learned all that he had to teach. Ideally, he'd have found a student in one of the races that could live into the triple digits easily, plenty of time to train, do research, and plan for the grand plan's fruition. That wasn't to say his current student was a disappointment. It was more that he was too impatient and power-hungry to be calm and take things slowly in stride unless he was forced to. More than once did Plagueyes share the hatred his apprentice had for his father. The child-raising methods had turned his student into always craving power, and hating anyone who had more than him, with him wanting to destroy those individuals in whatever way he could. His paranoia over his identity being secret was also grating and annoying, since even a hint of someone knowing who Plagueyes' student was on either side of his personality sent him spiraling into a frothing, snarling panic of anger and madness. For all of his power and mastery over aspects of the Force, along with his silver tongue for politics, Sheev Palpatine lacked true control and discipline to be a true master. Perhaps that was why Maul was so reckless and wild. He'd inherited it from Palpatine, who didn't stamp it out because he didn't feel that Maul was good enough to be an apprentice to him. His student only wished to take an apprentice if there was no doubt that said apprentice could surpass him totally and leave no area with which he was superior. A dream for many Sith, but one that was very close to unobtainable given lifespans and the darker nagging aspects of the dark side pushing them to take power now rather than be fed it. Plagueyes blinked as he felt it. A presence slowly creeping into his own presence in the Force. Had he been more lost in thought, he'd actually may have missed the intrusion, which gained more interest since not even Sidious could slip this close without him knowing, distracted or not. How interesting. Plagueyes heard whispered near him and raised an eyebrow as he decided to not expel this intruder yet. I must admit, I'm impressed you got this close without me sensing it. Plagueyes said calmly, taking both amusement and interest in this development. My people are known for their stealth and sneaking ways. It's amazing how many physical practices can be overlapped with the Force. The voice whispered again, making Plagueeyes raise an eyebrow as he turned and saw a figure that looked to be made of fire when he tried to see them. How curious! Plagueeyes murmured as he looked at the form, it not being unlike his own when he didn't want people to know it was him. Except he was more shadow and smoke than fire. If his mind wasn't so strong, he'd almost believe there was genuine heat coming from the figure. The air even gave the feeling of being a bit warmer. Such a thing must be taxing upon you, especially one so young, Plagueeyes said, though internally agreeing with the comment on the physical mixed with the force. Physical strength went well with the force, mostly because having all the power in the cosmos did no good if your body was too weak to handle the power. And many physical disciplines could be applied to the force in training as well, hence the more powerful members of both sides doing their lightsaber training religiously. He broke from his musings as a chuckle came. It's not easy, I'll admit that. However, it's not so taxing that I can't maintain it for a time. The voice said, and Plagueeyes hummed in interest. And how shall I address you? Plagueeyes asked, and the form shimmered a moment. Kurama, you may call me Kurama. The now named Kurama stated, making Plagueeyes raise an eyebrow at the, to him, odd name, but there were many languages and races with admittedly strange names and words. And what do you wish with me, Kurama? Plagueeyes asked curiously. I'm not sure yet, I simply wish to get a better look at the entity that evaded me the times I peered at Coruscant. Your friend was rather violent in making me move away while the other seemed a tad oblivious to me being there. Kurama said, making Plagueeyes hum. Am I correct to assume you are the individual that stopped our attempt at the Queen on Tatooine? Plagueeyes asked, and Kurama chuckled. Straight to the point without any foreplay? Where's the fun in that? Kurama asked, and Plagueeyes snorted. Dark Lord of the Sith he may be, but that didn't mean that he was immune to naughty and the desire to have. As to your question, perhaps I am, but what of it? Are you upset? Kurama asked as his shape titled his head slightly. Hardly. While an inconvenience, it is not disastrous nor does it ruin any plan I have. Plagueeyes said, and Kurama chuckled. Oh, so careful but not enough. Kurama commented, making Plagueeyes look at him in confusion. You said any plan that I have, not any plan that we have. Kurama said, and Plagueeyes raised his eyebrows before chuckling. I must be losing my touch at my age. There was a time I was much more careful. Plagueeyes said, and Kurama hummed. That, or your curiosity distracted you. Though, it is far more likely that you wanted to test me to see if I would pick up on that. Give a slight slip of information that doesn't put you at a disadvantage to gain information on a possible enemy. Kurama said, making Plagueeyes smile. And now you've become a bit more interesting. Plagueeyes said with a chuckle. Just to be candid with you, I will be interfering in this Naboo incident. It's nothing personal, but I've gained a stake in this that benefits me. I'm sure you can still spin the situation, regardless of the outcome, to your advantage. I highly doubt the Sith lasted this long without making at least 5 backup plans and countermeasures should a plan they initiate not succeed. Kurama commented, making Plagueeyes smirk. Quite. My master always had a saying that if you plan well enough, then even if you lose, you can still win. I make it a point to ensure that any victory my opponents snatch away is a hollow or lackluster one in the long run instead of a true one. Plagueeyes said, rather enjoying having a conversation with a new entity, and one that seemed intelligent enough to keep pace at that. Ah, yet another tell on your part, you said opponents not enemies. Kurama commented, and Plagueeyes lifted an eyebrow. Oh? And what does that tell you? He asked in amusement and curiosity. That you don't consider the Queen, Jedi, or Republic your enemies, meaning you don't have a great deal of animosity or desire to bring them down. They are merely in your way and challenging you, and you like a challenge. You play against them and learn from their movements to improve your own, but you're in no hurry to beat them and don't have a desire to kill them all. It's just that your plans won't happen with them around except for a few situations, maybe even some you didn't account for. Kurama said, and Plagueeyes chuckled. I see you're smarter and more perceptive than others. I almost wish I could bring you to my side and perhaps have you help me make my apprentice that way. He's so impatient and quick to anger. Plagueeyes said, and Kurama chuckled. I've had masters before, never again. I may be with the Jedi on face value, but it is only to grow my skills and talents while also getting some boons of my own. I will never consider any of them as my master, Kurama said, making Plagueye's smirk as now Kurama was doing the telling. So you intend to use the Jedi? A bold move, especially if any of the more competent masters are able to sense your intentions, Plagueye said, and Kurama chuckled now. And that's a big if, Kurama commented as Plagueye looked at him in interest before the forms shivered slightly. It seems our time for a talk is at an end. We are nearing Coruscant, Kurama said as he started fading away. I look forward to seeing what you will do while here, Plagueye said, and Kurama chuckled darkly. Careful what you wish for, he said a bit ominously before he had faded away completely. Plagueye stood there a long moment before he moved for his nearby transport. He'd have to get a good seat to see what happened when the ship arrived after all, and it would take him a few minutes to get to the Naboo Senatorial Landing Pad. Senatorial Landing Pad. Chancellor Finus Valorum, leader of the Galactic Senate, and supposedly the most powerful man in all of the Republic, stood with the Senate guards near him as he waited for the Queen's transport to land. Just in front of him was Sheev Palpatine, his Vice-Chancellor, and the Senator of Naboo, who was looking on in relief and a bit of worry for the Queen. Palpatine was in front of him, as it was only proper that he be the one to greet the Queen upon arrival, and then introduce the two of them to each other. Valorum was honestly relieved that the Queen was arriving without incident. He had been wrought with guilt when communications ended and there was no word on if the Queen was there or not. He had feared that his bold move in sending 2 Jedi to negotiate with the Trade Federation had pushed them over the edge and caused them to invade and do who knew what. If the Queen was here, then either the blockade wasn't that great, or they weren't taking as extreme measures as he had feared. If his action had led to the death of the Queen and who knew how many people? Valorum wasn't sure what he would do, but stepped down immediately after finding every avenue to punish and ruin the Trade Federation seemed likely. Presenting himself to any survivors to beg for forgiveness and take any punishment they gave was also highly probable. He had sent Kagan Jinn there mostly because he hoped that a subtle show of force would make the Naimoidians back down and stop the blockade. If nothing else, Valorum hoped that Kagan could use the Force to influence them into stopping the madness. Not something he usually did, despite the rumors attacking him constantly to the contrary. In truth, he didn't like using the Jedi mostly because they were loyal to the Republic in name only, and were seen by many as threats and attack dogs that the Senate could call on at any time. However, this situation seemed to warrant their help. Not only to end this quickly and peacefully, but also because he hoped that Kagan could learn just why they had targeted Naboo in retaliation of the taxation and free trade area moves. While technically one of the newer members of the Republic, Naboo didn't have as much standing or worth to use as leverage by the Federation. Sure, the fact that they loved democracy and had no standing military at all meant that they were a very low threat of combating an invasion or stopping a blockade if it came down to it, and Naimoidians were known cowards. However, there was no true leverage there, and while Naboo had rich refined plasma to sell and share, he was not aware of anything worth the risk of the backlash from this. Not to seem cruel, but he could think of a dozen other planets that had resources, treasures, or were vital to the Republic to make this situation more worthwhile. So why target Naboo? It made no sense from any kind of standpoint other than Gunray was an idiot. He was also confused on there being a few Jedi here, but assumed it was because they were worried about the 2 of their number, and didn't know if they had survived or not. There were no high-ranking Jedi, as far as he knew, there beyond one Dooku Sereno. He knew him as the Jedi apprentice to Grand Master Yoda and the Master of Kagan Jinn, which made sense to him on why Dooku was here, as it was personal for him. He broke from his thoughts as the Naboo ship came into view and descended gracefully onto the platform. He straightened himself and made sure he was properly presentable as the ramp extended, and some security for the Queen stepped out first and looked around, making sure the area was secure before the Queen would come out. Understandable, even if there was no need, they still had to be sure that the area was safe for their Queen, as was their duty. His own guards were just as cautious and paranoid when he went somewhere. Once the Queen guards were sure the area was secure, one of them hit the ramp and the rest of the entourage descended with the guard captain in the lead and them all surrounding the Queen, who was dressed in a regal gown and had face paint on to mask her face a bit. He idly wondered if this was a case of a body double being present, since it was known to a few that had dealt with Naboo before that the queen would sometimes hide among the handmaidens while a devoted body double stood in for them. He then blinked as he saw an odd-looking alien come down with Kagan and his Padawan before 3 children, 2 teenagers and 1 child, came down as well, with the child and the female of the teenagers looking around in wonder. The other teenager, a boy with bright blonde hair, was looking around intently, almost like he was a member of the security detail. Valorum resisted an eyebrow when he saw the young man look at him and Palpatine before narrowing his eyes slightly, almost like he disliked them or considered them a threat. Curious. Ah, Your Majesty, I can't begin to describe how relieved I am to see you are safe. When we lost communication, we feared the worst, Palpatine said with a smile on his face as he approached the Queen. It nearly was the worst, Senator. Had it not been for the Jedi and then some unexpected help, I fear that things would have degenerated quickly. Sabe, acting her part as the Queen, said neutrally as she glanced back at Naruto before looking at Palpatine. And who is this? Palpatine asked, containing his shock and surprise at the 2 proverbial stars shining in the Force from the 2 boys while the girl had a dimmer one. However, he had to use all of his self-control to not widen his eyes or gasp at the proverbial supernova of darkness in the blonde's depths, and there was something there in the dark too, almost like he had given sentience, or embodied the sentience of the dark side within him, and it was staring at him, waiting for him to dare and try to peer too far inside. He actually felt some fear at the idea of peering in deeper to see what was looking at him. He blinked as he saw the young man looking at him and envisioned something rather large and imposing staring down at him with blood-red eyes. It was clear to Palpatine that this was the one who defeated his student, Maul. He'd have to be cautious of him for now, at least till he could find a way to turn the boys to his side. This is Naruto Namikaze. He ran a shop on Tatooine and was kind enough to loan us some parts to repair the ship. He and his friends are here because Master Kagan requested they come for Jedi matters. Sabe answered carefully, Naruto requesting that they not be as direct with anything concerning him, since just because Palpatine was on their side, didn't mean that none of his staff or aides weren't spying or bought off by the Federation. Ah, well, I thank you, young man, Palpatine said as he dipped his head at Naruto, who just looked at him. May I present Chancellor Valorum? He added, making Valorum step up and stand there regally, expressing an air of confidence. It'd be impressive if Naruto didn't know the truth of the matter, and just how little the man could do without some outside support. If not for the fact that his final term was nearly up, Naruto would have been tempted to offer his services to the man, and make his life a bit easier. Hell, depending on how this went, he still may, if for no other reason than he'd get some more political contacts. Your Majesty, rest assured we will have this situation dealt with immediately. I've already called an emergency session of the Senate. I've full confidence that this matter will be handled, Valorum said, making the Queen nod her thanks while knowing he could voice some things but couldn't directly support them because he was meant to be impartial. Thank you, Chancellor, Sabe said neutrally as Valorum nodded before he departed the area. If you will follow me, Your Majesty, I've reserved a suite next to my own for the duration of your stay, Palpatine said, making Sabe nod. Lead the way, Senator, Sabe said as he nodded and moved to a transport with Sabe, the entourage, and Naruto's group following while Kagan nodded at Naruto before turning as he was hugged by Dooku. My wayward Padawan, still causing mayhem and discord everywhere you go, I see, Dooku said as he patted his student and surrogate son on the shoulder with a mirthful smile on his face. I have to do something to escape the boredom, Kagan retorted with his own amusement, and Dooku chuckled. You worried us when we felt you near the epicenter of the dark side that surged to life, Dooku said, and Kagan understood the unasked question. Yes, I need to speak to the council. Things have gotten a great deal more complicated, and there's quite a few confusing things going on. I fear that some of our beliefs and foundations may be shaken now, Kagan said, making Dooku frown as his student sounded far more serious than he had ever heard him, and that was worrying as Kagan usually was light-hearted and fun more than serious all the time. I see, you certainly sound dire, my student. Come, we shall see the council and perhaps they can ease some of your worries and concerns, Dooku said, and Kagan gave a half-hearted smile. Somehow, Master, I strongly doubt it. he said, and Obi-Wan found himself nodding in agreement, since he and his master had talked at length after he finished Pazak, feeling very glad he hadn't made any bets while playing. They had discussed the things that Naruto had talked about and found themselves confused and questioning things, Obi-Wan mostly about things he had never questioned before. Both of them were eager and curious to see how the council would approach some of the topics and points that he brought up. It would certainly be enlightening at least. Up above, Plagueyes watched the scene like a hawk, mostly transfixed on Naruto and Anakin as he could bask in their potential and presences in the Force for a while. The feeling only compounded as the two mixed and melded, not unlike a master and student did. He assumed the blonde one was the teacher since the younger boy was following his lead the entire time. Like his student, Plagueyes sensed the darkness within Naruto and could tell there was some form of sentience within, but not even he dared to peer deeply within to see just what was there. Mostly because if he harbored some ancient Sith spirit, the spirit could following Plagueyes' connection right to the Muon himself and attempt to possess him. Plagueyes was about 54% confident he'd be fine, but the resulting struggle would likely attract the attention of the Jedi and the struggle would leave him, or the spirit, exhausted and thus have a hard time hiding and slipping away from anyone coming to snoop. Still, this proved an interesting development, and it definitely warranted further observation and study. He chuckled a bit. The arrival of this unknown was making him feel 50 years younger, and oh so curious. That alone earned some goodwill in his opinion. With Naruto on the transport, Naruto was sitting calmly next to Padme while Anakin and Yohani were staring out the windows in awe and wonder. Padme was blushing a bit since Naruto was so close and because he had decided to tease her by putting his hand on her thigh and caressing it lightly. "Must you do that?" Padme whispered quietly as the handmaidens and even Sabe were looking at them in amusement and interest. Palpatine and Panika were distracted from the latter talking to the former about security, and what kind of movement and transport they could expect to be taken to the Senate hearing. "No, but why can't I enjoy the feel of my property? You did sign yourself over to me for the hyperdrive, and you've not formally returned it yet," Naruto said with a small grin as the handmaidens widened their eyes and Sabe rose her eyebrows. Padme, though, blushed hotly and stammered before gasping as Naruto kissed her cheek. "You're cute when you're embarrassed," he said, and the handmaidens giggled quietly while Sabe smirked. It was so rare that anyone could make Padme be embarrassed, or react other than recently with her being angry and fearful for her people. To see her blushing and stammering like a normal teenage girl with a crush, well, it was refreshing. She felt like a big sister to Padme at times, mostly due to how close the two were since being her body double meant she had to play the part of Padme to the most minute points. And to see her acting like a normal girl was a welcome change of pace from how serious she had to be. Though I wonder, if I am your master, does that mean your handmaidens serve me too?" he asked, making the handmaidens all gasp or blush while Sabe ed an eyebrow. She wouldn't deny that Naruto was handsome and seemed to have this aura about him that made him seem far more interesting than normal males did. She wondered if that was an effect of the Force, some passive effect that he may not even know he was giving off. Glancing at Yohani, she could see the obvious infatuation with him, though whether that was the normal thing, the Force thing, or because he had freed her and protected her was unknown to Sabe. She looked at Padme, who was sputtering and stammering with her blush as Naruto kept caressing her thigh. "Have you chosen a king for yourself, my queen?" one handmaiden asked quietly, causing giggles to break out as Padme blushed so red that it looked like all of the blood had gone to her face. But is she still a queen if she's given herself to me as a slave?" Naruto asked as he kissed her cheek again, and Padme widened her eyes and stammered more, causing amusement to go through the other girls while one even clapped her hands a bit in excitement. Sabe merely looked at Padme in amusement as the transport continued on its way. She wasn't sure how serious Naruto was, but part of her idly hoped that Padme would indeed have a bit of fun with him. Real or not was none of Sabe's business, she could use some fun with all that was going on. Arriving at the grand apartments of 500 Republica, Palpatine led them to his suite to have a discussion. Of course, he had let the security check the suite first, and then check the suite the Queen was going to be staying in. Once they were in and settled, Padme, noting Naruto brushing past Palpatine, and idly wondered if he was attempting to pickpocket the man, Sabe sat down while Padme, already disguised among the handmaidens, took her place near Sabe. "What are your thoughts on the matter, Senator?" Sabe asked while Naruto sat off to the side with Anakin and Yohani looking at the cityscape from the window. To be honest, Your Highness, I am not sure how much help the Senate will be, Palpatine said with a sigh as he rubbed his forehead. What do you mean? Sabe asked with a frown on her face while Naruto shared a look with Padme that basically said I told you so before Palpatine answered. The Senate is not what it once was when I first joined it over a decade ago. There was a time where a majority were idealists, and sought to actually make the Republic and beyond greater and peaceful. Palpatine started as he began pacing slightly. Then various incidents began. Different senators suddenly joined bills and petitions that they'd been opposed to before. Others were shamed and ruined with revelations of scandalous affairs or deeds. Still others were killed or died in horrible accidents. I, myself, survived an attack some years ago and have a rather painful reminder. Palpatine continued, pausing only to brush a spot on his left shoulder. Sabe nodded, knowing the story of him being attacked by two thugs that somehow had gotten into the residential spire and attempted to rob him before one shot him just as security arrived due to there being a complaint on that floor. If not for that happening, Palpatine likely would be dead. Sadly, the thugs in question had been killed by security, and thus were unable to give up their reason or employer. It was also then that Palpatine became a more prominent speaker, and though he didn't oppose every issue, just ones that went against his morals and standards, he still shook things up. He was an inspiration for many a senator that wanted to do good, but also a warning that no one was untouchable. She idly recalled that Naruto mentioned he was elected to the vice-chancellor position shortly after that incident as well, gaining the sympathy vote as well as the votes of those that were not corrupt since clearly the man wasn't if the corrupt were targeting him so blatantly. Naruto had also mentioned how curious it was that security just happened to be nearby and that the thugs only got one shot at him, a non-vital shot at that, before security showed up and interfered. Even she knew that a blaster could fire many times a minute easily. She now understood that Naruto was implying that Palpatine or someone else staged that event to get Palpatine into a higher status. Most now only vote for things if it benefits them in some way, usually directly or through deals struck with other senators. Our greatest opponents will be the Neimoidian representative, the Federation's representative, and the Senator of Malastare, Palpatine said, making Sabe raise an eyebrow. Why the Senator of Malastare? She asked, and it was Naruto who answered. Because he's in the Federation's pocket. The fact that he's a Gran, who only have a settlement colony on Malastare, and are not the native race, speaks volumes to the influence of those that don't want the Dugs around. For the Federation specifically, the Gran control the planet in all but name, thus they can control the fuel and prices from said planet. The Federation gives them cheap and effective labor in the droids at a discount, while also inviting them to relax on some of their pleasure worlds, and the Gran then sell them fuel at a discounted price, making them both richer and effectively making them protect the other. With each other's backing, they are covered from most matters since each has their own allies and agents to keep things in their favor unless something drastic happens. Naruto answered, making Palpatine blink at him, while Sabe nodded in understanding, not surprised at Naruto's knowledge at this point. You're well informed, young man? Palpatine said. Naruto nodded. I make it a point to be. Makes it much harder to be blindsided if you have information in all areas. Naruto said, and Palpatine nodded, being in full agreement with that. A smart thing to do. He commented before turning back to Sabe. What he says is true, Your Majesty. Unless something drastic is revealed or shown, the Senator of Malastare will support the Federation, and thus so will his allies and those that he controls. Palpatine said sadly as Sabe frowned. So there is not much hope for this session to be of use. Sabe said, and Palpatine nodded. And the courts will take even longer than the Senate would. Palpatine said with a suffering sigh. Is Valorum still plagued by baseless accusation of corruption while others say he is inept or nothing more than a puppet for bureaucrats? Naruto asked, and Palpatine looked at him, and nodded. Yes, I knew him before he was Chancellor. He was not corrupt and not one to back down from what he believed was right. Many suspect his opponent that Lost started that propaganda campaign against him, but no proof exists for either side of the story. I personally don't believe it, but if I voice it too much, people will believe I am in his pocket, and that was the only reason I was made Vice-Chancellor. While I despise the situation, We'd lose even more standing on this matter if people believed I was corrupt as well," Palpatine said as he rubbed his face tiredly. "People believe that Valorum is cracking down on the free trade areas and going against the Federation so heatedly because they wouldn't go along with some of his plans and moves, nor did they give funds to his election campaigns. While many approve of the changes to the trade routes to benefit more people, they still whisper that he did it to spite the Federation for his own ends." Naruto commented as Sabe frowned and nodded. "So while in theory he is a strong supporter, he's nearly powerless in this matter." Sabe summarized, making both Palpatine and Naruto nod in agreement. "There is one recourse," Palpatine said hesitantly, and they looked at him. "You could call for a vote of no confidence in Valorum. It would put me in control of the Senate just long enough to make a move against the Federation, and the bureaucrats won't be able to do anything in time," Palpatine said, and Sabe worked hard not to narrow her eyes at that, along with the handmaidens and Padme. The reason being due to their thoughts turning to their discussion on the ship with Naruto. "I must also warn you about your own senator," Naruto said calmly as they all looked at him in surprise. "You think Senator Palpatine is part of this?" Padme asked in disbelief, and Naruto shrugged. "It is possible, but I've no proof. I was speaking more to the fact that he is a politician, and hasn't been back to Naboo in some time. It is not so hard to believe that he possibly corrupted while in the Senate. Do I think he could have helped in some way with the invasion? I'm not sure. Do I think that he or someone else could use this to their advantage in the Senate? Yes," Naruto said calmly as they all frowned. "And how would he use this to his advantage?" Panika asked with a frown. "He's a poor aging man trying to do right by the galaxy in the Senate, as his superior is corrupt, or at least accused of such things, and as he stands tall to protect people, his planet is blockaded and possibly invaded. Either he uses the sympathy of this event to his advantage, or someone else will to get him into a position to become Chancellor, thereby advancing their own stances because Palpatine will support them without them drawing attention," Naruto explained, making them all frown since that was not good. "But to sell out his own planet?" Padme asked, and Naruto shrugged. "All sentient life is capable of great greed and violence. But I will admit that it may not even be him knowingly doing so. Someone else could have set this in motion to give him the sympathy and confidence of people to elect him. How many people would dare believe that Palpatine was in the Federation's pocket if his planet was invaded and his people threatened? He'd be seen as a champion of justice and get people to flock to his support that can gain people a lot of things," Naruto said, making them all frown further. "So, he may be involved, but not knowingly," Padme said, and Naruto nodded. "Yes, be wary of any advice he gives that seems like a power play, such as calling no confidence in Valorum, or even push to have him take the Chancellor's office immediately. Such a thing is a clear sign of him using the situation to his advantage to take power. If Valorum is removed, Palpatine immediately takes the position and it doesn't count against an elected term. It also gives him quick emergency powers, meaning he can act as he feels he needs to without as much interference from the Senate. I'm sure he'd spin it as a means of helping your cause, and it very well may, but that doesn't mean that it's the only reason he's doing it," Naruto answered, making her frown heavily. "It seems grand politics are much more complicated than a planet's," Padme said, and Naruto nodded. "Yes, and you've got to learn how to do the dance in the dark and on a razor's edge if you want to make a difference and be impactful on the grand scale," Naruto said, making her nod. "Anything else?" she asked, and Naruto nodded. "One, though it may not even happen or be worth it," Naruto answered, making them look at him in interest. "I'm all ears," she said, and Naruto nodded before the talk continued. It seemed that Naruto was right in his theory about Palpatine. Even if he's not as powerful as he could be, surely he is still useful as Chancellor? Sabe asked, giving nothing away to her thoughts and memories on her face. Palpatine couldn't sense them either, as Naruto had been using his own presence, plus the presence of Anakin and Yuhani, in the Force to camouflage them a bit. Palpatine sensed the shock and confusion but none of the suspicion. I doubt he'd care much at this point. He's got less than a year, and has only gotten 3, maybe 4 things he wanted to do done. In fact, it may even be a relief for him at this point to leave and get away from the Senate to do other things. One can only spend so much time in a nest of vipers before they long to go elsewhere and not look back. Naruto commented neutrally. Sabe frowned before she stood. If you'll excuse me, Senator, I have much to consider before the session. Sabe said, and Palpatine nodded in understanding. Of course, Your Highness. I shall come to inform you when the session is scheduled to begin, and then get you when we must leave. Till then I would recommend trying to get some rest. You've been through quite an ordeal and you will need your strength for the Senate. Palpatine said calmly, making Sabe nod before they all left. It seems your advice for Palpatine was sound. Sabe said quietly as they entered the suite, while Naruto sensed for any listening devices and was honestly surprised to find none there. Apparently Palpatine thought the Queen would be too green and naive to do anything other than what he said she should do. Well, you did ask for my help, so I wanted to make sure you were prepared for every occasion. Naruto said calmly as he leaned against the wall. Any word on that other matter? Padme asked, and Naruto shook his head. No, not yet. Hopefully something will come before the session starts, though there will likely be a time after it starts that I can do something, since even in an emergency session, there's a precedent to things and it can take a while to get things actually started. Naruto said, and Padme nodded. He was right that you should try to get some rest. Won't do for you to make your appearance exhausted and drained rather than full of energy and fire. Naruto commented, making her nod again. Thank you. When do you suppose the Jedi will come to get you? Padme asked, only to get a knock at the door. Maybe you have the Force too. Naruto said, amused, as one of the security guards checked and saw Kagan there with Obi-Wan and let them in. Highness, everyone, I've need of Naruto and his friends. Kagan said, making them all nod. Well, Your Majesty, good luck. Hopefully I'll be back in time to see you off to the Senate. Naruto said to Sabe, making her nod her head in acceptance, since she didn't know if Obi-Wan knew about her being a double, and thus had to continue the part. Thank you, Naruto, for everything. I hope things go well for you. Sabe said as Naruto nodded before he, Anakin, and Yohani left with the two Jedi. He's a unique boy. Panika said, and Padme and Sabe both nodded. Indeed he is, rather charismatic as well, one could even say charming. Sabe said as she gave a look to Padme, who was able to keep most of the color off her face at Sabe's teasing. I'm going to freshen up and then lie down. Padme said evenly as she walked away with the handmaidens and Sabe following, not having to worry about anyone spying since the windows were covered now. They still had to make the appearance of them guarding the Queen in the room just to be safe. Nervous? Obi-Wan asked as they descended in the elevator. No. Curious about how the council will react to some of my observations and comments than anything. Naruto said, making him nod. How did things go for you two? He asked, and Obi-Wan gave a half-hearted shrug while Kagan looked more neutral, both clearly remembering their talk with the council before coming here to get the 3 short bit ago. Obi-Wan had always felt some trepidation and nervousness when entering the council chambers. Usually a Padawan only came when their master was summoned. If a Padawan was summoned, then it was because they either did something very good or very stupid and now had to discuss it with the council. Right now he felt it a bit more, but it was because he didn't know how this meeting would go, let alone how things would turn out after their own questions and concerns were voiced. Thankfully, his master was sending some soothing feelings through their bond, but Obi-Wan could tell that even he was unsure of how this would go in the long run. Master Kagan. To see you safe and sound, good it is. Master Yoda, the Grand Master of the entire Jedi Order for the past 500 years, said as he sat on his chair calmly. Thank you, Master Yoda. It has been a bit of a trip for the both of us. Kagan said, and Yoda hummed. Change of things, you feel? Start at beginning, you will. Get to what you feel important as we go, we shall. Yoda said, and Kagan nodded before he sighed and told them about the trip to Naboo, the Federation's trap, escaping to the planet, finding the Queen, escaping the planet, and then landing on Tatooine. Obi-Wan was quiet, chiming in at minor times about something he remembered or what was happening with him when he and Kagan separated to get to the planet. I assume this planet of Tatooine is where your conflicting feelings come in? A Togruta female named Shakti asked, and Kagan nodded. It is in Hutt space, and slavery is as common as the air, with murder and stealing and the trade being on equal footing with it. It was not pleasant to see after being in Republic space for so long. Kagan said, making a few masters sigh in acknowledgement, while a couple were indifferent. Not source of your anxiousness it is. Met someone you did? Much to say they had. Unsure of many things now you are. Yoda said, and Kagan nodded as he wished he had a strong drink right now. Correct, Master. While there I met a young man named Naruto. He was and is an enigma to me. Kagan said, making many of them look at him in confusion and curiosity. In what way? The Master of the Order, meaning the leader of the Council and essentially second in command for the entire Order, a human male named Mace Windu asked. When I met him, we had entered a junk business to find parts. He owned the shop. When I told him what I needed, he asked how I could pay and then said credits wouldn't do. I am ashamed to admit that I did something that he later pointed out was rather hypocritical of me to do, and very poor Jedi behavior. Kagan said, making them all look at him in curiosity and surprise. The Maverick Jedi did something he claimed was poor behavior? What the? And that was? A male Thespesian named Aporancysis asked. I didn't try to negotiate or explain anything, I just tried to use the mind trick upon him to make it easier on myself and get a move on. Kagan admitted, making them all look at him. We talk about stopping the misuse of the Force, but how often do we ourselves misuse it, intentionally or not? I was talking to a teenage boy, and rather than simply speak to and reason with him, I tried to force him to do what I wanted with the Force. That is not supposed to be the Jedi way, even discounting the darker aspects of that. It shows how lazy we've become in not wanting to deal with people that don't just do what we want when we want. Kagan elaborated, making them all look at him in surprise, while many also had shame since they were guilty of doing that as well. Wrong you are not. Mistakes we make, yes. Endeavor to learn from these, we must, to not repeat them. Yoda said, and Kagan was silent. Something else, Kagan? Dooku asked, and he nodded. I have more to explain, yes. He said, and they all looked at him again. Continue then. A male Saurian master named Kiadimundi said. After I tried the mind trick, he threw it off like I was a youngling trying to influence Master Yoda. Kagan continued, making a few raise their eyebrows since such strength wasn't common. He then offered to trade the hyperdrive for the handmaiden that accompanied me, being made into his slave. He continued, making them look at him in surprise, though he made sure to shield the part about the handmaiden being the actual queen, since that was not something he felt needed to be shared with anyone. The Force only knows how the Council would react to a monarch selling herself into slavery to someone who didn't mind using the dark side at times. And you brought this person here? A scarred lawn nicknamed Even Peel asked. Please let me finish. Kagan said, making Peel grunt and nod. I was just as shocked and outraged as you were, but was stopped as some others made their presence known. First a rather unsettling skeletal-looking droid, a Twi'lek, a masked woman, and the Cather girl that came with us. The thing is, I never sensed them or their intentions until I moved for my lightsaber. Kagan said, making them all look shocked. I admit that I am also ashamed that later on he pointed out that I immediately turned to aggression in the face of his offer. Rather than dismiss it or turn it down, I let my outrage get the best of me and tried to pull my lightsaber on a teenager that had no weapon but some Force potential. Kagan continued as he rubbed his face, since that was not something he ever wanted to consider doing again. He had his guards stand down, and then explained that the contract was only to be while we had the hyperdrive and that we just had to return to give it back and she'd be free. The handmaiden agreed and signed herself over, but that wasn't the surprising part. Kagan continued, making them look at him in interest. He told the handmaiden that her first task was to go with the hyperdrive and make sure it was kept in good status and repair, and that it was returned safely to him. Kagan said, making them look at him incredulously. He then explained that he trusted his workers and that he had full faith she could handle the job. Later, he revealed that he wanted to see her resolve for things and that she relay what just happened to her queen so she wasn't so blind to the way that worlds not of the Republic were. He continued calmly, I'm starting to see why you feel so exhausted, Master Jin. This Naruto seems to change on a whim. A Keldor male named Pialo Kun said, and Kagan snorted. Thank you, Master Kun. Kagan said before continuing. He then offered us lodging from a sandstorm and led us to his home, where he did indeed have slaves. Some were clearly trained to be pleasure ones based on their garments, or lack thereof. When we sat down for dinner, I was shocked to see 2 children under 10 there while some of the barely dressed ones were serving food. Kagan said, making a few making faces of disgust. The nerve. A Myrialan female named Luminera Unduli said with disgust and anger. Again, Master Luminera, you react before I can finish. Kagan said with a sigh, making them look at him in interest. Naruto explained that both children had been slaves on Tatooine since near birth or from birth, and thus had been around slaves, prostitution, and more for as long as they could remember, so this was nothing to shield them from. Sadly, the second reason for the clothing wasn't due to wanting them to do that, but the slaves themselves wanting to dress that way. Kagan said, making them all frown. Why in the galaxy would they want to be that? A human woman named Depa Balaba asked in shock. They were too far gone. Kagan said, making them look at him. Gone? Dooku asked, and Kagan nodded. They had spent too much time as slaves, being broken down, beaten, belittled, and punished to be anything else ever again. The slaves that weren't dressed as we'd defined properly were slaves that wore so little clothing that they can't be comfortable in anything else. Kagan said, shocking them as the females covered their mouths in shock and horror. I had thought that maybe Naruto was lying to me when he told me that, and that he had slaves begging and crying for him to not free them, but I brushed the minds of the slaves and found he was being honest. They were so broken and ruined by their years of slavery and conditioning that they couldn't imagine anything else. Freedom to them was a death sentence and a disgrace of the highest order, so Naruto kept them as slaves and servants, but he treats them as people, and they love him for it. Kagan continued, making many of them frown. Much to consider this is. However, not what all is filling your mind it is. Yoda said, and Kagan nodded. I had a talk with Naruto and asked him some questions and was given questions that made me confused and concerned about things. One such thing is that he is able to call on the dark side and then leave its embrace at a whim. Kagan informed, making them all look at him in shock. That surge of the dark side you felt was him when he killed a gangster that tried to harm his brother figure. Kagan said as he winced at the memory of it. Killing him shouldn't have caused such a strong surge. A male Iridonian Zabrak named Koth said. It was both his rage over the gangster doing that and the method over how he killed him. Kagan elaborated. I'm almost afraid to ask. A female Delodian named Adigalia said. He turned on a turbine engine and then shoved the gangster into the jet plume of it barehanded, the entire time using the force to protect his arm and hand from the fire. Kagan said, making them all gasp or widen their eyes. He then threw the barely alive Doug into the front of another turbine engine and eviscerated him. Once he was dead, he just exhaled calmly and the dark side left him as if it was never there. I've never seen someone call and then dismiss the dark side like that. Only heard about it from stories of Revan and Nitra Surik. Kagan said, making them all frown at this development. And yet, still more, I sense from you. Yoda said calmly, even though his aged mind was processing this rapidly. 3 more things, then I do not feel there is much more I can say that Naruto himself won't when he has an audience with you. Kagan said calmly, feeling a bit of weight lifting off of him as it was now shared by all of them. Well, you've kept our attention and interest thus far, no reason to be shy. A male Cormian named Yario Poof said, breaking a little of the tension with his humor. Firstly, Naruto and his brother have extremely high midichlorian counts. The test maxed out at 30,000 each and then gave an error message. Kagan said, making them all look at him in surprise. You're sure it wasn't a normal error? Windu asked and Obi-Wan nodded. I ran it 5 times, Master, and on 3 different computer modules. The test is accurate. He informed, making them all look at each other, both concern and wonder on their faces. I dread to ask what the other 2 points are. C.C. Tien, a male Itachi, said with both interest and dread in his voice. The second item has to do with prophecy. I know what we all feel on the matter, but 2 absurdly strong force-sensitive children just dropping into our lap is not a matter of chance. However, that is for another time. My point is actually about something that Naruto commented about it. Kagan said, making them look at him. What? Did he think he was the child spoken of? Shakti asked with an amused look. No. That our interpretation of the prophecy was idiotic and foolish. Kagan said bluntly, making them all blink and look at him. Interesting, that is. Elaborate if you will. A female of Yoda's species named Yaddle said, being different from Yoda as she would speak normally most of the time, but others she would revert to speaking like Yoda did. I told him the prophecy after I hinted that his brother, Anakin, was the subject as he has no father, and yes, I checked thoroughly into that, but that's not the point. Kagan said, making them all look at him. Naruto's response was amusement before he asked just what balance meant. He gave the definition of it, that was no side is greater or more powerful than the other. For the chosen one to bring balance to the Force, it was likely the Jedi that would suffer or have to change instead of the Sith being eradicated. He revealed, making them look at him in shock. You can't be serious! Peel shouted in shock. Why? We hold over 10,000 Jedi in this temple, more if we count the younglings, and all of us follow and bathe in the light side of the Force. The dark side has at most 2 Sith, if that one cultist 200 years ago is to be believed, and a series of scattered cults and sects that have nothing to do with the Sith. Are 10,000 against their maybe few hundred? Does that sound like an even field or balanced scales, Master Peel? Kagan asked as Peel gawked at him, and a couple masters frowned. Wrong he is not, but clouded things are. Debate on this for a long time, we could. But other matters here now, they are. Yaddle said, making Yoda nod in agreement. Third item you had, yes? Yaddle asked, and Kagan nodded before pulling out the lightsaber Naruto took. We encountered an attacker just before we left the planet. Naruto subdued him, but pointed out that we had no means of holding him, and that I didn't wish to kill a harmless and unarmed man. Kagan said before he ignited the lightsaber, shocking the council as they were bathed in crimson light. He revealed that he was a Sith, the apprentice to a master, and the most recent addition to the line of Darth Bane. Kagan said as he looked at the blade before locking eyes with Yoda and Windu, the Sith have returned and we have been blind to it. He said with finality and iron in his voice. Clouded our vision has become. Veil of the dark side, perhaps. 2 members crafting it, many years to do so it would take, but possible, yes. Easily so, yes. If only making stronger each generation was. Yoda said as she leaned on his walking stick, clearly disturbed by this evidence. You said the boy could tap into the dark side, correct? Poof asked, suddenly drawing attention. Yes, it almost seemed like second nature to him, to be honest. Kagan said before widening his eyes. You think he can look through the veil to help us? He asked, and Poof nodded. I think it is worth a shot. And you said that you wanted to consider him, and those with him, to join the order. Poof said, making them all look at each other and nod. Bring the boy here, you will. Talk to him, we will. See about his nature, we will. Go from there, we shall. Yoda said, making Kagan nod as he turned to leave. More to say you have, Padawan Kenobi? Yoda asked as Obi-Wan stood there. Just one thing, Master. When we left Tatooine, Naruto posed a question to me and then added on to it as I answered. The last thing he asked me had me thinking about things we may not have considered. Obi-Wan said as Kagan paused and the others frowned. What did he ask? Plo-kun asked. He asked me about Force bonds and that feelings from the Master flowed to the apprentice. Obi-Wan started, making them nod as they understood so far, and that led to Mundi asked as he led off. He asked if that also meant that the hatred, anger, and everything of the Sith was inherited. Obi-Wan said, making them all widen their eyes in comprehension. The original Sith, they poured their hatred, anger, and resentment into the dark side, fueling it and themselves, then passed it on to their students. Shocked, he said in realization. And thus over the millennia, those feelings strengthened each generation, making the dark side filled with anger and hate more than anything. Poof said as he contemplated this. There's one other aspect, Masters. Obi-Wan said, making them look at him. Their hatred of us was also passed down. Obi-Wan explained, making many understand what he was saying. It wasn't that the dark side and the users innately hated the light, or Jedi. It was that the original Sith that truly hated them had infected the dark side in a way, and thus all Sith or those who dwelled in the dark side felt hatred for them. Thank you, Padawan Kenobi, you've added more to our contemplation. Windu said, and if it was anyone else, Obi-Wan would have thought he was being sarcastic. He bowed and then left with Kagan, leaving the council to their thoughts and considerations. Neither master or apprentice said a word as they headed for 500 Republica, either feeling they needed to say anything. Upon arriving, they greeted the Queen and Naruto said his goodbyes before leaving with them along with Anakin and Yuhani. Nervous? Obi-Wan asked, wondering if Naruto was. He could tell Yuhani and Anakin were a bit nervous, but had determination because Naruto was with them. No. Curious about how the council will react to some of my observations and comments than anything. Naruto answered and Obi-Wan nodded in understanding. Truth be told, he was curious about that himself. How did things go for you two? Naruto asked, causing the two Jedi to share a glance as Obi-Wan gave a half-hearted shrug and Kagan was neutral. About as well as we expected. Obi-Wan summed up, making Naruto nod. So you only brought up some of the important things and are leaving me to basically ask the council questions they may not like. Naruto summed up, making Obi-Wan twitch while Kagan suppressed a smirk. You are the one who brought them up in the first place. Kagan quipped, and Naruto hummed as the elevator stopped. Well, let's get a move on. Time to meet the Council of Fools. Naruto said as he casually walked towards the speeder while Obi-Wan looked to his master. Are you sure bringing him to the council is wise? He asked, and Kagan shrugged. I don't know, we'll find out. However, if nothing else, it should be interesting. Kagan answered, making Obi-Wan grimace. He did not truly understand his master's love for messing with the council. Naruto said nothing as they entered into the speeder and drew closer to the Grand Temple of the Jedi, specifically built to be a massive focus for the light side of the Force, and spread its light all over the planet. Also, to keep the dark side at bay, notably the dark festering wound that was beneath the temple that Naruto's contacts told him was once a Sith shrine from when the Sith of old controlled the planet, and used that shrine to make the planet dangerous for their enemies to even step foot on. It was also rumored that the shrine was the cause of many of the nastier things dwelling deep in the planet, partly from the Sith experiments and partly from creatures and entities getting too close and being corrupted. It was a long-held rumor among those in the know that there were tunnels and sections beneath the layers that would take one right to the shrine. Some fool stumbling in the dark and finding a place that the beasts and horrors wouldn't enter would stay there and become corrupted and mutated by the concentrated energy, and thus become one of said horrors themselves. It was no wonder the Sith could hide on this planet with such a dark, powerful resource at their disposal to fuel them, and make it that much harder to detect them. The Jedi for the last 1,000 years should have been dedicating time and effort into purging the site completely rather than just burying it. It's like a failed attempt of making a monument version of a Jinchuriki. They hope that by surrounding it in a prison of their own making, it would no longer be a threat. Kurama commented, and Naruto nodded. Instead, they created a massive festering wound that has been feeding on anyone and thing it can to sustain itself, even basically eating itself like an Ouroboros, and waiting for the chance to be freed or tapped into truly. Naruto replied mentally with some disgust and annoyance. Tempting as it is, better you get a stronger grasp on that type of power before diving right in. The fox pointed out calmly. I know. Much as all that power would be nice, doesn't do me a damn bit of good if I can't handle it, let alone control it. Naruto answered as even now, he could hear the faint whispers making promises. The power to crush his enemies and all that would stand against him within his grasp. Too bad Naruto wasn't looking for the quick win plans. No, he was going to find his enemies, and slowly drive the blade into their hearts and twist. He would break them, ruin them, eviscerate them, and make them beg and plead for mercy only to receive none. He needed skill, cunning, subtlety, stealth, and precision for that, not brute force power. While there were aspects of the dark side to hide oneself and corrupting others to your side, it had many more uses for in-your-face type fighting and power using than subtlety and sabotage. In essence, the dark side gap on this planet didn't have anything to truly tempt him with. That didn't mean that the dark side was just backing off. No. It was hovering around him and Anakin in anticipation. It was similar to a hound or a child eager to show what they could do. You just had to command it. QB found it a tad amusing that the great beast that was the dark side could act so docile at times, and where it was the light side that seemed to lash out at anything and everything at times. Both sides were like drugs to the users, just where the dark side let the addiction show physically via the corruption, the light side was more internal from what they had witnessed. Ironically, both could stave off the other's addiction, though the pull was still there. Neither side liked sharing or losing a member to the other. Hence why Naruto was always trying to balance what he did, and in what way he did it so he didn't succumb to either side. He was never going to fall completely to the dark, but he wouldn't bask in the light either. Mostly because one side said kill everyone and thing in his way while ruling through power and fear and never letting anyone be close enough to betray him. The other side said to forgive and move past things while being a shining light of a leader to guide everyone in how they should be in life. Yeah, both of those. He wasn't going to destroy everything, but he sure as wasn't going to be some paragon beacon to aspire to. It helped satiate both sides that those he killed typically were cruel sadistic that the galaxy would be better off without. He got to cause pain and vent his anger or disdain while appeasing the lighter side as there was less monsters, and in the galaxy. A balancing act was all. Naruto favored using the Force as itself than either side. There were many powers and abilities that didn't need either side of the Force, and Naruto usually latched onto that feeling. His father had taught him a particular lesson that was applicable to life, the Force, and business. For all things, there is a season, boy. A time to be joyful and a time to mourn. A time to expand and a time to withdraw. A time to build and a time to destroy. A smart man knows when those times are, but a wise man knows when to act in those times and how much he should act. There will be times to unleash your anger and times where you must contain it, but also times where you must restrain your anger so it doesn't lash out too much. Patience, restraint, cunning, observation, knowing when and how to strike, these are all lessons I have for you and they will be applicable in almost every facet of life. It will fall to you on when you believe the time to act or wait is. All I can do is prepare you and hope you're wise enough to know the difference. That had been Kamuro's primary lesson to him during the few years together, and Naruto took it to heart. Both he and Kurama snorted at a memory that happened the same day as that lesson. Naruto had learned that gold, or at least the kind his planet used as there were some different types in the galaxy, was absolutely worthless as it only worth 1 credit a pound. All those daimyos and leaders having their wealth established in gold made them nearly dirt poor in the eyes of nearly the entire galaxy. It was too funny. Although, Naruto did buy a good portion of the gold when he found it, keeping it as an investment for when he ever managed to find his homeworld and wanted to do some business there. The fact that he could get literal ship loads of cargo and supplies with less than 1,000 Republic credits would be hilarious. Naruto broke from his musings as the speeder stopped, and he saw the temple towering over him and the fluctuating force that was part of the light side emanating from it like a beacon and piercing beam to the universe. He felt the dark side growl in annoyance as it had to receive from him, not wanting to be in this place if it couldn't tempt or influence others. Naruto snorted and decided to give it a good show when he was there. Seeing the others disembark, Naruto stood and cracked his neck. Time to have a talk with the council of idiots, fools, and arrogant blind gaps. He idly wondered if he would push any of them to draw a lightsaber. Wouldn't that be a sight? Kurama grinned, already getting comfortable to sit back and enjoy the show. He was idly tempted to use his own connection to the dark side to make the session visible to others of the dark, give them all a good show to be amused with. Or he could keep it to himself, and then broadcast the memory later into pretty much every Force-sensitive in range, make the lower rank and file of the Jedi hear Naruto's positions and opinions, and then watch all of them implode slightly. Decisions. Thanks for listening.